What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Coliseum. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. We have plenty to talk about tonight. Got to talk about Candace Owens switching up, and plenty of news this week. We got to talk about Trump derangement syndrome and how it's taking over some people. And Yeah, we got plenty to talk about tonight. So hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Be sure to like, share, subscribe to the channel. Also, don't forget to hit the Cash App and support the show. Now, I don't like to wait or give a long monologue. So, if you brothers want to come up and get the Coliseum started, give me a second. You can do so now. Peace, good brother. Art Newstall. Got a local teacher in the building. So you brothers can come up at any time if you want to get the Coliseum started. But yeah, shout out to my brother Art Newstall. He got in trouble this week because he dared mention Candace Owens. Now he wasn't. The irony was he clearly wasn't inviting her to the cookout, but they accused him of oh, what's that famous word they like to use? They accused him of misinforming people anyway. He clearly wasn't on board with inviting her to cookout, and he was clearly saying you should be very vigilant about dealing with Candace Owens, which I agree. You should be always looking to see who our paymasters are. That's anybody, pretty much, especially if they're in politics. Should always look to see who their paymasters are. That's just playing that's just playing the game smartly. But some people took it as Art Newstall spreading misinformation. That is it is what it is. In other news, turns out Letitia James can't go after Trump's properties because appellate court came out and said, well, instead of a $500 million bond, he only has to pay a $175 million bond, which is still a lot of money. But it's probably something that Trump can scuff up the hard cash to afford. What a lot of people don't want to talk about is most rich people are not dealing with a $500 million bond. That's unheard of. It's unheard of. No one's had a bond that high. Part of the problem Trump had is nobody would cover a bond that high because most people don't have hard assets. Don't have that in cash. Most billionaires don't have a $500 million in cash. A lot of people don't know that. But because it's Trump, but because it's Trump, uh, the rules don't apply. Normal rules don't apply, and that goes both ways. Oh, and did you hear? Speaking of which, did you hear? Because I am gonna cover it. Donald Trump is help selling a Bible. I think it's called the Freedom Bible or something. And amazingly, it only costs $60. I believe it has the Constitution and something. It comes with the Constitution and something else, but they're selling it for $60. And despite what you might have heard, this is not Trump's personal Bible. This is a King James Version Bible, and apparently this Bible has been on the market for several years. He's just helping his buddies sell the Bible. So take that however you want to take it. Trump selling the Bible. Meanwhile, your dementia patient in chief, Joe Biden, has declared Transgender Day on Easter and went as far as to not allow religious symbols on the Easter egg hunt that the White House usually does every year. If you're a Christian, you can take your pick. But yeah, that's what's going on in the news recently. Also, there was a terrorist attack in Russia, and Putin's pretty pissed. And I'm a little worried because they claim ISIS did it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Russia did their own digging. And there's some other countries behind it. I'll just say that much. But pray to your God of your understanding, as BGS would say, because things are heating up, and not in a good way. Pray to your God of understanding that World War III doesn't pop off. What's going on, Andre? Yeah, it's a lot of news. Zelensky's still begging for money. What else is new? Um, President Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden were in New York. Donald Trump was paying his respects to a fallen soldier. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden were at a $100,000 plus fundraiser where you had to spend $100,000 to get your picture taken with the current president, the mentioned in chief, Joe Biden. Hmm. All I have to say about this is optics much. Oh, and to all the butthurt blues who are talking about Trump just did for photo, where. Well, turns out, while the family didn't say anything about, from what I've heard, the family hasn't said anything about Trump being there. The family of this fallen officer did have a problem with the mayor and governor being there, and were very vocal about it. In fact, the governor got in a lot of trouble because they told her not to come to the viewing, and they barged in there anyway. Now, I don't know what's going to come of this story, but don't look too good. Let's see what. By the way, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, and or hit the Super Chat, support the show. We're back. Sorry about that. Hope y'all can hear me clearly. Let's see if there's anybody backstage. No, yeah, just a little slow night, but that's okay. That's okay. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. But yeah, that's what's been going on in the news recently. Republican majority is getting thinner, and Margie Taylor Greene came out and wants to replace the speaker. How far she gets, who knows? But more shenanigans in Congress. Whatever. The link's in the chat if anybody wants to come up. Um, Salute Forever Blessed. I'm sorry. Yeah, Forever Blessed. That's right. But yeah, that's what's going on. March Madness is still going on. I haven't really been keeping up. I got to catch up on X-Men 97. I watched the first two episodes. Need to watch the new one that came out. I also got to keep catch up on Invincible since that started back up. Heard Mark got his ass whipped again. Well, at least he broke up with Amber or whatever her name is. But you know, that is what it is. All right, we'll put the link in the chat again. Yep, once again, if anybody wants to come up, do so now. Get the Coliseum started. But yeah, a lot of crazy news in the news cycle. Everybody's talking about Candace Owens allegedly getting fired from the Daily Wire. It's more like they separated ways because the main players really ain't talking about it, if you noticed. So, it is what it is. Oh, today we got the Maple Leaf. What's going on, Maple Leaf?
What's good? I was just jumping up. Ye-
Did
Give
you
me a
enjoy
second.
watching
I'll
paint
explain.
dry?
No, I did not. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, I didn't listen the whole time. I'm sorry, I can't listen to paint dry, man. I can't do it. You there? You're on mute.
Yeah, yeah. Just give me a minute. I'll explain.
Okay. But yeah, for what I'm talking about is Andre decided to go over and have a chat with MOT. Now I really didn't listen to the whole thing because like I said, I didn't want to listen to paint dry, but you want to go over and look at it, that's on you. But we'll wait for him to get his mic together. By the way, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, and or hit the Super Chat, support the show. Are you not entertained? But a lot of crazy news today. I think I mentioned it before. everybody's favorite dementia patient, Joe Biden, made turned Easter into Transgender Day, Transgender Awareness Day, or something like that, whatever. And of course, he's getting backlash for that, as he should. He knows how Christians feel about Easter, and it's very insensitive to put Transgender Day on Easter. But that's what your Biden administration's doing. It is what it is. Waiting for Andre to get his mic together.
No, I'm straight. I was taking a shit, but I didn't I don't know if you were gonna close it out early, so I just wanted to jump on before that happened, potentially happened. But yeah, I was over there. I was like actually I was over on Truth shit, and Truth was he was doing his typical like anti-manosphere shit, and
Hmm.
I just wanted to interject, not really interject, but just defend myself and like the people that were up there, since he was trying to do his normal bullshit. And yeah, that fucking paint drying, or one of the paint drying squad members, decided to ask me to come over to their channel, and I came over there. I didn't know why the fuck he wanted to talk, but it was just on some bullshit. But Salty actually just reposted our prior conversation, which
Hmm.
I didn't even remember that he was saying that he wanted to have a one-on-one. So I forgot about that. So I forgot
Oh,
that like there was actually an agenda behind this.
okay, whatever.
Yeah, yeah, his agenda was just supposed to be
Most
some
of his
bullshit.
content is most of his content is let manifest suck. Be on your
Well,
purpose.
that
Yeah. Make a thought. Yeah.
yeah, that's my
Okay.
whole thing with like, because it's like talking to these internet niggas is like, I don't have no problem if you want to talk crazy on the internet. It depends on what you say, because like there's some stuff that you say that like if you go down that route, there's no coming back from it. But if you're making like just
Well, that's the
typical
irony of
turn
their
things,
content, though. They claim they're not internet niggas, but most of their content is be doing internet nigga shit.
yeah, exactly. Because like when Salty reposted like it was that stream when it was me and Salty on like Keep It 100 shit, and he was over
Okay.
there talking reckless. Salty reposted this recently. Well, in the last couple of days, he reposted this. Appreciate him for doing that.
Oh, he's
But he
talking
was
reckless over at Kev's, huh? Okay.
sorry, what'd you say?
He's talking reckless over at Kev's, huh?
No, it was on Keep It 100's channel.
Yeah, Kev. Keep it 100. No, I'm sorry. That's wrong person. I'm sorry.
Marcus. Yeah, like
Marcus.
we're over on his channel.
Marcus, I'm sorry. Marcus, I'm sorry. I'm mixing them up with Blackman being brutally honest. I'm sorry. Marcus.
Yeah, we're over on his channel, and he was talking crazy, disrespecting to both of us, and like, yeah, I did say some shit. I was just like, bro, you could say this, so you want to throw me downstairs, shit, or you want to fucking pick my teeth out and
Oh
shit.
yeah.
I'm just like,
He's threatened that to me too. So whatever.
well, on that stream, like I didn't remember that I said this, but I forgot that he wanted to have a one-on-one to be on some bullshit. But when he did say that, I'm just like, bro, I couldn't imagine a dude like you saying this shit to me in real life. Because if you said this shit to me in real life, like you catch a bullet, fucking talking crazy like that. Like as soon as you open your mouth to say some shit like that, like yeah, you would have dropped.
Yeah. So it's what it is.
Just goofy niggas with a Wi-Fi connection talking crazy. That's why it's like when I was over on this shit, it's just like, bruh, I didn't know what the fuck he wanted to talk about, so like I'm just over there fucking around because I don't know what the fuck he wanted to talk about. And he was just going on and talking a bunch of shit and whatever. And I'm just like, bro, it seems like what you're trying to do, because at that point, because you were asking about what were you calling him, shitplex or whatever?
Oh, what?
Shitplex. What was the name you had for him? Shitplex Designs.
No, asshole design.
Oh, okay, asshole designs. Like he was over there on Truth Shit before I went over there, but he wasn't actually on the panel there on his shit, but Shitplex was in
Mm-hmm.
the chat just talking a bunch of shit, but he was over on True Shit. So like I went over there, they were just over there fucking trolling and talking shit and on some bullshit and it's just like, yeah, whatever,
Oh,
bro.
the usual stick, huh? Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But your thoughts on Biden making Easter Transgender Day?
Wow. That is amazing. He made Easter a transgender day.
Yeah, that's what's in the news. That's what's on the White House website. So
Wow. I mean, they are stunning and brave, you know. So
yeah,
maybe
whatever.
maybe they deserve a day for themselves.
Yeah, but you're gonna put it on Easter? That's a bad look.
Uh, I wouldn't say it's a bad luck, wink, wink, but no, but I wouldn't say it's a bad look, wink, wink. Uh, I think
Well,
they deserve a day on a acknowledged holiday because they are stunning and brave, you know.
whatever. It is what it is. Ice Cube's in the news because he's trying to get one of the college players to come play for his league, for his
Oh, is that
Big
what he was
Three
trying
league.
to get?
The white chick from Iowa. I can't think of her name right now. He offered her a deal.
So is he trying to make this fuck, what do you call it when it's like men and women together in a league? Is he trying to do that or a
I don't
separate
know.
league?
I don't know. He's trying to get publicity for his league. He also teamed up with Elon Musk, and everybody's crying about that too.
Yeah, like
Art was talking about
Yeah, he was
Art was
talking
talking
about
about that,
good.
and I don't see what the problem is. It's a business move. It is what it is.
I mean, it makes perfect sense because actually, that was like one of the conversations that was had earlier today.
Hmm.
Uh, Somebody was mentioning like on Roger's stream talking about the Ice Cube League and how it got shut down, and that's why I'm just like Ice Cube coming again and part uh allegedly partnering with Elon to bring this league back. Like I don't see how this is supposed to be like anti-black or you're aligning yourself with the racist when you're trying to have a league that is black owned and involving black players. Like I'm not understanding the problem here.
People want something to complain about. By the way, 20 watching, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, support the show, hit the cash app, support the show. But yeah, some people want stuff to complain about. I don't have a problem with Ice Cube doing what he need to do. But
Well, the thing is, before Art actually brought up that article, I actually had this conversation prior to that, and I was talking about the Ice Cube, like the league that Ice Cube was trying to make, and I was getting pushback for it. So
hmm
it's rather coincidental that it came up again, that he actually got, I'm assuming, funding or at least some sort of participation from Elon to stop his league from getting shut down again. So it's rather coincidental because I brought this up before and I was getting pushback because it's just like he was doing a great thing with that in my eyes because that would be
yeah.
black owned and that would be black players. So
Also, he brought
how?
some players out of retirement to play in the
I'm
league.
sorry.
He brought players out of retirement to play in the league.
Yeah. Well, he also had active players that were playing in his league, or at least like one or a couple or whatever that was actually playing in the league.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't want to talk about the NBA. Didn't want to play fair with him, so it is what it is.
Well, it was
Um,
a it was like from a business standpoint, it was somewhat of a fair argument for them to make, talking about they didn't want their players to get injured playing in his low level league or whatever terminology they used at the time to describe this league.
yeah, and I may as well get into it now. Your thoughts on the infamous P Diddy situation?
Uh, I don't know. Do you want my thoughts or?
I'm indifferent because I never liked P Diddy to begin with. Something always there's something about P Diddy that just turned me off.
Well, like this is the argument that I've been making, and other people may have different opinions because they're like the way they're looking at it is just like he's a black man and you shouldn't assume a black man is guilty, innocent until proven guilty, which I agree with. But like the
I agree
argument
with
that I've
that,
been trying to
but
make, yeah, I agree with that 100%. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I think he should be tried in a court of law. But I'm indifferent to P Diddy being in all this trouble because I never liked him to begin with.
Well, my issue with this whole thing is that it's just due to the accusations, not the accusations, but the lawsuit that he actually settled with Cassie, which
hmm
not kind of, which included a lot of these allegations prior to like the current stuff he's going through now. It just makes me have to wonder, right? He could very well be innocent. I don't know, but just the
hmm
fact that he settled on that lawsuit, like it's just people are acting like there's no way that he's possibly guilty, which I'm just like that's crazy. He literally settled a lawsuit that alleged that he was into this kind of stuff already. Worse stuff, talking about blowing up cars and shit. And let's not talk about bodies because
Yeah,
that we're going down a rabbit hole.
yeah. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. But Young Miami's name got mentioned in it, and people are acting like they're shocked that Young Miami is an actual hoe. But
Well, the thing is, I actually did see an article a while ago. I don't remember how long it was ago. It was like months ago, at least like year plus maybe, talking
hmm
about like he had her on an allowance. So I'm not surprised. Like,
yeah,
well, like I don't understand like what people are surprised about. It really doesn't make any sense.
but yeah, that's the surprise. She's a streetwalker, and I'm like, did you listen? Have you listened to her talk? There really isn't that much to her. So it wasn't. It didn't surprise me when that information came out. I was like, okay, what's the big deal? I didn't see what the big deal was. Is somebody else live or something? It's a little slow night. Maybe it's just me.
Uh, not that I know of, but it just seems that people are, for some reason,
I
wanting
know
to live peacefully.
it's Easter Eve, but maybe I'll pick up. But yeah, oh, excuse me. It's Transformer Day Eve, so you know. But yeah, they had a big fundraiser for Joe Biden in New York City, and Bill Clinton and Obama were there to kind of spice up Joe Biden since he's behind the polls right now. Yeah, we got another guest coming. Let's see who we got coming to the stage.
What happened at the fundraiser?
Oh, it was a big fundraiser to get Creepy Joe back on track. What's going on, good brother?
Yeah, I thought I'd jump up and give you some support. What's going on, people?
Hey, good evening, Art.
Alrighty, just spending the last weekend before I get back to the plantation.
Oh, oh, your spring breaks are over, huh?
Yeah, kind of. I think got one little day, but I still got to go back and teach the college, so it's not completely off. So,
Oh, okay.
but you
So,
said it
Art,
was
do you
kind
think?
of. Go ahead.
My apologies. I just wanted to ask you, do you think Diddy did it, or
I did what though?
I don't know.
whatever
It
they're
hasn't been
accusing
it
him of?
hasn't been clear. It hasn't been clear on what exactly they're accusing him of.
Yeah, that's true.
All they just throwing is FBI and grooming and all that kind of stuff, but it's it's nothing specific.
Yeah, I'm kind of indifferent to it because I never liked him to begin with. So
And
we have
I
to see
mean,
what comes out.
that's not really indifferent if you never liked him to begin with. You're slightly biased in that sense, I'd say.
the other
Okay.
part is the house is down. It's like a few blocks down from the Playboy Mansion.
Oh,
So,
Oh,
interesting.
so again, this is a lesson for all these black folks that's going to be successful. You can't do
Mm,
the same thing that white people do,
nope.
and they keep letting you know every time.
Yep. I do find it interesting because P Diddy's usually a big Democrat supporter around this time, and they're doing this to him right now.
Yep,
Interesting time.
you can't do what they do, or if you become successful, you just got to be as squeaky clean as you can.
Yep.
Because some people
well,
got these bad habits, and they carry these bad habits onto their success, and
Hmm.
it don't work that way when it comes to black folks. But Andre is going to say
what,
something.
uh, my apologies. It's just some of the arguments they've been bringing is that whether like some of the arguments they've been making is that he might have had some stuff going on, but Uncle Luke was talking about this is probably related to like that whole lawsuit with like the liquor companies and stuff, which that's a good argument to make, but it just with everything circling around this whole scenario, like it seems that there might be something in like he might have done something here.
Hmm.
Well, you always
Yo,
got to remember when the powers that be does things, it's not for one reason.
Hmm.
and then also people like Diddy, they they're going to have to be made an example out of, so you won't have any more Diddy's that decide to do the right thing. So it's it's a lot of reasons why this stuff is happening, and somebody's going to be next after him. So
Or they're gonna fire a new Negro to lynch, huh?
and then you got to remember everybody, well, not everybody, but most of the people that Oprah has really just cuddled under, they usually get this kind of treatment.
Oh,
So,
Oprah connection. Okay, okay.
I mean, the ones that's kind of like, I mean, like for example, she cuddled under Obama, but you don't hear about him like, smacking women around or taking drugs or getting drunk.
Right.
So he has somewhat of a clean background. Whereas a Diddy, he got a lot of skeletons in his closet. So he's gonna have to you have to pay the piper because he kind of knew what he was getting into.
Mm-hmm.
So I think people just need to take this as a lesson and then just learn how to navigate their way around different people in different industries.
Yeah.
Well, the thing, uh, my apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
No, go ahead.
Like the thing is, that's why I agree with this. Like what, uh, it's definitely possible that he was getting involved into something that he shouldn't have been involved in. But like I I do
And
agree
you're
with the
still making
fact
car
that
before I even had
it's
a chance to break
probably
it
that
in. He could
like
drive
I
to the
do agree
Paramount
that
Cottage when his parents went
that
on vacation without him again.
I don't know what that is, but I do agree that it's probably part of him getting sued. Not sorry, not him getting sued. Him trying to sue with those liquor companies that is causing this stuff to be brought to light.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
well.
probably an addition, but
Mm-hmm.
you just take your pick, man. It's a lot of people, all the way from the Biggie thing, the Biggie Tupac thing, to the thing with this rapper named Shine. Supposedly he took the hit for um, Puffy, and then the way he deals with his artist. Some of his things that he does for pastime, where it kind it's just kind of weird. You know, I mean, rumor had it that he learned this stuff from Quincy and Andre Harrell. So
Oh, really?
it's a lot behind it. So that's what I was saying. When you don't want to build your tower just for it to be just taken down based on the the dirty breadcrumbs you leave behind, because
Mm-hmm.
eventually it's gonna have to fall.
I
You
don't
know,
know either of those people that you mentioned. Do they have some affiliations that they
who
shouldn't
Quincy
have?
Jones? Quincy
No,
Jones.
the
Oh
two
yeah,
names that
Quincy
you said.
Jones was big in the. Well, I'll let Art explain it. Go ahead.
Then you got Andre Harrell. I believe he was over Uptown Records, and he kind of like, I think Puffy was an intern for him while he was at Howard. And rumor had it that Andre Harrell had some, not like Puffy, but he had some questionable things that was going on behind the scenes. But he put people like Teddy Riley on, and kind of help mastermind the whole New Jack Swing thing. And then Puffy was doing his thing with hip hop. So I think he was probably one of the guys that really popularized singing with hip hop. Every there's a lot of hip hop songs with the with the singing hook, and then vice versa. So I think Puffy was usually that had that kind of thing going with Mary J. Blige, and it goes on. So
Yeah,
just have to sit there and watch and just remind yourself that it's entertainment business. It's not real life.
yeah. Your thoughts on everybody's favorite President Joe Biden making turning Easter into Transformer Day?
Um, I don't know. I don't know. I just hope people, kind of be honest about what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know why transformers are constantly used in politics. I don't see the. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the end game, or I don't know.
Yeah, why do it in the first place?
Yeah,
Well,
because I don't think there's a sea of voters, that are transformers like moving the needle. So I really don't understand why that's being done.
well, why is it necessary to have an additional Transformer Day? Because last I heard was that they were doing the legitimate if not Transformer month, like coincidentally in the same month as Father's Day.
And
So
Black Music Day too, and Juneteenth,
Mm-hmm.
all that.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, it's good that you're able to at least name all those things and get an idea on there might be some kind of agenda. But unfortunately, we have it. As y'all can tell, I'm real tired. But it's just a matter of you trying to figure out the agendas and hoping that it doesn't overtake you. Because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes these things happen, it's too late to even, to either protect yourself or even respond. So that's the only thing you can do.
well, Art, before you pass out, what are your thoughts on that Baltimore mayor?
I don't know what happened. Are they
With
trying
that
to
bridge
accuse him of
collapse?
being a DEI guy or something?
Yeah, that's
Something of that
exactly what
order.
they're talking about. I don't agree with that, but like I did see him like initially before I heard anybody talk about it. When I was watching the interview talking about the whole bridge collapse, and I seen him, I'm just like I didn't think he was the mayor. I would have never known. He just looked like an average nigga to me.
I mean, I saw a caption, but I didn't get to get all the details.
Me
So
neither.
I don't have anything to really comment on that guy.
Yeah, that he went on Joanne Reed's program. So whatever.
Well, obviously they're gonna put the blame on him just based off of appearance. But like I would say that just when they like why would you show up like that for a press interview? Like the dude was wearing just a regular jacket, like like there's no way I would have thought that this guy like was in politics at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't have that. I really don't know. I had to, peruse through some articles and check it out. You know. Oh man.
Thank you for the super sticker. Let
Okay.
me the stage. One moment.
So I guess I'll bring up some topics for y'all before people start coming up. Because I'm trying. I hate to see you go through this where you don't have the people like how they treat me. It's one thing that I go through it, but
Mm-hmm. Oh,
so,
I got a
Art,
topic.
excuse me, Art, can you hear me? Can you hear
I
me?
can
Yeah.
hear you.
What's up, bro?
I like how you say that all the time to kind of tell everyone to shut the fuck up because you're trying to
Mhm.
finish your thought.
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
And
I'm,
since
I'm
you're up
Avoided
here,
it.
Art, since you're up here, let's talk about you, quote unquote, misinforming people because you just talked about Candace. At least that's the gist
Exactly.
I got from it.
oh, that I mean that wasn't. I don't. Like I said, I had to do that second part because it was nobody coming after me per se. It was
Okay.
just it was just a conversation that I felt that was unnecessary. And it was, I had to address it because I think that it wasn't just, people I was talking to. I think it's just a group, just like a group of people that have the same type of sentiments, but don't necessarily be in the same spaces, misusing. And me personally, I just felt that using the word misinformation, it doesn't
Hmm.
belong in this space. I think it belongs in like channels where they profess to be the experts and the officials of whatever. But
Yeah.
if you're making predictions and opinions and you have a gut feeling about something and I just want to get it out, you shouldn't be charged by having some kind of misinformation. So I got tired of that because I'm like, I never even heard the word information in the misinformation in the barbershop.
Wait,
You
did you
know,
get an official warning, or did just another channel shit talk you?
no, no. But it's funny, dude, that you mentioned that because one of my live streams was taken down because of that word, and it was because I had somebody on the panel that maybe somebody from a certain political persuasion didn't like.
Huh.
But you don't really see them people around anymore. But I do suspect it was them because it's
Oh
like,
wow.
yeah. So that's why I'm like, until you have something like in your description or whatever it is, it's all assumption.
Hmm.
It's all like, I just wish that people would just grow up a little bit and then just, if you got an opinion when somebody else got an opinion, you shouldn't have to feel any kind of way about it. And you have to let the chat decide on what they want to listen to because
Yeah.
you
Well,
have to
Art,
let because you have to let
my,
the chat decide. Okay, well, I'm listening to it. Some people in the chat might say, that don't sound right. Let me go ahead and research it. And some people in the chat might say, hey, that sounds good to me. Next topic. It's up to the chat to decide what they're going to listen to and what they're going to, put more time and effort in.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
well, Art, for the most part, for this space, I see it as edutainment, where it's like, for the most part, like, there's stuff you could learn, but you have to add some form of like entertainment into it, or people aren't going to be interested. Because you could just read a book or like go on these other channels and stuff. If you were here purely for just like education, right? So I'm not understanding the problem that a lot of these dudes have. Maybe it's just your content isn't appealing to your audience or to your potential audience that you want. That's kind of what I'm saying.
I wouldn't go down that hole that much. I just
Yeah.
think that you just got people that think that, this space deserves better. They need to talk about things that are a little bit more upscale, what have you. And then sometimes you got the sentiment of people that's been around for years that want this to go in a certain direction and they don't see any movement. So you got to see the other side of it.
Hmm.
But I just think that you gotta consider your audience. Your audience is letting you know, especially by super chats, likes, views. They're letting you know whatever you're saying, they're taking it in. And sometimes they give you testimonies like based on what somebody said on the panel or in your chat. I tried what he or she said. I tried it and it worked. So
Hmm.
that's the best you can do because we're not charging admission to come here. we're not. They don't have no secret password or secret knock.
Right.
We don't have guards saying, "Hey, you're not on the list, so you can't come in." People click the
Let's
link.
have, go ahead and
Go
finish your
ahead.
statement.
Not
You
just that
got
people just click the link and just come up and say what they got to say. If it
mhm.
sounds like it's BS, trust me, somebody on the panel is going to challenge it.
Call it out. Yeah. Let's have a little fun here. Allegedly, there's now black women that want to follow the they call it the 4B movement. That movement that's happening over in South Korea with the chicks that don't want to date men or whatever, don't want to deal with men whatsoever. They call it the 4B movement, I guess. And there's allegedly some black women that want to adopt that. Your gentleman's thoughts?
Never heard of it.
I mean, I thought
That's
about it a little bit. Like, the women
I
want to
thought just
basically
get a
leverage
vibrator,
all
but
their
okay, whatever.
the women want to push all their chips in and get the men to commit to what they want to do, right? And I
Mhm.
remember ARC saying that if women had complete control of the mating market, marriage, dating, relationships, whatever, you don't want to see that world. And that's essentially what they're trying to go towards. Thing is, that's only that's primarily Western women. And if they
Yep,
do that, the men who have the means or who just have the determination will just leave. And it'll
yep.
be,
They're
biblical,
already
like
leaving. They're already leaving.
Lot, yeah, Lot left Sodom and Gomorrah and told his wife not to look back. She did, turned into a pillar of salt. Never heard anything else, man. Lot went off and made his way. New wife, new children.
this in
Yeah,
It's
Korea.
yeah.
and when the movement started in South Korea.
Well, like the 4B movement in Korea is more of a response because they've already had similar movements in Japan and China, like with the whole like laying flat and all that kind of crap. It's more of a response because the dudes were already doing this stuff, but I guess the women are just like, yeah, we'll do it too to match the men.
By
That's
the
what
way,
it
I got
appears to be.
25 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. Continue, Andre.
I'll end off with that.
Okay. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that black women wanted to join the so-called 4B movement. Not dealing with men at all. Not even offering sex to men. I'm like, okay, go get a
They
vibrator. You'll be
should.
all
I think they
But
should.
isn't
yeah.
There was a recent study I read that showed that this is all women though, and it said that the rates of gonorrhea are between men or between women and men is 5 to 1.
but
So
Really?
isn't there like
I think
movements
that
like that
that'd be wise
anyway?
for young men's safety. And this is women in the age of 30.
But isn't there
Wait a
movements
minute,
like
wait a
this
minute, wait a minute.
anyway that exist with
Yeah,
these women, these black women? I'm
Yeah.
just asking.
Wait a minute. Yo, excuse me. Jules, you said the
what's
ratio
up?
the ratio between men and women regarding gonorrhea is 5 to 1.
Yeah,
Who's the five? Who's the one here? Can you be more specific?
women are the five. Women are the five.
Okay, for every man who has gonorrhea, there's 5 women who has it. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a PubMed study. I can drop it in the back chat. Hold on.
By all
So
means.
again, isn't there movements that kind of describe what how can I say describe what we're talking about that's already in existence, social media and so on with these women here.
Yeah, for the most
There
part.
Don't
are.
deal with men. Don't do A, B, and C. I, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
I
think
didn't
they're
think this was a new concept.
yeah, I think they're adopting this movement to try to scare us
No, but you
somehow.
understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Is I mean, I think it's already been like it here. I mean, here they've been doing this already. So what's to
Hmm.
adopt? That's what I'm saying. Unless they want to use the same exact name that they're using in Korea, maybe. But
Yeah,
We've been hearing about this a lot.
that's part of it. That's part of it. They want to call. They want to adopt the 4B movement. That's
Didn't
what I
we
thought.
have Brittany Cooper? Didn't she do something like that too, or try to push it? Don't have
Yeah.
sex with men and hold out until you get what you want, and then you got Janae. What's her name? Janae Monet or something? Wasn't she on that BS too?
Yeah, they were, but who wants to listen to it too?
I said, who wants to listen to it too? Or -1? I'm joking, but
No, -1 would be pretty accurate.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
yeah,
When you talking about Brittany the Hut, I call her Brittany the Hut.
I still think she remind me of that.
Hold on.
She remind me of that
I just had
character with that cigarette, that long cigarette on Alice in Wonderland.
Oh
That's
wow.
Brittany Cooper. I always felt
You
that
mean the
way.
caterpillar with the hookah, or
Is
what
it a
cigarette?
caterpillar?
Yeah,
It was a
Is that what it
caterpillar smoking
was?
the hookah or the shisha.
Yeah, that's Brittany Cooper, man.
yeah.
Damn.
Oh, okay, because I remember the live action version of that. That was Sammy Davis Jr.
Oh, live action?
There
No,
was a
I'm
live
going by the
action version of
cartoon.
Alice in Wonderland, and the caterpillar was portrayed by Sammy Davis Jr.
Oh Lord, Hollywood. But
Hmm.
yeah, I would go more of the characters from the cartoon.
Yeah, the Disney movie. Okay,
It was real.
this caterpillar that was smoking the shisha.
Yeah, that's Brittany
Ooh,
Cooper.
that's
Same hair,
scary.
same hairdo too.
Damn.
Yeah. Google it. Anybody Google it? Y'all see?
Yeah,
Mm,
all right.
mm, mm.
I wanted to ask, like, what are your thoughts on this? An argument was made that if Democratic Party like advocated ownership amongst Black people, do you think that that would create a change?
You got borged
Repeat that
out.
again. Yeah, repeat that again.
So the argument that was made was that if the Democratic Party was to advocate for firearm ownership, ownership, do you think that that would create a change?
Like I don't know because I think
Uh-huh.
what's his name, Governor Newsom tried that a little bit out here. So I haven't heard anything after that. So I don't think that would make a big difference, to be honest. Because I think it might take some time for people to understand the sincerity if they're trying to go that direction.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
you're looking at the NRA and
Hmm.
how strong the NRA is with the Republican Party. So
mhm.
you would need backing behind that sentiment.
Well, the reason why I brought that up, specifically, like I'm talking about Black people here, but the reason why I brought that up specifically is, like like how, how Hood gets down. He was doing a stream talking about white women getting punched in the face in New York, and yeah, there was a quite a few Black women that were doing videos talking about they should advocate for firearm ownership and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think that'll move the needle though,
Yeah.
because you got to remember your voters.
Hmm.
For the most part, I don't think a lot of Democrats are really caring about the arms and what have you as much as on the right. Because you got to think about the donkey and the elephant. Anybody understood the symbolism between the two?
Not quite,
Uh,
but please
can you
elaborate.
explain it if you don't mind?
Well, I can just give y'all the the disco version instead of the full album. And then on top of that, it has changed a little bit now. But for the most part, the donkey is for the working class, and the elephant is for moving properties or moving entities. And so the person that created those
Uh,
logos were his name was Thomas Nast in the 1800s. So
Hmm.
it is all symbolism. But the reason why I brought that up is because for the most part, the people that really, for years, have got to the understanding that, one side is supposed to help you out with the jobs and the other side is supposed to help you out with business and corporations.
Mm-hmm.
But today's time, it just seems like you can't tell which is which now, because you got a lot of people doing a lot of corporate things on the left now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the donkey's turned into the jackass.
Well, it didn't say
I
the
mean,
donkey had some good work, because usually those jobs that you get are low paying jobs. But at least you got a
unfortunately,
job. So it's
but Biden added jobs. It's still a job.
well, we'll see what happens between now and November, I guess,
Yep, November 6th.
because we're getting all these articles. One article say he's falling in behind in the polls, and there's articles saying that he's ahead in the polls.
Yep.
So you get all these different articles. That's why I put them all in my description box, so they can determine how things are going from there.
And
How
Art,
many
I
you
would
got
also.
now?
Right.
How many you got now, AB? Because I can't see. I'm on StreamYards.
I got 28.
Damn,
Right.
that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. What, you had a question, Andre?
I was just wondering, what part of that discussion of you speaking about Candace led to other people thinking that you were misinforming the masses? Because I thought you were the most fair person on the panel. So, like, that's the misinformation part was really confusing to me.
I don't think I was. I don't think I was being accused of misinforming people. I think it was just mainly the whole sentiment is that I'm allowing people to come up and throw some misinformation on my panels.
Oh,
And
okay, that
so
makes sense.
I got tired of hearing it,
So
because it was like,
basically,
wait a minute. I mean, the fact that, you know, like if I say that the sky is blue, but it's really cerulean blue, if I didn't say cerulean blue, is that misinformation?
Right.
You see what I'm
it
saying?
is. It is because the sky is
It
turquoise.
varies.
The sky is turquoise,
Yeah,
so
no,
yeah,
it's
so
specific.
you're misinforming
Yeah,
us.
exactly. So I'm like, no, I'm like, yeah, I mean, at some point that needs to be moved to like serious panels. We crack jokes, we say all kinds of stupid stuff.
Yeah.
So at one point, when we say the stupid stuff, that's not misinformation. Then, you know, hell, do we get accused of misinformation when we have Marvel comic debates?
Well,
I say,
No,
where does it end?
right.
So that
When
was
we're
my
talking
thing.
video
Is
games, talking about other stuff like video games, stuff like that,
yeah.
sport.
So I'm not throwing shots at anyone in particular. I'm just saying is that, you can't just sit there and treat the barbershop like Jesus went into the temple and started knocking over tables and stuff. It's not that kind of party.
Right.
Well, like,
Just
what's that conversation that y'all were having the other day? Um, yeah, um, there was all kinds of conversations had in the barbershop. Like some of them are serious, some of them are just, just regular conversations. It's talking about anything, talking about
Yeah.
women, talking about sports, talking about just anything. But there's serious conversations had in between all of this. But we're not acting like it's just us. Like everything is based off of serious conversations. Is what I'm trying to say.
yeah, I just say people shouldn't take all this stuff personal and just let. And me, I'm the kind of, I don't know about, I can't speak for everybody,
Hmm.
but I don't care how stupid your opinions are. I want to hear it, because basically You might have said 20 words, but it might be 5 or 6 that are probably just could change the world. So I don't want to hear it. You know, that's why. And but certain people don't come up. Like I feel bad because I say the word coon too much. Sorry for y'all that that feels personal about it, but it don't apply. When I say coon, is not specifically for anyone. When I say coon, I have to keep saying this. When I say coon, is for people that disparage black people on the behalf of white folks. That's what I mean by
Oh,
coon.
oh, don't talk about Larry Elder and
Exactly,
nothing
Larry
like that.
Elder, Candace Owens too. You know, so if anybody feels personal about that, but it don't apply to you, then don't take that personal. But I'd rather be around people. If I'm running from the Klan, I can hide in your house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Uh
people
oh.
shouldn't feel it.
Don't nobody say
Well,
shit.
We got A
well,
B A L, so
Okay,
your
okay,
views gonna go up now.
okay, proceed, gentlemen. Continue.
Yeah, Art, you did ask this question before. You were just like, if you're running from the Klan, would you hide in Candace's house? And that's an obvious no. I don't know anybody that would say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all listen to what BGS said about Candace, I mean, I totally see it. You know, she's the canary in the coal mine.
Yeah.
It's just straight up. They got to find out what more use how else can they use her? They already used her already. She
Mm-hmm.
put in 8 years going hard in the paint against anything black and black progress. So now let's see what we can get out of her now. You know, um, good luck, but I don't think people should really get involved or take all that serious. Just sit back and just watch.
Absolutely, or absolutely. That's my take. I'm just gonna sit back and watch all the debauchery unfold. This shit is funny to me, funny as hell. But I digress.
Because she's definitely ain't
well,
gonna be welcome at the cookout. Trust me. Maybe at
Mm-hmm.
the Black Maca cookout. That's about it.
No, no. Listen to the invitation and let's see if she comes so we can return our noses up here. She need a face full of shame in public. Period. That's something we done got away from. Or real talk.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what's her next move because she hasn't done it. Well, last interview she did or event she did was with Pearl, right?
I'm
And
not
that
sure.
didn't get much traction.
Yeah, it didn't.
So that kind of lets you know. I don't know. I guess she probably gonna have to really reach out to Roland. They probably have to shake it up.
Mm-hmm.
But I think everyone that she's going to, I think they paying them. You can't argue with her. You can't do this. You can't bring up her husband. You can't do this. Can't call her coon. Or, whatever they're asking her.
But hold on,
Well,
my question to you, Art, is why not? Everybody say what you can't do. I say why not? Why not?
Because the reason why is because you want to be the seller. You can't sell her if you tell the truth. Am I lying here?
nope.
Yeah.
no, they're not.
Yeah, if you tell her
In
if you
fact, I
tell
asked
the
a
truth about
question.
her, you can't sell her.
Mhm.
You got to throw some
Here's my
illusions in
question.
there.
All right, here's my question. Are we just talking about media outlets on your side of the Atlantic or on my side as well?
To the last part, you said media
When
outlets.
we say, when we talk about all media outlets
Uh
that
huh.
Candace is getting is making appearances on, are we just talking about the ones that are in the U.S. as in particular? Or are we also talking about those across the pond in the UK?
I think black, but I'm quite sure there may be some black ones in the UK. I don't know, but I think they're trying to get her to go to some of these black channels to try to rebrand her message, but still stay on the old message. So
Mm-hmm.
I think they're
Well,
experimenting with her.
Like
And
this.
repackaging, of course.
Well, like what I see from Candace is quite typical. Is
Wow, who was that?
I'm not sure where all that's coming from.
Did you kill it? Did you kill it?
Oh, that's Jules.
Yeah,
Jules, what are
man.
you doing? You
Sorry.
Jules, you got
This
roaches or something?
no, it was this huge juicy fly. I can see it like once every 2 hours.
He
It
said,
is.
"Damn, I thought I got it."
Jules, did you catch it with your shoe or what?
I think it's like a half inch across.
Ain't
It's
that
like a
fucked
mosquito
up?
that's a half inch across. It is crazy.
It sounded like you was wearing a wife beater and a wave cap trying to kill a fly.
No, I wish.
That some bitch.
Well, like what I was trying to say is that like Candace, like left or the right, they don't actually like I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but left or right, they don't like red pill talking points, right? So I'm not surprised that they're trying to use a black face to guide men back to the plantation. I'm not surprised of that at all.
But her
Right?
talking points, you got to
Yeah, her
remember, she said stuff like, family values, and she talked about how the black man was out the house, and because of the welfare, and all the stuff that for some reason, a lot of stuff we say in this space, she's repeating it and stuff like that. So it seemed like she was relying on the people that don't really have a sense of history to kind of like look at her a different way, and perhaps even fight some of us that know that fat meat is greasy. So um, I just hope that people don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe and just watch. Because I wouldn't even. I'm just. I just say watch, man, and then even study how propaganda is always being weaponized.
Yep.
well,
Let it just wash over you.
well, well, Art. I was making a joint. Sorry, a joke before, not a joint, but I was making a joke before that Candace she's likely one of BGS's patrons, right?
I wouldn't
Which
doubt it.
obviously not. Like obviously that's not realistic, but the point that I'm trying to make is that she's obviously been following the space because even Kev has actually mentioned this when he was doing his review on Candace that she's like clearly either been following the space herself or she has a media team behind her that's like informing her of what's been going on in the space because she seems to be really informed though she obviously doesn't care. It's obvious she doesn't care, but she's clearly informed about all the stuff that's going on and the talking points that are used because I was watching her for a little bit and I've never heard her say any of the stuff until recently.
Yeah, like I
Co-op.
mentioned, what was this Monday? Like I mentioned Monday, if you have handlers, it ain't
Mm-hmm.
it's not always about a one person trying to handle you. It's a whole unit. It's you got all kinds of people like bringing in all kinds of intel, and I mean as when you hear her talk, she's trained. So why not
Mm-hmm.
get someone that's good? I mean, that's trained that you can throw in all kinds of manosphere stuff in there and all kinds of things, and then that's like I said, I think the true test is like your Roland Martin show. She already made what's his name, Mark Lamont Hill look real bad, so he's a lightweight. But I think Black Huru said
Boys.
what's that guy's name? Cornell West, something like that. If she's able to go back and forth with the heavyweights without even debating, but just having that Breakfast Club type exchange, I think that's what they're trying to do. Because if you have the debates, it just reminds you of what she's about. There's no need for even rebranding because she'll be still in her element. And why waste all those dollars on that? You gotta sell the illusion.
Well,
Yeah,
like the
but
problem.
Casey,
My
but
apologies.
just to give hold on, just to give a case in point of what y'all talking about, here's her talking about black boys.
Like, why aren't
Yeah.
black people learning how to read and yet being encouraged to make music, to follow hip hop, to do this, to do that, follow sports. Our culture is very much like go into music or go into sports. We need black scholars. We need black people that are actually aware of what has actually happened to Black America, what the true story is outside of what these textbooks are trying to sell. And that it's very scary to me, the illiteracy rate in Black America.
No, I agree with that because a lot of times when black people see somebody that's successful, they're in athletics. And that's generally
Right, which guarantees them. That's why they turn to them as such artists. It guarantees more black failure, right? Because here's the truth. What is the actual percentage chance that you have of becoming the next LeBron James? 0%. Let me just tell you, 0% that you're going to be the next. But every black kid, because of the way he's hailed as a hero, and they put this, is going to try to be the next LeBron James. They're going to think that they have it, right? So they're going to put their academics second and prioritize. My baby's going to be the next LeBron. Okay, but he probably isn't going.
Well, that's like part of the problem that I have with her and Tate is that like they are making good points, but the problem is when they start talking about like relationships and family dynamics, it's just just do it. There's no how are we gonna fix these?
Jules, can you turn off the TV, please?
How are we gonna fix this,
My TV's
etc.
off.
That's
Who's
probably
that in the
me.
background? It's got TV. Okay. Oh, by the way,
Like
Andre, I can't hear you that closely. Are you were you distant? Are you on your phone on your speakerphone or what? Are you on the phone
no,
speaker or what's going on? Because
I'm on earbuds right now, but I could talk louder if you're saying you can't hear me. But the point that I was trying to make
Noah,
was that
hold on, wait a minute. Let me answer this question. No, I do not. Hit the super chat, support the show. Hit the cash app, support the show.
okay.
yeah, the point that I was trying to make is that the issue that I have with her and also with Tatum and other trad
hmm
cons is they're like, yeah, we're about proper family structures and we're about like making things right and etc. and shit like that.
hmm
But then when you start getting down to the details, they have nothing to offer you. So it's just like, what is the point?
That was the big problem, is that they said that black boys don't know how to read. Okay. Why don't you propose some
What's
solutions
the
other than just pointing out the problems? Why don't you say military schools could be a good thing, boarding schools for college preparatories, single sex education so we can get the boys focused or girls focused or whatever. They seem to want to maintain the dynamic that currently exists, but somehow want it to magically get better. That doesn't
And
appear to be
plus, it was
happening, and it
Well,
hasn't in the past 20
well,
years. It's just gotten slowly worse. And it happened. The big failures always happen gradually, and then suddenly it's a collapse. And they can see it coming, but nobody wants to say the obvious.
and the other part
well. The thing
too.
is,
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, go ahead. Hey, you go
Well,
first.
we haven't heard you speak in a while. Go ahead, brother.
Well, the thing is first of all, let's not forget that talking heads, their job is to be talking. Their job is their bread and butter is to create division because their objective is to prove that they're right or win the argument. They're not about trying to seek the truth of all of it or find a solution. Look at it this way. I believe it was Mark Twain who said, if there was money in the truth, people would be speaking more often. But they understand there's more to be, there's more political hate, more attention, more power, more dollars to be generated by causing the division. I can give you one example. Is anybody familiar with a podcaster named Dan Carlin? Nusa, are you familiar with that person? Jules?
Nope. But proceed.
Dan, Car- Dan
Yeah,
Carlin
yeah, I
is
know who he is.
a
He
okay,
has two good shows,
yeah,
Hardcore
yeah.
History and
On the yes, Common Sense.
something else. What is the other
He's
one?
got a third one called Hardcore History Addendum. But
Common Sense. Yep.
on yeah, but however, on the Common Sense show, he put out an episode on April Fool's Day 2020 where he talked about partisanism, the political division, and how the public discord, as well in social media, in print, radio, whatever, is about division, trying to create device, trying to create a heat among the people. because they don't want to have a solution. They just want to perpetuate everything because they know that's where their dollars are, to create as much tension, as much animosity, as much division and adverse and hatred among people. Because when they're talking about stuff, they try to make the other side look bad, and it's about scoring brownie points. And what people fail to realize is when people fail to realize this, and if you guys might remember that episode, the S word episode from the Boondocks, those people you see going at odds with each other, talking heads on any news program or whatever, in the green room, they're yucking it up because they understand they're playing their sides, but it's mutual benefit to create the division and everything. There's no money in the solution. There's no money in finding the truth in all of this. Because when Candace says black boys aren't reading, they're not getting what they need in the textbooks. First of all, she doesn't even mention what is wrong with the textbooks. If she did, that would affect her bottom line.
Yeah, I agree. She's in it for money and oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think she's in it for a bigger media platform, and she's going to point out and try and get another audience from black folks. And I think it's going to be somewhat successful, but not as much as she hopes for. She wants to make the money. She doesn't want to actually go for political office or anything like that, because why would she? She'd be taking a step down in salary. She might get a little more power, but she doesn't need that. She wants the money. She wants the influence.
Well,
that's more effective for her, so she can.
Jules, what you just said is that kind of ties back into what Art's been saying. This is why, I was saying, Art had the most balanced, perspective on this whole Candace scenario, because, what I was just saying is that the left and the right, they agree on the same thing. They're looking at the decline in populations in the West, especially, but worldwide, this is happening. This is why the WEF is talking about the manosphere and stuff, because they're advocating for.
It's not the whole world is declining. It's that the West is declining. You look at Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia; those populations are increasing.
I'm not saying the West. World, I'm just saying it was the WEF that was speaking about it.
Yeah, I understand that. Their biggest problem is that they don't want to do anything to solve that problem. They have no incentive to. They actually can make more by creating more problems and stigmatizing those problems and creating, new market-based solutions for those problems.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, the fun part, and welcome, Salchi. But not fun, but I think just remind people, when the powers that be try to activate or do some kind of agenda, it's never for one reason. Okay, people keep thinking that she's only trying to do things in the quote unquote black community or black media. It's way beyond that. And you got to remember the reason why they told us why she had to leave Daily Wire. Mm-hmm. It was because of her interaction with the potholders. So that being said, you got to remember years before, well, not even years, but during that October thing that happened with the hummus and the potholder thing or whatever.
Hummus.
When they had those kind of interactions, they kept trying to involve black people in it. And then all of a sudden you got Candace Owens going in about the validity of just, the potholders. And now then she's being called an AS. You see what I'm saying? Look at the pattern. Then before that, she aligned herself with Kanye West, which is considered a AS. Now, all of a sudden, when she lets go of Daily Wire, she appears to be rebranding. The same stuff
happened 60 years
ago. Okay, let's finish this up here. So she appears, after finishing up with the Daily Wire, she appears to go back into the quote unquote black media and talk about black talking points, red pill talking points, manosphere talking points. So if we bite the hook or whatever it is, perhaps we can be nice and cozy with her, and we're all in solidarity with her, and then she'll probably try something that is AS along with us, and then we'll finally be connected with what they were trying to do in October when they had that conflict over there. I mean,
Well,
I smell a
Art,
rat.
Art, I would say
Go
that
ahead.
like she does not have black interests in mind. She's talking about men in general. That's her whole thing. So like, I already knew that. It's just like I was saying earlier. It's just every time it comes to an issue where like a black man was like unlawfully killed by a civilian or police officer, her and Tatum they have the same stance. It's just that nigga's guilty, no matter what, and just
Well,
for that to happen
let's see
multiple
what
times.
kind of message she has now. Because remember, if she's being rebranded, I think she's going to lay low on some of that stuff that said in the past, and see if we'll be able to, if we'd be convinced that
Well,
she saw the light or whatever.
Yeah, just a minute. Hold on, just a minute. Thank you, McDrama Bear. Laptop Fun. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the
No
show.
problem. No problem.
like the only thing that I could say that I think that she's being rebranded for is like what I was saying was that like the left and right like they agree on the same thing. They don't like the space. This is why the this is why like these conversations are being had. Like why I mentioned like WEF talking about it. They don't like the space. Unless you're on some like PUA or that game kind of crap. Like they don't like the space because like we're advocating for men to make better choices, which unfortunately does not lead to families and the growth of populations.
But she has to keep those. She got to keep those talking points, manage for talking points, to keep these white men glued to this. So that's the thing. Because you got to remember, a lot of those white manosphere guys are really far right leaning, and a lot of those far right wing type good dudes are not really friends of the potholders, so to speak.
Correct.
So now all of a sudden she's kind of detached from that and able to say a little bit more things that are more provocative, and then probably even take some of these black MAGA people along with her, and most likely she'll probably be used more. I mean, if we're going to be real, she's probably going to be used more of a political tool than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
I
evening,
agree.
everyone. It's pretty
Good evening.
obvious. I mean, this is election season, so you got two elements going on right now. Obviously, one is election season, so it's a good time for her to, slide right in. And secondly, you already know what is it? The fried chicken and grape soda. Media is going to start off just to get the black women to vote for Democrats. So I mean, she's sliding in at the right time. I mean, again, she's not a stupid woman at all, not even close to it. Um, the other thing I wanted to say was, I mean, I forget who stated that there isn't any money in the solution. There absolutely is money in the solution, especially when it comes to black men or black boys. You have to look at the accounting, the cash flow. It's not going to go to them. That's why. We already know the solution. They already know. Well, those higher up know the solution. I've been talking about this. What year is this? 2024? For going on a century. They already know. We are outside a group. You're at the bottom socially. That is why there's no incentive for it to change, because it would change the cash flow, and it would change the order of power, the hierarchy. And again, I say this all the time. I really don't understand. I don't think a lot of guys understand power, man. You do not give up power. You take that shit. That is how it is played at the highest levels. Until guys
Well,
understand that, then they don't understand, in my opinion, and you can't understand politics and you can't understand agendas. There, people at that level, people can be put in positions to die,
well,
figuratively and
Salty,
literally. And if you can't understand or stomach that, I don't think you understand politics.
like
Personally,
the argument that I was trying to make is that a woman like Candace, this is why I say like the left, the right, they agree on. They're talking about increasing populations. So why not to you, but I know you know, but why would you why would you want to have an outside why would you have why would you want to have like migrants, immigrants, all this kind of shit coming into
well,
the country to increase your population when you
well,
could just convince the people that are already here
well,
that are
well,
already indoctrinated to increase the
well, it's
population.
simple. BJ's he already commented on this a couple times. How long does it take for an unborn to be born and then to become a productive citizen? How long does it take on average?
Generation.
Do you have that time right now with everything that's going on globally? Hell no.
You want me to take this, Salchi?
Yes, sir.
So think about this. You got four things to think about. I think it's four. You got to ask yourself, and I'm not sure if it's happening in Canada. Are your schools growing or decreasing?
Mm.
So that's one.
Uh,
Are your
in
prison
terms of the
population
country,
dang? Well, I can't talk about the prison. All right. So to make that three things. And then what about your workforce? Is that growing or decreasing? Right. And then obviously your voting class. Is that growing or decreasing? So when you talk about these immigrants, pretty much they're space fillers. So if your school is up to par as far as numbers, you automatically get federal funding. You get more teachers, you get more plant workers. I mean, money comes in, and then when you have the test scores, whether they're high or low, it still determines your real estate value. That's because you got immigrants here, man. Think about that. Then you got your voters that are, a lot of people just not voting, put it that way. So now you got people that are potentially buying into the American dream. A lot of people that's coming here between 14 and 18, and you got the older people. So now you got a voting class for 2028. Now, as far as which side they're going to vote on, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know. And then I think the other part that you have to understand too is the population. Then when these people are coming over here, they're not going to be marrying each other. They're going to be marrying us. They're gonna be having our children. That's more people here, and it's gonna be a lot faster like this instead of us trying to repopulate from within because we don't have that amount of time. China, I mean, if you understand what's going on, you got to study China. China is
uh,
huge, but they are shrinking fast.
So, are you saying that demographics matters? Is that what you're
I
saying?
believe so, sir.
Okay, okay.
Well, I think besides just demographics, I think they know an answer. Like they could do a top-down solution, for instance, for helping Black boys read. But I think the cheapest solution is the parents caring about the child reading, right? Like, and I think you
that's
see a
always
lot.
going to be the case.
That's always going to be the case, and you see a lot of politicians. You see all these people that might be in public advocating for this common core curriculum or all types of things that's not helping the kids read. But when you see what they're actually doing with their kids, it's the complete opposite. And they're actually putting these kids, like Salchi says, on a track, right? And it's this idea
Isn't
of
that it?
stated preference, right?
Isn't
It's the
that
idea of
interesting?
it's stated preference versus actual preference. And that's the biggest thing in politics. You got to remember that these people are always playing poker, right? And so it's not about what they're saying, it's about what is actually happening and the results, right? And so I always bring it back to culture. Like, we could do a top-down thing, say, put all the boys in all boys school and maybe enforce them to be at a reform school and take them out homes. You could do all types of stuff, but that would cost so much money, and you would have to get through so many layers of people fighting against it, even though it's for their best interest. When it really should just be like, if you're going to have a child, why is it so hard to get on YouTube and show them what they need to read? Like, it's so easy now.
We
It
shouldn't
doesn't
have
make
to
any
do it
sense.
through YouTube.
It's not
Well,
about what you should or shouldn't have to do. It's about what needs to be done to ensure your child succeeds. And
okay.
you, as a parent, should be willing to do whatever.
So we all came to a consensus that a lot of parents suck.
Yeah.
Okay. Matter of fact, a huge population of parents really dropped the ball. The math and English proficiency rates are super low. Take your pick on which state. They're low. So you can shit. I mean, it's crazy. So you got all that stuff going on, and then usually, I'm not saying that if the United States Department of Education is working hard or working less, but somebody is calling the shots on what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have someone like a Candace Owens make these or say these things that we've been saying for a while, okay, that's all well and good when we agree with what she said. But the big question is, if things were exercised in a way to where effective programs were around for black boys, what's in it for the powers that be? See, we keep looking out for us because obviously it's going to be a good thing for us. But if you were in their position where you want these people to still stay below you and you don't want them to ever grow,
Mm-hmm.
why would I put something in place? Matter of fact, let's throw Kundis Owens in there. Why would I put her in place to help black boys to potentially take over what my white children supposed to be taking over?
Exactly.
Why would I do that? Because every time we talk about Kundis or Candace, whoever we want to call her, we keep thinking that she comes in by herself and she came up with all these ideals and she's going to go ahead and call her own shots. No, man, she's taking orders. But the thing is, she's good at what she does.
Absolutely.
So it's like, what is there to gain from the powers that be to get these black boys to be good in education? Let's start with that.
Well, it's as long as you're good enough to be just productive enough and to not mess up infrastructure. That's the bare minimum. I mean, that's not even bare minimum. That would be ideal. But you cannot move up the hierarchy. You cannot gain power. That's it. That's cool. Hey man, y'all adults, y'all consenting adults, you chose who you wanted to have sex with, who you wanted to have children with, regardless of your situation. At that level, that. I mean, and it's true. But even when it comes to a power, or even in government, that's how they see it. If you, as they see it, as if you have to come to us or come to me to solve something that's very basic,
Mm-hmm.
you are the problem, and you will only get bare minimum, if that, crumbs, because you clearly can't handle it yourself.
And to add, our misery, our dysfunction feeds people.
Yes.
Why stop the gravy train? We can sell you hope.
Hope is a hell of a seller, man. It sells better.
Man,
Sells better
good
than
Lord.
facts.
Hey,
Candace knows that.
I wanted to ask Art a question because you were talking about this the other day in the stream. And I posed this to BGS, like it was yesterday, I believe. I posted to him. You were talking about like I might have been on your panel that day when you were talking about like social media and how you were talking. Actually, that's what you were talking about. You were talking about AI, like the AI for kids in school, and you were talking about how social media is like interfering with like the kids' education, social media or just phones in general or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Like
we mhm. You got a question though?
yeah, the question was, do you think that, like, how bad do you think the interference of social media in your school is? And do you think that this could potentially be like, do you think this could potentially be the same thing as what's happening here? Because like, coincidentally, after you said that, like not even like the next day or the day after, I seen an article talking about like the four major school districts in my home province, which you call a state, like the four major school districts, they actually had a 4.5 million, sorry, $1 billion lawsuit against like the biggest social media companies. So I'm just wondering, like, if you think that if it's bad enough to make it out there as well.
You want a deep answer?
Whatever you're willing to give.
And I hope you guys are at least giving AB a like or two or somebody, because I wasn't supposed to be up here.
I only asked you because
I
you directly deal
yeah,
with
I'm
kids
just
and
telling people in the chat to give AB a like. So, because I'm gonna try to use some little bit of brain thing I have left. But are you aware of the story of the Pied Piper?
I
Some
don't
people know
remember
where I'm
what it is,
going.
but I'm
Yes.
aware of it.
Okay.
Where it was a bunch of rats out of control, and then this guy, the Pied Piper, to come in to play his pipe, and they all follow him because they like the sound. That's just a little quick rundown.
Wait,
Meaning,
art. Don't talk about Donald Trump like that. Oops, I said that out loud.
so meaning, it's like the kids are out of control in the schools, just like the rats in the story. The Pied Piper is social media. The question, well, not question, but I think the quest of the social media is leading them where they want them to be led, to do the things they want them to do, because they already had teachers on that agenda. But some teachers are going rogue. Some teachers are trying to do the right thing, right? So if I'm the boss of the Pied Piper, you
Uh-huh.
know, where would I want the kids to be led? See, when we had those people come in and do workshops on how to control students with distant learning and stuff like that, those
Right.
the professional development people, they got laughed out of the meetings. Like, what are you talking about? These are human beings, blah, 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 blah. But now you don't even have to worry about that anymore because the kids are already indoctrinated in social media. So now the next step is to get them, like, for example, how hard do you think it would be to get these kids really deeply, deeply indoctrinated into feminism with social media? And
Easy as
then,
pie.
right, so they already
Mm.
bringing the phones in and what do you call those things? iPads and all those. All you got to
Tablets.
do, they're the tablets. So all you got to do now is put that same stuff in the curriculum.
Uh, like Art, I don't want to ask
I
what
have a
grade you
question for
teach.
everybody.
Well, hold on, brother. Like Art, I don't want to ask
All right.
what grade you teach, but I was basically wondering like how far has this gone? Because I know that like kids are, they're involved in social media, they're on their phones and whatnot. But like what you just said sounds like there's a serious problem here.
Well, you got to remember, I think And we talk about like out here in California, you got Cal States and UCs. So Cal or state college in general. State colleges teach you how to be a professional worker,
Hmm.
but the universities teach you how to be either a boss or an owner. That's why the prices are different. State colleges are cheaper. Private universities are pretty high, costly, but they have like some very heavy alumni. So the
Well,
reason why I
go
go
ahead. I'm
ahead.
sorry. No, no, no. I want you. You're on the panel. Come on. Go ahead.
Yeah,
So and the
yeah. Let
reason
them
why,
let them know it's a different world. The private university.
Oh
yeah,
yes.
man, especially the alumni. Oh my goodness. So the thing is that and I hate to say it, and I don't think it's behind the wall. I doubt it. But the key thing is this, man. Y'all have to always remember this. When those children graduate from high school, the goal is not for them to be an owner or a boss. The goal
Nope.
for them is to be a good worker, a cooperative
Obedient worker,
worker,
like work
a
hard.
one that fits in the system. And when you don't fit in the system, then you can go ahead and get some free labor.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Damn, they took
He'll be
Art
back.
out.
He'll be
That's
back.
crazy.
They
No,
got
he'll
him.
be back.
I'll be back.
By the way,
They
yeah.
sniped him.
By the way, to supplement what Art was telling you guys regarding social media, first of all, big shout out to Mrs. Z for this one. In fact, I'm gonna also mention this. If you guys have Netflix, look up something called Social Dilemma.
They got
They
you,
talk
Art.
about the whole issue.
Yeah, I think this is a behind the wall thing. Okay.
It's
Yeah,
Welcome
not.
they
back.
took you out with
Hold on.
Okay.
Can
They
I?
got
Can I
they
say?
got you.
Can
They
we?
got you.
What you
No.
Darn
saying?
it.
One thing I want to say is, can we
The
stop with
first
this behind the
rodeo,
wall
man.
thing?
All right,
Because I
hold on, one at a time, one at a time.
I
was
just
going
want
to
to say,
talk about
can we stop with the behind the wall thing? Finish what you're saying. Let's put it on the internet. People are saying way worse
no,
things.
no, Mike.
Come
because they
on
gonna
now,
get me
finish.
again.
Come on,
Mike,
No,
finish it
Mike.
up.
but well,
Finish it
this
up.
at least it's not my channel, so but it's up to AB. But
Yo, Art, look out your window. Look out your
because
window.
look, and Sauchi can probably finish it up for me. But think about this: you got the medical profession, insurance, health, prison,
Mm-hmm.
education. What's the other one? You got all these different things
Pharmaceutical.
that are making money hand over fist based on a person just graduating from high school.
Yeah,
Think
Okay.
about all those people that graduated from high school. They feed all these industries I just named.
yeah. Uh, Again, piggyback on what I was just saying. This is why I am a stickler for taxes. What these tax rulings are, policies, and policies in general. And then if we want to
Mm-hmm.
get a little nerd, a little Netflix section, you have to look at business cycle. You have to look at credit cycle because all that shit affects
Mm-hmm.
everything. Like, what have we been experiencing? Like, people, yes, generally speaking, things have been on decline, but there's always an inverse relationship with things. What has been going up? As usual, when shit goes down, typically certain commodities go up. Typically, healthcare goes up. I wonder why. Typically, government goes up. I wonder, because people need it more.
Don't forget bad diets. Go ahead with the bad
Yeah.
diets in the
Oh,
medical
yeah.
profession, Tauchi.
Yeah. It's
Bring in the
I'm
pharmaceuticals.
like it's so obvious to me that it's just another cycle. Very similar things continue to happen over and over and over again. Now that I'm about to be 41, I'm like, hold on a minute. Well, one, the cycles are actually happening sooner than they normally would have happened in the last 100 years. So
Mm-hmm.
now the typical person has to be even more savvy about all these things that we're mentioning because things are changing faster, and you have to adapt faster, or else you're going to get knocked out faster. And prior you had in America, at least you had a chance to recover. We're pretty much at a point where the average person, pretty much, they
Mm-hmm.
cannot recover, and they really don't understand how. And I'm not going to nerd out on these tax policies that this administration has put through. since he's been in, and the stuff that they have proposed, if they want you, based on the policies, you will work until you effing die. If you're an average person, plain and simple. That's all I gotta say. Everything this ties into what Art was saying. If you are not, if you are not, again, if you're not a productive citizen, based on the average society, which obviously we need that. We don't need people out here murking people, obviously. But if you don't fit these bills, you're an outsider. You will not be recognized. And what is, again, look at what's going on right now with in the workforce. Like, look, they're saying that there's no hire. They're saying that they're hiring. Are they really hiring? No, they've actually changed the stuff. DEI, for the most part, is kind of really gone now. They're not saying it, but it's gone now. And now, and I've been monitoring this shit, and I got a couple, professionals who've been sending me stuff. Now they expect even more from the average person who's applying. If you're entry level, what they really want to see, and it's bullshit, but this is the cycle. They want to see at a minimum 3 years, typically 5 years experience for entry level jobs, and read some of the requirements.
Oh yeah,
this is on some senior shit, and the pay is comparably is trash.
Just to piggyback on what Salchi's talking about, before I do that, I have I have 60 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show.
Okay, so we did our job. Okay.
Super chat, support the show, but
we need 100 though.
Yeah, but let me finish. Some of the recruiters, I've seen recruiters on TikTok talk about how they that a lot of these job postings are just total bullshit, and they're just posting the posting, and a lot of these places make you go through like 5 or 6 different unnecessary steps now just to get an entry level job.
Well,
I want to talk about that because I'm in the tech field, and I also, I'll let you go, Salchik, and then I want to also talk about what you guys are talking about social media. But to talk about the tech jobs, to talk about the tech jobs, what I think people need to realize is that everyone's going for like the tech jobs where the software engineers literally making the product that they're selling, right? They're going to go for like Facebooks and these computer centric jobs. That's lost all the money, right? Because the money was so cheap before. But what people don't realize is you could still get a tech job at CVS, at Walgreens, and actually that's going to be there's tons of small businesses that their core business isn't tech. It's more, the tech is more of like a cost center, right? But they need tech workers, right? But the thing about it is they move at a slower rate, and what was happening 5 years ago are all the top level tech people were getting stolen by the startups. So what they did was they scaled down their hiring. They're going to scale their hiring back up, right? But it just takes longer for them to do that. So in the meantime, if you're in tech, you have to just be doing side projects. You should be giving your work away for free. And you shouldn't be stopping. You should be getting certifications. Like what
portfolio.
They're gonna say, they're gonna tell you need 10 years. But from my personal experience, as long as you sound like a logical human being, you go in and talk. You should be on Hacker News every day, looking at what's happening news. As long as you're just well abreast about what's happening, they'll throw away a lot of the requirements. But they just got to know that when they hire you, you're not just going to try to go work for Google or something, right? So that's where I'll leave it there.
Well, good luck getting into Google. Yeah, of course.
Yes, absolutely, man. I know people who graduated from top tier programs who could not in CS and couldn't get into Google until like 5-10 years later. But I'll tell you,
let me just throw this in. The scary thing is Google's like only tier 3. That's what people don't understand. There's tiers. There's a tier 0, 1, 2, and 3. Google's 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I've been trying to.
You have to understand that a college degree probably ain't gonna get you into Google. I can tell you that. Based on what they do, they got their own language going on and stuff. You have to kind of do your own. You can't just think on the college level when you go to some of these companies. I'm telling you.
Unless your last name is Brin or Zuckerberg, you're not.
I mean, if that's the case, you know, because when y'all say that I'm a panel, I'm gonna have to speak up being an educator.
Okay.
So when you come empty-handed and they don't know you from a can of paint, what do you have?
College
Yeah,
degree.
Thank
well,
you.
I've known guys who
Y'all
been
gotta
at
watch the
the.
language when y'all talk about like having some leverage. You
Yeah,
know
no,
what I
I
No,
mean?
no,
agree.
I
'Cause
know. I
I'm
knew a
always with
guy
Art with
who
that.
got in
I'm with
at.
Art with that.
I knew a guy who got in at NVIDIA right out of undergrad because he worked at his university's. I can't remember what lab. It was like their AI lab, their version of an AI lab in the mid 2010s. Right,
Okay.
but he was doing that with their head of their CS department, who had invented some shit at NVIDIA, and so that guy was able to give him a recommendation and say, "Hey, this is one of my top students. Let him
What?
in," and he's been there for 15 years, almost
So
20 years.
Jules, so you're saying that he was an intern probably as a
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
freshman or
that's that
sophomore
experience,
in
unpaid
college,
experience.
right?
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh,
Not for NVIDIA, but for a similar company.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
all right.
speaking
Interesting.
of what Drama Bear was saying earlier, there's I keep track of a lot of the hiring that's going on in non-traditional tech, and I've seen a lot of stuff where they want to integrate these Azure, GCP, like a bunch of these cloud solutions. And I found one that was for like a furniture reseller in the Midwest, and they only hire out to they do remote hiring, but they want you to live in at least 7 or 8 states. It was like Texas, Omaha, or yeah, Texas, Nebraska, like St. Louis, like that Midwest portal, because they have a huge selling base, but they want to get all their platforms on the cloud. So there's
So
stuff like that where
so
it's not
just a
it's
reality.
not
I'm cool. Go ahead. I'm
a
sorry. You're in the
tech
middle of
company.
something.
They
Go
are
ahead,
a
brother.
furniture company, and sellers, but that's what they want for that tech department. It's just
Okay.
very random stuff. Like I remember in my field, like Salesforce, they fired a bunch of people from Salesforce, but that was their sales team, and a lot of those people got spread out into other areas. And so a lot of those people are now going to be working in. They're going to be selling for other products, but then a lot of those people who work for Salesforce are going to be working in other areas, not for that company, but they're going to be working as consultants or whatever. So it starts to spread out from the circle.
Well, the thing is, this is what people, the average person, they don't realize, right? Aside from just being tracked to get into college, there's track in your career, and most people get left behind within the first 3 years. Get left behind and never recover. They don't know. They don't know what's going on around them. They really don't. You are constantly supposed to be monitoring your industry career constantly. You need to watch what these
Internships.
people. Yep, you need to watch what these, at least the top, whatever the top companies are. You need to watch who they want, and you need to be constantly updating your upskilling yourself constantly, because
Yeah.
they talk about we're a team, we're a fan. Bullshit. No, you're
Right.
not. No, you're not. You're fucking competing. But you know why? Because the companies are competing. And if you don't have the same mindset, obviously you guys got to work together. But if you don't have the same mindset as a corporation, as of if we got to drop this so we can make it for the next quarter or the next year or the next 5 years or the next decade, or to just, win, you're done. People don't realize that.
And you need acting
I just
skills, but that's another
and I
topic.
want
You
But go
gotta be,
ahead.
you gotta be likable enough. And
No,
the
I'm
truth
sorry.
is, you don't want to be too good, because if you want to be able to compete with the top guys, but you don't want to be the top person, because you're the top person,
Right.
you're pigeonholed. So
Yep.
now you want to be within the top 5%. You always want to be in that place, because now you can move around when you need to move around. And this is why you have to put your resume on the market at least once a year, and update your resume every freaking year. One, so you don't get lazy, and two, so you know if your pay raise is keeping up with what's going on in the market. Because then when it comes down to when they want to do your not interview, annual review, now you're coming in there with bang 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 bang, because you've been monitoring everything, been monitoring all the projects you've been, and you really should be aligning your work, your extracurricular work in the business, with what the CEO or the board of directors what they really, really, really want. So you need to find one or two of the real influential people who are the real winners. Not necessarily, it's most likely not going to be your direct manager or supervisor. Trust me, it's not. And that's how you win or get left behind permanently. Sorry to
And
tell y'all the
Jules,
truth.
tell her the truth. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
And
What's up?
Jules, you mentioned somebody. You kept mentioning, for hiring and this and hiring that. The $1 million question is, who's doing the hiring? I'll wait for that answer. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Who are the faces in HR?
Not us on the panel.
It's not black men. It's rare. It's rare.
Oh,
When it is,
so
they
You know
are
what's
in the
like
rainbow.
me?
Well, and
yeah,
and
so
Art, what you're implying, the whole higher education thing, I think we have to tease apart a couple things, right? There's the idea of you need to work, you need to make money, you need to eat, right? And if you're the type of person that wasn't scholastically inclined early on, maybe you didn't have a good upbringing, maybe you're still trying to get your basic stuff done, then yeah, maybe go into the trades, maybe just do what you can, right? But there's all types of online college, there's all types of ways to do it. And I think the idea of going to college shouldn't be looked at as just as a reason to make more money, right? Humans are the only animals on the planet that take 18, 25, 30 years to develop. Every other animal comes out in 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, they're fully developed, right? And so I think what we need to realize is we're, as a higher species on the planet, the idea of going to college is part of that education evolution, right? It's not just about making more money, it's about you actually being able to tap in to your fullest potential. And it doesn't have to always be you getting something like STEM or whatever, right? Just so if you're the type of person that wants to do something like with your hands, work on cars, go do that, go into the trades, get your certification. But even Lil Wayne went and got a psychology degree. He doesn't need psychology, but
his daughter
I'm
has a
sure
master's, by
that,
the way. But go ahead.
right.
I'm
So
not surprised.
yeah, but it's all about just expanding your head to the possibility of the human knowledge base, man, because
but
there's so much going on. And for instance, I went in with linguistics, right? At first I went in for music composition. I switched up to linguistics. It's like I can't use that off the rip. But now that I'm in, computers and all that kind of shit, the linguistics is starting to come in play. And now at a higher level, the linguistics definitely comes into play with AI and all these other things. So so having a wide net attached to very practical skills, that it's called skill stacking. You're not going to be the best in the world at one skill. That's too
Right.
hard. But if you take 3 or 4 skills that are different and you become above average at that,
above
and then you
average.
stack them together, now you're in your own lane because you got these. It's like your own algorithm, and so that's that. I'll leave it there.
But the thing about that, this still goes now. This is going back to the foundation, the family, because first and foremost, it's the parents understanding what the environment that they're in, and then also constantly understanding that the environment that their child is going to be in, because it's not going to be the exact same world as the world that they're in or the world that they grew up in, and also preparing them properly for the world based on the child's innate strengths. So yes, I mean they've really been selling this going to college thing for decades. Again, the problem is, and this is why this is why we have loans. It is backed by taxpayers, basically. They say the government is taxpayers. This is why, because most people, they don't understand the track. They don't understand how to track. They really don't.
And,
I mean,
sort of piggyback off on that.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of the sort of this to what you're saying about we're moving into like a new world, and sort of to tie back in what we're talking about social media. I don't think it's inherently the social media that's bad, but it's like if you give children cocaine, yeah, obviously they're going to get addicted to it. And social media, the way the algorithms work right now, they're trying to get you addicted to it. And I think what the problem is, and not to do the boomer hate, but we have a whole bunch of boomers that are in position of power that don't understand technology and they don't really care to. Because what we really need are people who are intimately like Google level technologists who are intimately aware of how these technologies work, literally passing the laws, literally helping writing up these laws, because everything should have AI, everything should be computerized at this point. Like, that's not going away. We need to lean into it, right? But because we're not leaning into it fast enough, what's happening is people are using the AI to do all types of malicious stuff. And all that's going to do is have these people who don't understand create laws that's going to slow down that's going to slow down our progress, right? It's what's happening. It's they shouldn't really be allowing kids to be on these platforms, and they really should make it impossible to use it without having some type of facial scan going on. And that goes into, like, we need to sort of give up some of our rights and our freedoms in order, if we want to have that protection. Because if the kids can just get on any device, then yeah, they're going to get on and they're going to look at the porn and look at all that stuff, right? But if we were really using our brains and how to really use these technologies, they catapult us forward, right? But right now people are just like, F it. I just want to make my bag. And everyone at the bottom is just not concerned because they're just worried about working to eat. And sometimes at a certain point, we need to be willing to take the hit and say, we're going to change the systems in the way that need to be changed, right? And how that happens, I'm not saying I know, but right now we have a lot of people who are slowing down the progress, A, because they have money, and B, because they just don't understand the technology. I'll leave
So
it
let
there.
me ask a question here. When you say all these things, is this from a place of power or individualism?
Well, of course I have no power. It's definitely as an individual. If I could, I would be. I'm working on my power. I'm working on becoming influential to talk to the right people. But I think I can't come to the table alone, and I'm not going to be the quote unquote face of the Black America. Like, that would never work, right? It'd have to be somebody who the Black America respects and wants, right? In order to do that, we got to get past the Pookieisms. We got to get past the I don't need to go to college. We got to get past the just playing basketball and music. There's a whole bunch of cultural things that we have to be able to do to be able to compete, because no one's gonna take us serious if we can't honestly compete on the level. I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Now the reason why I asked this question, and you guys, I know the Mississippi Delta guy, but the reason why I asked this question, because, and I don't think people pay attention to what Sauchi keeps saying. We talking about the elite of the elites, and then the thing is, when people can get to that level, and you kind of touched on, I understood what you were saying, McDron Bear, is that you got to be able to find units, and you got to find different types of networks to get you there. Okay. And then you got to reach from the bottom, as far as those people that kept you in that support level. When you have, the same way that a lot of these people that have these teenage boys, they're not really serious in sports until they get to 10th grade or 11th grade. Then later on they get to college ball, and then maybe the NBA, right? The problem is we don't do that enough for academics.
Yeah.
Because everybody can't be Kobe. Everybody can't be LeBron. But hell, you can be Rasheed Wallace. You know what I'm saying? You can be certain people, but the thing is that if you want power, that's why I threw that power in there. How bad do you want it though? What are you willing to do to get that power? What are the necessary steps that you know for sure that you have to do, and where to take you? And last question is, are you going to reach the level of competition of those people that don't look like you so you can compete? And I would always look at that whole thing with the Black lawyers, Black doctors, Black engineers, all these Black people that are low in these percentages of, somehow those gaps or those percentages have to be more than what it is, instead of people coming in and having individual type ideals, because that's not going to get the job done.
Nope.
No.
You got to have a collective idea.
First of all, I'd say Mississippi Delta, why don't you come up so we can have the conversation, because I don't know what the question marks was for. And then Andre, because I do respect you and I think you have intelligence, I'm gonna break down the cocaine thing. if you understand the mechanisms of what cocaine does, when you snort it or whatever you do to ingest it, it releases dopamine into the system. That's the main thing. What do you think the social media and all these other things are doing? They're releasing dopamine. We're all dopamine addicted. So I'm trying to break it down. When you're letting your child on social media, it's essentially the same thing as giving them an unregulated drug.
It's designed to do that.
It's designed to do that. So
Yeah, keep you hooked.
if you're looking at the algorithm and they're only looking at Bluey and Blue's Clues and shit, well, that's fine, right? But most of the time they're getting on there and they're looking at all types of stuff, right? And so, and it's because you don't understand the technology, because no one's breaking it down to you. They're not going to tell you what they're doing, right? Because they're trying to make money off of you. I'll leave it there.
Well, actually, they do tell you, but most people don't read those reports when they come out from Congress. And
how dare you? How dare you?
Social media is pretty much like a Vegas slot machine. I mean, they've said it in front of Congress, and it's been recorded. You go on C-SPAN, and they've made it more addictive than anything you can snort. And then they tell you that, but a lot of people just think it's harmless or that they don't get a lot. But I mean, I have two nieces who are younger than they should be, caught in areas that they should not have been. And it's going to only increase with the people wanting to get validation from this type of device.
Don't forget, in the video games, don't they tell you you shouldn't play no more than 2 hours in those instructions?
Yeah.
And then how long do we normally play?
Actually, it says you
Is
play
it 1 hour or
like
2
they say
hours?
it's 1 to 2 hours with a 20 minute break in between is what they say. If you're gonna be playing long sessions,
But do we do that?
take a 15-20 minute break in between. Some do,
That's the
some
thing.
can't.
We
But
don't do it.
most people will
Uh-huh.
do so just to cool down the console, because the consoles have a tendency to overheat. And that's one thing they always say, as long as your room is well ventilated, such like that. Some people can go online for hours.
That sounds like
I
something
admit I've gone.
that sounds like.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're being responsible.
Like I said,
before y'all
That sounds like
continue,
a
but as I
15-hour
was
session.
saying,
yeah, hold on, wait a minute. Before y'all continue, I got 66 watching. Like,
getting more.
share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show, hit the support the laptop fund. And
he
since
needs a
Charles
new
is up
laptop,
here,
folks.
Charles
He needs a new laptop. Yeah. Woo! Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say, ooh, yeah. Can y'all hear me okay?
Charlie.
Oh, no.
But yeah, that's
I'll be right back.
okay. So we're in the 60s. That's cool. But hopefully, people understand that you got to come from a place of power when you have ideals, and there's not, and like we were talking about the misinformation thing or whatever. It's always, there's so many ways to what they say, skin a cat, or
right.
you got all kinds of ways to approach this. There's no one way. If you do have something from an individual standpoint, most of the time, I would probably say what I would do in order to help my situation. But if you have an individual type of suggestion and just say, I think this is what everybody should do, and it's like, no, it only works for an individual. So that's what, hopefully we kind of approach things in this way to where, that all that brilliancy that we bring on these panels are rightly applied. Because it's very important, because everybody got some good ideas here.
Yeah.
I mean, I say something wrong?
No.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I've been taking hits on the chin for this stuff, but everybody has something to bring to the table. We just want to be able to put it where it belongs, and don't let it go to waste. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. Oh, go ahead, read it.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Mississippi Delta. Happy Easter, and what's the other one? Hold on, wait a minute. Oh yeah, Happy Easter. Okay.
So what I was going to, go ahead, man.
No,
what
go
I was
ahead.
saying is that here's the saddest thing ever, and obviously I can't prove it, so I'm not making stuff up. But here's the saddest thing ever. A lot of people, even McDrama Bear, all of us, got ideals, and people like either anywhere kind of fan it away. But guess what? He got AB got 60. Was it 60 people watching? But
Yeah,
I
right
think
now.
only what 15 people are writing in the chat. Some people know where I'm going with this too. Some people are writing down the stuff that McDrama Bear says and take it in their community and make it work. While
Mm-hmm.
we're sitting here not seeing things and saying, "Oh man," and then, like I said, it's sometimes we want to be able to make sure that we put things where they belong so it can be at its full usage. Because we're not here by accident. We're here for a reason.
Well, Art, you
Okay.
actually made a great point of not just talking about like other people using this in their own communities. I've actually seen this, like, I've actually witnessed this as conversations that were had, showing up on other people's channels. I've seen this, and this was recently. I've seen this, and I've actually seen it happening a couple times. But you know how it goes.
So I'm just encouraging people, keep doing what you're doing. I'm not gonna die or nothing. Keep doing what you're doing. and just whenever you're being questioned or anything like that or challenged, just come back with more information. Don't try to fight
Yeah.
with the same stuff that you had before. Because I think usually disagreements just mean that all your information wasn't there for whoever you were talking to. I don't think, because I like disagreements. I like them. But for the most part, though, when we're having a lot of discussion about our community and things of that nature, I think for sure, like me, where I'm coming from, I'm going more collective, and I got to have some kind of power in there because that's usually our basis when we're talking about the B dubs, where you can see how men, exalt their power versus them. And when they're having positions and things of that nature, and man, I'm gonna throw some red meat at South again.
Yeah. Just to
we
piggyback
got
on what I was talking about, though, these disagreements are healthy. That's one of the reasons why, when they do have a stream, I go to the outer rim and support those brothers.
yeah. Now here's the thing about that. We talk about the boardroom,
Mm-hmm.
right? Everybody's not invited to the boardroom.
Oh hell
Agreed.
no.
Okay,
Agreed.
not even women. I'm gonna keep that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let that sink right there. You might get a few, but for the most part, hell no. Sometimes women
Yep.
tell men what to take in the boardroom on their behalf.
Yes.
Okay. In order
Smart
for
ones.
you to be invited into the boardroom, you got to have the credentials. You have to have all the different requirements for you to get in. You just you can't get in the boardroom with game. You can't get in the boardroom just because you smell good. You can't get in the boardroom because you got a mouthpiece and all that. You got to have the proper you got to have the proper credentials. And think about it, man. We're talking about stuff because when you're in the boardroom, you're talking about grounds and facilities. You're talking about commerce. You're talking about different positions in politics. You're talking about all these different things. And you got to know you can't be quiet in the boardroom either. You got to know your stuff in there. So that's why I'm
Right.
saying when people saying when I hear people say, "Well, I could get a trade and learn how to, fix an engine and all that," and then it's like, no, you can have that. That's cool, but that's not part of this conversation.
Yeah. You can
The
always do
the con Yeah, exactly. The conversation is how can we build? I think only a few of us understood the whole thing about $6 Million Man with Steve Austin and Oscar and all them, half man, half machine.
that.
You know, we're trying to figure out where does the wires go in $6 Million Man, how fast he's going to run, how much he's going to lift, how far can he hear, And then
Right.
us being Oscar is trying to make sure that it's administered properly. So when he gets in the boardroom, he does what he's supposed to do,
Oh yes.
if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we,
Because
go ahead.
especially if you look like, especially if you look like us. I mean,
Right.
you
You got to be
you
$6 million man if you look like us.
remember what Rebecca, not Rebecca Pope, what's her name, man? That series, and I only watched all the episodes with Papa Pope in it. Remember what he told his daughter?
Scandal.
Scandal. Remember what he told
Scandal.
her in the hangar? You have to be what? You have to be what? What did I teach you? Yeah,
Better.
Negro. Yes, just to get half. Yeah. So when you're in that
You gotta
boardroom,
work twice as hard to get half as much.
so when you go into
Yeah.
that boardroom, you cannot skip a beat. You have to know everything. You have to know everything that everybody knows. They don't have to know everything like you do, because it's easy for them to get your ass out of there. Because all these public companies, look at the board. The board actually has more power than the company's management.
Thank you.
Obviously, people always gonna want to scream about exceptions like Elon Musk. Okay, one in
Right.
how many freaking companies? How many Fortune 500 companies? Like, come on, man, use your half a brain. What's wrong with you?
Excuse me,
But
Sauchi.
yeah.
Can we explain to people the difference between a CEO and the chairman of the board of directors?
Oh
Because
shit.
Man,
obviously they
again,
don't understand the
My
difference
heart just
between the
skipped a
two
beat.
entities.
I'll make it real brief. The CEO is just is basically the captain of the ship.
Uh-huh.
That's it. They're the salesperson. They're the face of the company.
That's right.
it. That's it. Do they have pull, especially internally? Hell yeah. But if the board is not happy with this CEO,
He gotta
goodbye.
go.
Because
Ask
when
Genie
you walk,
Bus.
when you walk into that boardroom, all they're talking about, one, they're obviously talking about the market and rates and blah, 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 blah. But the first thing they want to know about these internal reports. And guess who? And guess who?
Chelsea.
I'm sorry. Yep.
Wait a minute. Don't talk about Vince McMahon like that.
Oh God.
Hold on a second. Hey, you're fired.
But
don't support the show for that. How are you not entertained? But you don't tell the truth. Don't talk about Vince McMahon like that.
But of course they look at the CEO first. But guess what happens when anything has anything to do with any kind of numbers? CEO says, and we'll look at the CFO. That's how it works. Where people
Chief
don't
Financial
realize,
Officer.
People don't understand. They're looking at, there's something called payroll reports. There are multiple reports. Why did it go up X percentage when our profit margins went down, blah, 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 and the market, blah, 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 and yada, yada, yada. Can you explain that? This is on the fly. That's
And
let's not forget about the stock.
Y'all support the show for this. This is stuff you should be getting behind the wall. But go ahead, Sauchi.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not.
Sauchi, let's not forget also the stockholders meetings, because, like I said, it's not just the chairman, the board of directors you got to worry about. Because of how does someone become a member of the board of directors? They got to hold what in the company?
Yeah, but just to really make sense of the whole thing.
Yeah.
The chairman of the board is the one that decides if that CEO is fired or not.
Yep.
And the CEO, he's not the CEO in the boardroom. He could be the secretary. No. He could be the treasurer. You see what I'm saying? He could be. Well, go ahead.
And this is why, I mean, I literally just posted this in this past week on my Instagram. And I know people get upset with my Instagram posts. I said, listen, if you work in, especially a public company, obviously if you work for a private company, you can't see the financials. They don't give it out. Let me put it like that. But if you're working for a public company, and if you don't listen to the quarterly, the quarter reports, which I was doing, especially in my previous job, and of course, even my manager thought something was weird about that, right? She was a woman. Anyway, black woman. Anyway, so if you aren't listening to that and listening because they're telling the public what's going on, you have the unfair advantage of saying, well, wait, I'm in, well, depending on your position, obviously, but you still have an unfair advantage because you're inside. Wait a minute. How does what they're presenting, because they're actually, there's typically an analyst on questioning everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So if the shit's not lining up, you're listening and stuff's not lining up because you're inside. And you're like, wait a minute. Okay, this ain't X, Y, and Z and March, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I see that. Okay, no, that doesn't make any sense. Now you can decide to make different decisions before almost anybody else has a clue. Obviously, anyone outside, for the most part, of senior management, not middle management, senior, right? That's the game. Because if you're not monitoring that, you won't know what's going on in the industry because senior management, they're supposed to. And then two, you won't know if it's time to get the F out of there.
And here's the sad thing, the saddest thing ever, but there's still hope. And I want y'all to really brace yourselves when I tell you this. When you become a member of that particular board, for most intents and purposes, you have to get voted in.
Yes.
They have to vote for you to be in. That's why you don't have a lot of women in. I wonder why that happens. But
yeah. And the ones that I do see, typically, again, this is all public record. Typically, the ones who are there, guess what they are? They're the palm in hand, and Asian women. And now we're starting to see Indian women. Wait a minute. But I thought affirmative action was for black people, especially black women. What happened?
Don't forget, we got a VP and ex-governor.
But hey, man, don't worry. That I'm telling you, man, that fried chicken and grape soda and watermelon is coming up for you to vote for this administration to get to be reelected. I'm telling you, it's coming.
And you knew how that VP moved up, right? So these women, and this is nothing to support how it's done, but a lot of women. Somebody said something.
Yeah,
a lot of women.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. A lot of women have to do more than just getting voted in if they want to be part of that board. And a lot of women refuse to do it, but they got to do a little bit more.
The amount of sacrifice, and this is what this is why I don't. When women complain about getting into those seats, I don't take them serious because I've been around the women who get it and who get it done and still had a family and still fucking cooks. And even if she makes more money than her man, who's still a professional, even if he owns a small business, she still defers to him. Interesting. And then if the children are competent or have half a brain, guess what they typically do? They bring them into the organization. Do you think they're going to be anything less than senior exec? You are out of your freaking mind.
Hey, Salty, you got to be careful about what you say because that sounds a lot like misinformation.
Well, hey, let me put it like those are people those individuals are just trying to change the narrative, and quite frankly, I don't want to. Okay, the old me, the younger me would say they're idiots. I'm trying my hardest to be a better man. Maybe they don't get it.
The prayer of serenity.
Yes.
Lord.
Yes. The things
Lord, give me the strength to change the things I can, accept the things that can make sense, and leave what is unnecessary.
Or know the difference or whatever. I used to know that prayer of serenity.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I wish I knew the good.
But that's what I was talking about with the power talk, man, is that I understand people mean well with the whole self improvements and, learn things on the side and learn how to tie your shoe and you don't have to get this kind of training in order for you to be considered. But this is war, man. This is, bruh,
absolutely.
You got Indians, you got Arabs, you got Asians waiting to call you boy when you work for them. I guarantee you.
And this is why
I always say. I can confirm
this is what I always say,
Okay.
and a lot of the guys in the space they get upset because I guess hearing is really hard. Or these guys get into their emotions, their feelings. I say you need to compete with the 1%. I didn't say you necessarily have to make the money and that. No, I said you have to compete with the 1%. That's all I say. And I'm glad you said, you talked about the Indians, on a side note, I mean, Middle Eastern, just down the street from me, they just opened up a little hookah spot. That shit is packed all the time.
Oh shit!
And what cars do I see out there? Lambo this, Porsche this, Ferrari that, Mercedes this, BMW. And we're not talking 10-plus-year-old. No, brand thing new in this economy. Obviously, I'm in a different world out where I live, but still, it's packed.
Shout out to Mississippi Delta. He's not shit for this one. Prophet Salchi, it's over.
No, finito.
Salchi, if I may.
Prophet Salchi, it's over. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, when you talk,
No. Actually,
go
you know
ahead,
what?
Charles.
No.
Hold on for a
Yo,
second.
let me in.
Hold on for a
Let Charles
second.
get in. He's been waiting for a while. Go ahead, Charles.
Hear ye. We got to do it loud and proud. One, hold up. Everybody got to do this on the chat, in the living room, in the damn paddle. When I count to 3, y'all know what to do. 1,
Yeah, there you
2,
go.
3.
Run.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Happy birthday, Charles.
Monday, April 1st, I turned 21 twice. It's so nice.
This
Second
nigga. Nigga, you
birthday
ain't
was the
turned
first,
21.
a whole lot rowdier. You damn sure
I
it's a
wish
whole
I was
lot worse.
41.
21 twice. Yeah.
41.
This is his
That
last
was
day as a
nice.
41 year old. He'll be 42 on Monday. Happy
I think I
birthday,
became a
Charles.
travel bro at 41.
See,
Oh, really?
I became a passport bro at 16 when I was
Let me see.
wrestling.
No, before that. Oh my God, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. What she said. But yeah.
2010. How long ago was that? 14 years ago?
I became a travel dude.
I was in my 30s. Okay, I was in my 30s. My bad. Go ahead, continue.
Listen to these old niggas talking.
I became, fear the old man in a profession with a good die young.
Well,
See,
that's
you
true.
gotta understand something, whippersnapper. One more outburst like that, I'm gonna take you out back to the woodshed and show you the difference between a boy and a man. Okay? One more. See, you gotta understand because your boy got a birthday promo. See,
You gotta coordinate.
we gotta coordinate. We forever stop.
Coordinate.
Y'all hit my cash app for this too. Go ahead.
See, you gotta understand something. I'm drinking everything from scotch to vodka to cognac. Man.
Wait, who's driving?
Shit. I'm not driving. I'm in the comfort of my own goddamn home.
Oh, okay. Good answer.
You
There. Good answer.
dig?
So I'm smoking the finest of cigars. Hell, I even got the finest of bitches waiting. But I said, no. If you hear any noise, it's just me and the boys. I'm gonna chill with the boys tonight. Sunday and Monday, you got me all day and all night long. We're gonna be on some LB Shore every day, okay? So, so you know what the wondrous thing about being 41 is that for the last 10 years, I no longer go off of my perception. I go off of perspective. See, my perception is not as important anymore as my perception is not as important as my perspective. You picking up what I'm dropping down? So when we look at things like the Padawans asked me, what woman do you see have value? I said, well, sometimes I got to forgive myself because I forget that I'm twice as old as you all or y'all, since we black. That the older I get, the less value that chick would have. So that means she would have to be stupendous for me to be with her. She has to serve a purpose, not just be pretty. Because beauty costs, but guess what? Not as much as it used to. And see, here's the flavor and file that a lot of people don't understand. When you look at value for a woman, y'all don't even have a concept of what she's valued. Hell, she doesn't even know.
This sounds like the talking version of "Just Be Close to You" by the Commodores when you start talking.
Oh yeah.
But go ahead.
And
Yo,
Material
Like the next
things.
Frisbee addicts.
I thought it had so much value.
but see,
But go ahead.
here's the difference because I had to give them a piece of advice. Weren't you in relationships when you were 20? Sure, I was. What about in your 30s? Yes, I was. And I should have avoided them motherfuckers like the plague.
yeah.
See, that's perspective. Because in the long realm, I asked this one question: if you're getting free milk, would you buy the cow?
Fuck no.
Like, well, it depends. I said, no, don't give me that woman shit. I said, if I'm getting everything I'm supposed to get for a wife, does that still make me value her as a wife? I'm gonna give you a good. If I got a trophy every time I wrestled a match, does the championship feel special? No.
Nah.
So you have to understand this. My perception of things versus my perspective is about 20 years till you get to where I'm at, and you'll be like, you know what? That motherfucker was right. She was valuable. She doesn't even know what makes her valuable. That's why I had to tell the Padawans and the foundlings, stop asking the chick if she's submissive. Do what my man said when he went to the Delta Force qualifications. They don't give you an answer how you doing. They say do your best. See, a lot of men out there want to say, yeah, she's a good woman. No. You don't tell her she's a good woman. Do your best. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have the motherfucker who runs 3 miles and passes out because they pushed as hard as they could? Or would you want the motherfucker who can run 15 miles and then quit once they know they're going to go 15 and say, well, if this motherfucker don't like me at 15 miles, I'm done. I want the motherfucker that puts their all in it. I want that motherfucker to go through there and say, hey, I'm going to give you the best that I can. It may not be much. I may not be able to go that far, but I'm willing to go as hard till my heart stops. You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Mississippi Delta. Charles gets free milk, butter, and cheese. Happy B-Day, and many more.
And I get yogurt too.
Captain Crunch on Charles. Free Captain Crunch from Charles.
Oh, I get yogurt. I don't even eat it.
Hey Charles, how's your back feeling now?
Oh, my back is strong with the friction on. So you gotta understand this. Yes, it's Aries season and the Fire Nation has invaded.
Uh-oh.
No Avatar. I don't see no Avatar in sight. So shit. It's time to run wild like Hulkamania.
Shout out to Mr. Z, Black in Effect. And I know I just fucked that up, but
it's more like
well, Charles.
Excuse me. I think you guys meant to say. Hang on a second. It goes like this, like.
More like.
No.
Damn.
That sounds like me after a bowl of chili.
It's so funny because when you got guys who are married, guys don't look at marriage the same way as women don't look at marriage the same way guys do. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Nope.
We look at marriage like they look at marriage like something fun. Okay? We don't have fun being married. It's a dude. You can have fun, but we know that, God damn it, that's not the purpose. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's roles that have to be played. And for that marriage to work, ask a married nigga. As they say. That marriage is supposed to be beautiful. Then it could be beautiful. Okay? So a lot of times we got people, and this is what I'm gonna do. Not only I'm gonna have 2 live streams tomorrow. I'm gonna bless y'all with my presence.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is going to be the DJ Law and Order, protecting and serving all the hits. The second one is about how the Disney dream affected the boys more than the girls.
Ooh, that's got to be collaboration from Mr. Z right there.
Yeah,
Because
you gotta talk about that, Charles.
the boys idolize marriage and relationships and a good woman more than the women do. And
That is true.
I could prove that.
That is true.
I could prove that on several levels. Y'all motherfuckers still think these bitches are good women and think there's still good women being made out here, when how many people and how many females have came to our platforms and shown otherwise? What happened to the busy broad who used to stargaze on everybody's platform?
Ooh.
All you gotta do is let a bitch talk long enough and she'll tell you who she is.
Charles, you're gonna make some
Wait,
enemies
hold
off
on,
us.
wait a minute, Charles. Don't talk about just like that. Oops, I say that out loud.
I'm talking directly about just like that.
And she gone.
And guess what?
She said she liked Candace Owens. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah, because she idolized her. See, I like to call her.
Yes, whatever.
I like to call her what the white boys say. Just say no. So here's my shit. If you're a good woman and you're a good wife, the only proposals you got were for jobs, not for men.
Like,
Uh-oh.
I'm Charles. I know you did call this like the garbage dump of like the manosphere.
I call black men garbage men of the dating world.
Well, like this specific channel, it was Platt's channel. I don't want to say the whole thing.
Dang, you get everywhere, Andre. Good Lord.
Well, that's
You get around like Tupac.
That's why.
Wait. Hang on. You know I gotta introduce you. What was it? Haitians got no love for Eritreans now?
Well, like
just to be close to you, girl.
What's good?
Wow.
Right?
That nigga drinking
Actually,
he said it.
You know, I think
That's what I
Mac McCree
thought.
said it better with his song "Close to You." You know.
He said, I always thought that material things got so much value. Didn't have that much value at all.
It's the way he said value. He didn't say value. He said
value. Then I was a lonely man, a man with no purpose, no direction.
That's that Alabama song, Art. That's that Alabama song.
Yeah, that's Alabama.
What's that?
Tuskegee.
What's that? You know,
what's going on, yo? What's going on, AB? Thank you for having me up.
People ask me for your birthday, Charles. Peace, goodwill, money, and cigars or liquor, and a 5 misses and some skin tight bricks.
Charles said that's the value of my life.
Hold on, wait a minute.
What's the liquor, the money, the cigars, and the nice 5 misses type bricks
They
dropping ditches.
They said, Charles, you're so righteous.
Art killing me. Yourself with this week.
So righteous. Oh my God.
My life had
so,
no purpose.
brother.
Hey, Art. This is how you reply to it. Solid.
Solid. You better believe it, baby. Stone gas. Stone gas.
Art bringing us back to the 70s. That's what he's doing. We in the 70s, right? The early 80s and the 70s. The 70s and the early 80s.
You know,
that's what I'm saying earlier. These old niggas got the coolest sayings.
You know, it's a damn.
They really do.
You know, it's a damn.
I'm young too. I them people that had that stuff up, they got me about 15 years.
And we was still banging it, or we was banging our parents' shit.
That's true.
I was looking at videos of the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s, all the entire 90s. And I'm like, have you noticed you didn't see too many fat girls?
Yeah, look at Soul Train.
And now it's an abundance of them bitches. Like, all they do is graze and shit.
Now, Charles, don't talk about Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I can't talk about. Lizzo just quit. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, you saw that too, AB?
Well,
Yeah,
AB,
Did she
yeah,
quit
yeah.
eating
AB,
or what was
you
it?
added me to that?
Wait
Somebody
a
sent it to
minute.
me. Was it you, AB?
What
before I
the
go
fuck
back
did
on
Lizzo
mute,
quit?
I don't
Wait
call
a
it
minute.
gynocracy anymore. I call it the rhinocracy.
Wait. We gotta answer
The
AL. Yes, AL. She quit.
rhinocracy.
To answer your question,
Who
AL.
Yeah,
quit?
she quit. AL. She quit.
Well, she quit
Who
Weight
quit?
Watchers.
Well,
What she
hold
quit?
on. Wait a minute. Let me
Y'all
get it
just
out.
keep
Let me get
saying,
it out.
hold the fuck on. Y'all just keep saying
AL. Let me get it
she
out.
quit. What the fuck did she quit?
AL. Let me get it
Weight
out.
Watchers.
Now, here's how the story
Y'all,
goes. Z, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but allegedly, she performed for Joe Biden's New York fundraiser or something, and she got and apparently she got some heat for it, and she came out and said, "I quit." I'm like,
Who's
okay,
that?
whatever.
Oh,
Well,
she'd
so
be
I didn't
back.
hear that. So what
You mean
she's
quit
saying to
the
me is that she
performance?
like pretty much go ahead, AB. Go ahead, AL.
What, she quit the performance? She quit supporting? But what the fuck did she quit? Y'all just keep saying she quit. Quit what?
Uh, well, she said
WAT
she was
what?
tired of
With
being
question mark.
she got tired of being made fun of. She got tired of being judged too harshly, and she pretty much said she quit. But like you said, we don't really know what she means by she quit. Does she quit entertaining? Does she quit the music industry? Like she just like from what I saw, she just quit. I'm trying to
Who,
find, but
who quit?
somebody sold it to send it to me. I'm trying to find the link
Lizzo.
right now.
Who quit?
Lizzo quit.
I mean, she didn't quit.
oh, okay.
Did you guys know that MC Hammer is 73?
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn.
You guys
yeah.
see
Because his
that?
pen.
Well, I
I
don't
didn't know
know.
he was that old.
Well, Art, Art, how is he doing, like health wise? Is he okay?
I don't know. I just saw it because his birthday just passed, or I think his birthday was
Birthday's
Oh,
a
today.
couple. It's
I was
today.
muted the whole time. I was trying to make a colorist joke. I was like, dark skinned niggas don't age. This is why I don't like dark skinned niggas. They don't age.
Let me
They don't
double
age for
check that
shit.
because that's kind of old for him. I didn't think he was
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
old.
saying.
Look at the dude.
Hold on, Z. Z, ain't you from
Yeah,
Haiti?
he's not that
Yeah,
old.
exactly. That's what I'm
He was
saying. Them
born in
niggas don't age.
1962.
You know what I'm
Nah,
I
nah.
was
doing?
Look at the dude.
wait,
Nah.
AL, I was born and raised in the US, but yes, I am Haitian. And yeah,
Yeah, he's not that
them
old,
old
y'all.
dark skinned Haitians don't age neither.
Well, look at
He's only
Nah.
62.
AL,
well, look at the
like
dude from
AL,
Okay.
Oh,
Ghostbusters.
62.
Look at the dude from
Either way, he
Ghostbusters.
still looks
AL.
younger than 62.
Look,
I think you missed an important point. Z, like he's making some light skin arguments right now.
I really am,
What,
even though I'm not
Lizzo?
light skinned.
Oh, you a light skin nigga? Okay,
You know
bet.
he
I'm
likes
safe medium
supporting
brown.
series from time to time. He got to find a way to backdoor to support him here and there. He's not
I'm
100% supporter, but he likes to
I'm
talk
really
about
not.
it a lot. But
Nah, look, he was making some light
I
skin
be making
arguments.
jokes about dark skin and light skinned niggas. I'm the safe medium brown. I'm the safe nigga in the middle.
Hey, since I got hold on, wait, since I got Z up here, I got to ask this question.
Go ahead.
Now, coming from a lefty's perspective,
hmm
is there any way for Biden to get the coalition back together that he had in 2020?
Off of Trump threats, yes. It really for the Biden administration. From what I'm seeing, it's just scare tactics. It's scare tactics. That's what it is boiled down to, and I don't really know what type of coalition you can build off of that. It really is just vote for the Democrat no matter what.
you can
It
build
really is vote blue no matter who.
it just doesn't work the same way anymore when you're fucking up so badly.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Charles is right
Z,
about
like
that.
Z, what I told you before on your stream was that
hmm
you actually should do a stream with Hood, because I think you guys would have a good stream.
With
Because like
who?
you
I
guys
gotta
would
do a
have,
stream with AB. I gotta set that up.
yeah, as well.
hmm But who are you saying, Dre?
I was saying Hood.
No, I'll do a stream with conservative. Me and conservative still kind of get along because we're both coming to the conclusion that it's that that the elites are using this weird ass class division against all of us, and
Yeah.
it really is a class war. And it seems like Sarge Willie Pete is coming to the same conclusion as us too, which is like this really is class warfare, and they're using middle class women as the buffer class.
It,
Well,
it,
because I heard
it's 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 already been implemented. I mean, I said this. I said it pretty
I agree.
much started in 2020, The issue is that the common person, by the time they figure it out, I mean, technically at this point, it's borderline too late for the vast majority of people. They're not going to recover, period. But I mean, it is what it is. This is why I don't really. This is why when like what you just said, this is why I always chime in. I'm like, listen, it's true, and if you don't adapt and do what's required ASAP, you're finished too. It's just a
Well,
reality.
Yeah.
like like I heard you guys on Doctor Thunders, and y'all had a decent conversation. And Hood is doing like open panels like early Saturday, you know, like he's doing like long streams on Saturday, and he
I'll try to
typically has
pull
a
up.
panel. Yeah, pull up, bro, because
I'll try to pull up and see
Yeah,
and
he
see
was
and
talking
see
about
what's up.
kind of one of Hood streams. I think it was Friday. He was talking about how these chicks are getting punched in the face in New York.
yeah,
Mm,
what?
yeah.
It,
Well, I
it
mean,
was
like,
And
hilarious.
it,
my response to that is that's what happens when you take the father out of home.
well, it's not. This is the thing. You can't push hyper individuality. You can't push individuality in a nation and then speak community when things go left. When things go bad, you can't claim community after that. You're pushing people to be hyper individualistic, to be atomized, to be all about the money and screw every
Was
decorum.
kind of saying it earlier, but go ahead, do tell.
You're right, but am I lying, Art? I mean, if you were saying it earlier, then we're in agreement. Like, if you're pushing people, and by the way, you're claiming to still care about these things, but not in actuality. Decorum doesn't matter anymore. Discipline, community uplift, um, family, some type of obligation to society, none of that matters. It's all about get the bag, hyper individuality. So if somebody takes a skateboard to a woman's face, if somebody is crass to women, mean to kids, you can't you can't be so shocked and appalled. No, you're getting what you're pushing out into society. It just looks ugly on the other end,
Well,
right?
to what Art Newstyle was talking about earlier, you got to stop talking about coons because the homie Hood, like he shows up on your channel. I seen him show up, but
You
like
said
you
you
talking
got to
about
stop talking
coons,
about what?
you talking about
Coon.
coons, coons.
Why? That's a real thing.
It really is. So why would we stop
Wait,
talking
wait.
about
And I would say this to everyone: if a black person knowingly goes against the majority of the group on purpose for the benefit of self in a way
Hold
that
on,
is
Z
detrimental to
Z
the
Z
group, how are
Z
they not a coon? Go ahead.
Z Z Z.
Hmm.
Why are you talking about her like that, man? Come on,
Which one you talking about, Candace? Who you talking about?
Candace. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was waiting for my
Yeah.
picture to show up.
Come on, man. Like, and people may have a problem with that, but let me be very clear. You get nothing if you advocate in a way that is detrimental for the group. If the I'm gonna say something really fucked up. Oh, y'all ain't gonna like this. I don't give a how wrong we. Excuse my language, and I know Art's up here. I don't care how wrong we are. If you speak it against us, and you're part of that 5% or 10% that's saying different than what the rest of the group is, guess what? You get what you get. And when
And
the
we
people
can't
kick
use you
you out of
either.
that,
You have no
exactly.
use for us.
Thank you. And notice what I said. I know it sounds messed up. I meant it though. I don't care how wrong we are. Yeah, I said it. Yes, I did say it, and I mean it. I don't care how wrong we are. If you're being loud and siding with the other side, then guess what? Like Art said, you ain't no good to us because you're supposed. Hey, y'all, I'm telling y'all, I think we're miscalculating. I think we're going the wrong way. That's not what Candace was doing,
Who
right?
was that chick on the screen just now? She got a better
That was
lineup than
Candace.
me. Damn,
That was Candace.
that was Candace.
That was Candace.
When was that?
Now,
Yeah, that was.
the picture I just put up was the linebacker with lipstick.
Oh no, no. Oh, you mean EJ? Go ahead.
Oh,
If
Smoke,
she got a better lineup than me. That's crazy.
Hysterical. But I'm look to Simone Sanders. This is what I will say. Once you say who asks black men for their unsolicited opinions, you open the door to allow me to make every type of ad hominem attack I want to make. No, I am not above it. I am not above. The second any black woman that open their mouth insultingly to black men, I feel that I have open reign to insult you in any kind of way I want and I deem fit. The second you come out your mouth and make a statement, who asks black men for their unsolicited opinions? Listen here, EJ, I get to say that now.
What?
And for those of you who don't know who EJ is, it's Magic Johnson's gay son that's like 6'6" with size 13, 14 heels on.
Oh, you talking about that defensive end out of Michigan State, Urban Magic Johnson, son, EJ? Yeah, that motherfucker. He's a cold defensive end. He's a first team All American ass catcher, boy. He need to go fuck around with you for real.
Hysterical, AB.
Hey
And I want
Z,
to be
since I
very
got you up
clear.
here, I'm interested. What are your thoughts on this heifer?
I haven't been following that story tough. I
She
ain't gonna
That's
gotta
the
lie to you.
go.
quarterback.
I
That's the
yeah, I haven't.
quarterback.
This is the thing. This is what's frightening to me about black women's position because in an ideal world, I would want black women to maintain their moral high ground if they didn't use it against black men. I think that
Hmm.
them using
Hey
using
Z, what moral high ground? Seriously.
but that's my point. You're getting right. You're ahead of me right now
Yeah, you got to
because
specify that one.
because this is the thing for me. Black women coming out of the civil rights movement had a lot of social capital. A
Hmm.
lot of social capital that they could use to, yes, I'm about to say it, shame the rest of society. But what has ended up happening is that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it is a heavy burden to be told that you have to be damn near perfect mm, with your behavior and your morality and the way you move in society. It is a heavy burden. But that is the burden that is placed on black women in positions of power shoulders. And if you
Yo,
want to
Z.
weaponize your position against others to shame others into behaving a certain way, then I'm sorry, black women. Ooh, I know this is a heavy burden, but guess what? You got to be damn near perfect.
Yeah, and let's
And
speaking of which, let's talk
and you
about
haven't
Letitia
been
James.
doing that. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about Letitia James for a minute.
Go
I
ahead.
was not shocked at all they lowered Trump's bond. You want to know why? It's actually real simple.
Mm.
What country do we live in?
United
America,
States.
All right, just the optics of a black woman, well, black female,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
seizing the property of a white billionaire.
Hmm.
Wait, say it again. Say it again, AB. I missed that. Oh, a
Um,
black feminist.
no, black female
Yeah.
seizing the properties of a white billionaire in this country.
I
Well,
mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah, but
like
she's
Yeah,
doing it at the
AB.
behest of other white folks, though.
no, even and I totally get that, and I'm not
Yeah.
discounting that. That's why I
Hmm.
call her and Fannie Willis pawns.
Yes,
But I'm not discounting that they're doing on the behest, but just the optics of that
you're right
to
about
other
that.
white
Yeah, yeah,
people
yeah,
around, other white businessmen around the world. That's
yeah.
not
You're
a
right.
good
You're
look.
right. You're right. You're
Well,
right.
That's not a good look.
like
I knew something was going to happen. I was like, nah, something got to give here because that's not a good look at all.
well, AB, you spoke on this a few times, and at the time you said it was like 450 plus mil,
About a
and
half a
now
billion dollars, yeah, for his bond.
yeah,
Yeah, that's a
and
lot.
now it's been
That's a lot.
lowered to 175. So I'm just wondering the reasoning
That's still a
why
lot,
it
but
was
it's not.
lowered.
It's not what it should be for a billionaire.
Exactly.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's. Lord Lusmith says in the comments, class warfare with a touch of feminism and intersectionality. Sounds about right.
Yep, that sounds about
Sounds
right.
about right. Sounds about right.
Yep.
And that's what I think we're dealing with. It's going to be a difficult fight. We are going to be labeled sexist and misogynist because I don't think the people that are
What else
being
is new?
positioned. Wait, say that again. Yeah, well, what else is new? Exactly, exactly. The people that are being positioned as the buffer class, whether knowingly or unknowingly, are number one shooting themselves in the foot. So there's that. Number two, don't want to move out the freaking way because they're not about. Listen, man. They're not about it. They're not going to change not a goddamn thing. They're not going to challenge things any
Mr.
because
Z,
to
Z,
challenge
Z,
you are go.
don't talk about Fannie Willis and Letitia James like that.
Look, they're not
But but
about
but,
look. Go.
but Mrs. Z,
Mhm.
what's happening? And again, well, you are stating exactly what's happening. What do
Yeah,
most
that's
people,
true.
what people aren't getting is that this caste system,
Mhm.
well, globally,
Yeah.
it was normal. It wasn't normal in America. Now it's pretty much been established. And again, most people don't understand that that's what has happened now, especially since 2020. Now, what these feminists, these extremists don't
Wait,
get,
Fauci. Let me get into details because I gotta.
yeah, yep.
What you're, I'm in agreement with you. By the way, I'm going to speak in layman terms for what you're saying.
Okay, all right.
What Fauci is saying is the American system is now atrophied, and this whole because there was always class warfare, but even the facade of not having these hard rigid classes is dissipated. So now what you're having established is these hard rigid classes, and there's actually studies that show social dimorphism is on the decrease in America. As a matter of fact, even in European countries with monarchies, they have a better you have a better chance climbing up the social economic ladder than you do in America. That
Here,
shows you
here.
that that the social and economic dimorphism that America claims to be about is not a thing anymore. Am I
Can
correct? Is
anybody?
that where you were going, Salchi?
Yeah,
Okay,
pretty
okay. I
much.
just wanted to make sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's so again, these feminists, they come in and they think that they're making strides, but
Mm-hmm.
you really aren't, because all you're really doing, like, they don't realize, and it's always been this way for the most since humans have organized, right? It's always been a very small percentage of men who have controlled shit.
Yes.
So they don't understand that what they've done is that they've taken it back to that. But because they're in a position of what they think is power, but they really aren't running shit.
Yes.
You like they really, and then if we come and tell them, and even if we break it down by policy, stats, we are looked at it as even more crazy.
Mhm.
More
I
looked
don't
at,
know why you're
More
talking about
sexist.
Kamala like
wait,
this. I just want to know why you're talking about Kamala like this. Go ahead.
oh man, you trying to put us back in time.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't get it. You really don't. You're just buffer. You
Mm-hmm.
don't
Mm-hmm.
have power. You don't
Yes.
understand that. You're not a Mason.
Uh
Wait, can you be
oh.
a Mason?
Oops.
No, I
Hold
think they
on.
call them what
Uh oh.
Eastern Star. Easter Star. What they call them? The female ones. It's not
Eastern
Mason.
Star is
They're
not the
Females
same.
are the Eastern
it's not.
Stars and the
Yeah.
males are the Freemasons.
What
Trust
are they
me.
Hey,
called? It's
Trust
something for
me.
them.
My
Yeah.
one of my
we're
grandfathers
starting to
was a
talk.
Freemason. There are
Mm-hmm.
no women
We're
in those rooms.
My grandfather was a Freemason.
Yeah. So
we're
you
starting
Yeah.
know.
to talk about we're starting to talk about secret societies. This is probably not the best bet.
We're not revealing anything, right? But
Right.
Mm-hmm.
remember, what we see, for the most part, the people you typically see, they're just placeholders, or they're just figureheads.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. So, of course they have a level of power, but power does really people power don't want to be famous. They don't want to be seen.
No,
Like, people
they
don't
want to be out
understand
of
Yeah,
that.
people
sight.
with real power don't want to be famous.
Yeah, like, that's why I tell people, like, if you've been in New York City, if you've been to DC, then you probably walk by somebody who got some real power and had no idea. Like,
You
no clue.
you feel power. You don't often see power, but you definitely feel it.
Oh yes. People don't.
Mm-hmm.
Only if people knew, man. It's not a game, man. It's not a game out here, man. You you are just
None
a
of it is a game.
you're just a you're where you're at, and you work, you get your supposed retirement, okay, and then you get your supposed you get to take a little vacation, if you can even do that, because let's be real, most people can't even do the 2 vacations a year without
Nope.
getting hit in their savings or the retirement. So that's what people don't understand. Like, that is technically the American dream that has been on decline since '68. But
This is a
again, most
fact.
people don't know that.
They don't know this shit.
And I hope people understood what he was talking about is still from the place of power.
Yes, sir.
And if you want that power, you got to put in the moves,
Yep.
And you can't the whole alpha thing and what's the other one, John Henry. I mean, that sounds good, and our forefathers done it, but let's keep it 100. Back in the what do you call it, the silent generation, they were sharecropping to send their children to school. Think about that. They were sharecropping to make sure that their children got a quality education. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Are you talking about sacrifice? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, because
how dare you?
We don't get it. Your child is an investment. It's not a cute kid that wear Laker hats all day. It's an investment. So whenever you have a child, they got to be empowered. They got to have tools. I mean, I don't care if you can shoot a basketball, but can you balance a checkbook at 5? That's what I want to know. But it's about the power thing. So y'all mentioned, like Eastern Star and what's the other one? You said the Freemasons and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The bottom line is either you're gonna be in the club or out the club.
It's a big
because
club.
basically
And you're not in it.
because that's how when you make those moves, sometimes you got to be in there, and you might not like what you see, but at the same time you have an influence on how decisions are being made because you were there and you were invited.
Yes.
And you did. So that's the part that we keep coming from. So I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings about being a good gardener or a good plumber. That's all well and good.
Yes.
But move out of the way for the people that can make sure that you can keep that job. Because there are people.
You want someone who looks like you.
Dre, your background.
Who you want somebody who looks like you, who's in that room. Who is
AB, mute Dre real quick.
Who is an ally. You need a representative in there who's an ally, who looks like you.
Yeah.
That's the trust.
And,
I mean, it's really that simple.
And don't look for him to be blackety black, and don't look him to throw you the fist every time you see him. He gonna probably be the most squarest, part in the hair, glasses, whatever. He's gonna be the squarest person, but at the same time, he got your back.
Yeah.
So
and he got good memory.
So when we're talking about like these organizations, how far is it away from when we're talking about like people like Candace and Trump that don't necessarily have your best interests at heart, but they support some of the stuff that you support.
Well, you don't give them too much of your time.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the bottom. If they're taking up all your time by watching them, I mean, I know we talk about her right now because she's the flavor of the month right now. So yeah, we're gonna talk about her.
Yeah.
But as months go by and there's nothing really surfacing or anything, she's old news until something big comes up.
You align with her with what she can do for us, but outside of that, yeah, I'm
that's
agreeing with
it.
Art on this.
Thank you, LAPD SWAT. This is a fucking nightmare scenario. Cody Taylor to be the head of DOJ if Joe Biden gets reelected. Okay.
Cody Taylor, please.
Yo,
she remind me of Eartha Kitt. Compromise
for who? For what?
but for sure, like I said, when conversations are had like boardroom worthy, if you're not really hungry for that, you need to step aside instead of trying to change the conversation.
I don't recommend it, and I've said it on many panels. I don't recommend the amount of sacrifice. I said if your strengths, if you want to do it, cool. But it's not as Art is saying. I promise you, it is not. I go through it. I have personal battles because I'm like I was bred to be that dude. But sometimes I'm like, it's not that I don't have the ability, but it's like, man. But now that I'm about to be 41, I'm like, fuck that shit. Like the shit that's going on, no, fuck this. I can straddle both worlds. So I just need to be in there because shit is very serious right now. I don't have any kids. I got no excuse. But I tell people, you got kids, you got this, you want to do that. But you need to have somebody in there who's a representative, who's aligned with you. And you can't be sitting out here disrespecting a person and then expect them to help you. You crazy.
Now I could.
That's what a lot of us do.
So I can say this. I mean, I can say this in public, but I could have really. I mean, people know that I've been part of some organizations, but when I was young, because I'm backing up what Sauchi's saying, because he's 41. But when I was in my 20s, that's when I started getting involved with a lot of different organizations. But the problem looking back, I didn't put a lot of time in it. I just knew people, and I did some things. But if I would have really been deep in the paint, I probably wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't have time to be with the brothers, so to speak, because I would be making higher level decisions and things of that nature.
You just don't have the time.
Yeah, because you got to put a lot of, especially when you're in your 20s. When you pass like 35, 40 or whatever, that means, man, could you imagine having a life then? Because you got to catch up.
Exactly.
You know, because there's some. Because think about it, because we keep thinking about golf and all that, but it's more than that, you know, because right now it's on the guise of charity and giving scholarships and showing up for the ribbon cutting, but that's just on the surface.
Exactly.
But behind the scenes, you wouldn't believe the reason why some of your streets are made a certain way. A lot of us don't even know the decision making of why you have certain plazas around your neighborhoods. The other part is you don't even understand, you know, why certain events are happening, because you just think that it just automatically happening. No, a board decided that.
Exactly.
You know, who gets the contracts or things of that nature. So if you notice, like, if you see the genetic makeup of the people that are doing the construction and all that kind of stuff, 9 times out of 10, the person that looked like those people were the ones that decided who got those contracts.
Oh, CHIPS Act?
Right.
I looked at that. I looked at those pictures. I looked at those pictures with those guys with the hard hats on.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I know we got that black lens, like we just think that we're only going to compete with black people or maybe your typical 60s white folks. It's way bigger than that now. It's huge. We got a whole, and then we got these. So the thing is, here's the part that I'm gonna scare you guys about. Now, this is some little fear porn. Imagine, like, people complain about all these immigrants and things of that nature. Watch this. Imagine if 50% of them got degrees. I'll wait.
Dude,
we're gonna see where y'all black ass is in after that.
I mean, you pretty much already permanent. I mean, it's if you think it's over now.
Yeah, hey, Sasha, I give it 30% of them. 30% of them got, like, just even rinky dink, you know, like auto body type stuff and auto mechanic and, you know, little small stuff, not the big like engineering type stuff.
Oh yeah, no,
but
because even at the ground level, that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up a little Middle Eastern spot down the street from me that just opened up. They have events, and it's just their people. It's just Muslims and like that, and it's always packed.
Yes.
It's like that at the highest levels. They function like that at the highest levels.
You're bringing up a great thing. So first of all, Art, do you remember the city council in LA, the scandal last year with all the Latinos basically making
Martinez?
Exactly. So going to your point about who's on the board,
Nuri Martinez.
Yeah, exactly. We and everyone was laughing. You know, it wasn't just who said it. It was an acceptable thing, and that was the time they caught it. What was happening all the other times, right? So to your point, it's like no one that looked like us was really on the board, and anyone who was, they tend to get caught up in scandals and stuff like that.
And she was redlining. They were talking about redlining against black people. It was on tape.
And then sort of to go what Salchi was talking about in terms of like the group economics, right? We sort of have to, it's great to think about this idea of we need networks and they need these organizations. But you got to remember, organizations are still made up of individuals, right? And so we, in order to get there, we have to have a scaffolding that supports the network that then will allow black men, black women, whoever, to then reach down and start building upwards, right? You can't
It's
build.
already
You
there,
can't just.
fam.
Well,
It's already there.
Well, there are things there, but I think what you tend to see, I mean, if you see in the Latino community, a lot of them are willing to take a step back on lifestyle in order to buy from people who are Latino. Right?
Guess who they learned that from? McDrone Bear. Guess who they learned it from?
Well, who did they learn it from?
Yeah.
They learned it from the black silent generation.
Yeah, but
Asians too.
my point is, I'm talking about right now, and what I'm saying is, you don't tend to see that in the black community. And I think we've even talked about it even more, where we're indoctrinated that even though we know we're the bottom caste, we don't make as much as anyone else. Most of us are trying to get into our own apartments. We're trying to do the individual thing instead of maybe 4 or 5 people rooming up, saving money, going to Costco together, doing the things to save money to then maybe buy real estate and all those kind of things, right? So
Let me break that down
point
to you,
is,
McDrone Bear. Oh, new point. Go ahead with your point. Go ahead.
No.
Your point was?
My point is, there isn't this idea of a black community where we're buying from each other, where we're creating a closed economy, where the money's just getting traded back and forth. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Maybe you can point that out.
The issue is, too many of us is trying to reinvent the wheel.
Yes.
That is the problem.
Yes. Mic drop.
Everybody. And just because somebody's an old N-word and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to do something opposite. You know how stupid that sounds?
Does it work or not? Jesus Christ. That's what I'm
exactly.
God, I don't care. I don't care if it's an old Negro or croaking over. I don't care if it's a 20-year-old. Does it work or not? Is this effective? Jesus.
Yeah, because we're looking at how long, I mean, we got all the way, let's be generous. Let's go from the 60s until now. You're going to tell me from the 60s until now, you didn't have a group of black folks doing things that did work for a certain amount of time that we can pull from and then just put the playbook together from that?
But they had more sense back in those days, because they knew, okay, the entertainers, obviously the entertainers had the eyes, but we understand that, you know, the political class, the corporate class, we will slide the money, you know, where nobody can see, to fund them. They had the sense to do that.
Well, you know,
we don't do that.
With that. I agree with that, but I think we're underestimating. Like, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, and I agree that we should just be doing whatever. Well, hear me out. I'm not trying to say we reinvent the wheel. We should be using whatever works, but we have to also understand that we're in a completely different sort of ecosystem in time, and the tastes of the people are completely different than they were back in the day, right? Like, they didn't have cell phones. They didn't have people wanting luxury.
Let them finish, Andre. Andre, let them finish.
They didn't have all these other things competing for your money and your time and attention, right? Like I was talking about, we're dopamine addicted from social media things. So they had more of the CPU bandwidth of their brain to actually focus and sort of get things done. And sort of to call out MS Delta, this isn't a policy thing. Like, you can't create a policy, say, be an upright human being, clean up your trash, clean up your dog poop, pay your taxes on time, read a book, go to college. Like, what policy would you want in order to create a functional community that does that? Because that's not how these things work, right? And that's what we're talking about. But even a school system can only do so much. It's relying on the kids going home and doing the homework. Right? You can't expect the kid to just do the homework. They have to have someone there to force them to do the homework. That's why we're talking about discipline.
But the thing is that these policies is what shapes the environment. That's the thing. Well, the social environment, excuse me. Well, in some cases, the physical environment. So it shapes the environment. Now, again, this goes back to family, and then it goes back to your subculture. Now, what you guys do with said policies and the direction that the powers that be want to go into, that's on you, and that's how they see it from on high up. How you guys do is, okay, well, you guys love you love your rappers and your this, that, and the third. Okay, good. That's cool. Your ball players, good. You guys can entertain us. Awesome. We're still signing the checks, bitch. We're still signing the checks for the wars. We're still signing the checks if money don't go into your community. We're still signing the checks for everything. We're still creating the policies. You aren't. But you
That's
can
right.
entertain us. You can continue to entertain us.
Because the
And
mailman
my question
created.
to Art, what networks are available that you're talking about, like right now? What networks are available that you're talking about?
You got the Divine Nine. You got you got like a lot of because somebody just said the Freemasons. You got the definitely a lot of Black Chamber of Commerce around the nation. You have a lot of definitely have a lot of Black businesses. I don't want to go into the whole NAACP. I lost faith in them, but you have a lot of Black organizations. Like you can name some in LA, but it's
Even
several
Robert
out there.
Smith.
I mean, Robert F. Smith, which is part of Phi Alpha. I think he got the Spinks thing going. And when we say the Divine Nine, they got plenty. If you just open up one of them, Omega Psi Phi, they have scholarship programs, social action programs, talent hunt, voter registration. You got the alphas where they have, like I said, the Spinks thing, the Spinks program where they're able to help the stuff that Candace Owens talking about. She just described, she just kind of laid out what the alphas do for Black boys. You see what I'm saying? And alphas is not a small group. They're the first Black organization, fraternal organization before anyone else, 1906. That's how far it goes back. Now, here's the thing, McDrama Bear. This is off the top of my head. There's a whole bunch of things off there where there's lawyer societies, there's Black doctor societies, Black dentist societies, stuff like that. The problem that we have is that we're not accountants and all that, but what we're not doing is preparing our children to expand on all these different organizations. We just think that, they just sitting there by themselves, or they gonna work out by themselves, and I just go ahead and drive trucks, or do forklifts, or whatever, which is cool, but we haven't really encouraged our children enough to do other things, because people are going to do all the reachables, but what about the unreachables to affect policies and affect laws and things of that nature? That's the thing. The biggest fear is not the dude that's going to rob you. The biggest fear is the guy that has all his credentials in place to where he makes decisions. That's the one that's being feared when he walks into the room. And if you're willing to if you're willing to make those moves to get that done, that's when it's going to count. But if you're just sitting there saying, well, we can do this and we can do that, and not really finding out who did what. Let me give you one quick example. What I don't like when I'm teaching is new administration. Why would you think I say that? A lot of new administration, when they come in, they assume that nobody's doing anything when they come to the school. And so you got a whole bunch of teachers that have been there for like 40 years, 25 years, whatever. And they sitting there wagging a finger to like older people, like they never been part of any programs or any kind of success. You see what I'm saying? So we're assuming just because
they have all the dirt.
Right. So we're assuming that since I just arrived and I haven't saw the quote unquote glory days, I haven't looked at the video games, I haven't looked at the yearbooks or anything like that. And plus the school is like not doing too well right now. I'm just going to assume that y'all ain't did nothing. So I'm gonna come and save the school and give y'all all advice. And I'm barely 35 and the people above me are 65 or that's been there longer than me is 65.
When you should be doing the opposite. The first thing you introduce yourself and then you say, tell me, we need to have an honest conversation of what the issues have been going on that have not been solved. That's it.
That's facts.
That's it. You're done. You shut your mouth.
And then there's some things and then you as a leader, because I mean, I'm just going to put your leader hat on, McDrummer Bear. So you as a leader, you're listening to all these things, and guess what? Some things you don't see right away. It's like, nah, I'm not feeling that. But wait a minute, this one sounds, I can work with this. No, I'm not feeling this one. So if you're in a position to make decisions and you got people that's been there, done that, been around, it makes your pathway a lot more successful, and that's probably your best way to even move forward with all these other ideals. Because like, for example, whenever we talked about the Ice Cube thing and these other the stuff that what was called the Contract of Black America, and you had Mike V come up and was breaking down things like everything that Ice Cube was talking about is already in the books and all this kind of stuff, right? Now the conversation that was not had to be mainly, actually, I mean, what it should have been had was, okay, since Ice Cube said these things, because we're gonna say McDrum Bear, we're gonna say you Ice Cube, right? Yeah, right? You Ice Cube. But there were the stuff that Ice Cube said was already, already introduced by a lot of people from the black what do you call it? The black the black
Caucus.
Black Caucus. I know it's another name for it. Congressional Black Caucus,
Congressional
right?
Black Caucus.
Right.
Congressional Black
So
Caucus.
but it's been sitting there, right? So I hope you guys know where I'm going with this. Since it's been sitting there all these years, and you got Ice Cube making these ideas popularized, what's missing? Matter of fact, I'm not even going to tell you. What should you do, McDrama Bear, if that equation has been right there on your lap?
You use whatever tools are available, and you don't formulate, fashion new things if you have policies in place. So I don't think we're misaligned.
Nice try. But what I would say is this, and I do respect what you said, but what I say is this, is that Ice Cube brought the attention and a lot of black people were rallying behind it. But what should have been done was you should have enough people to push all those people that have access to those things that are already in the books and make those a campaign points. But nobody had that conversation.
I.e. the Congressional Black Caucus dropped the ball.
Thank you.
Or just like you have no faith in the NAACP, I absolutely can't stand the Congressional Black Caucus. Those are a bunch of fucking punks, faggots, and sissies. And yeah, I called y'all that because y'all been laying down on the job for fucking 60 years, going and appeasing with all these Anglo-Saxon Caucasians and everything they do. And then every time election time come around, you never reap any other goddamn benefits. It's all lip service with them. All lip service.
But here's the thing, they're elected officials, correct? And McDrama Bear ideals were already laid out what the public knew and kind of like rallied behind. The pressure could have been put on those people that put those things in the book so they could stay in office. And if they don't do it, they'll lose office. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm in agreement sort of what AL is sort of saying. And I agree with what you're saying, Art, but I think we still keep coming back to like, we need some type of organized situation in order to do this. And I definitely agree that that's how you shape the environment. But the saying is the revolution will not be televised, right? I'm aiming for the highest sort of thing right now. I'm talking about like changing like the hearts and minds of the actual atomized individuals are the things that we need to change. And if it is literally a thing where we can create a law to do that, I'm not arguing that because I'm not saying I know what the answers are, this and that. But what I do know is it keeps coming back to the culture thing. But if we were culturally on point, we would sort of be doing what AL says, like, let's get these people who are elected who aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing out of there and put the people who are in there. Now, if that's boomers, if that's silent generation, if that's people who are aligned, that's fine. But I think as we start to see technology be more important in order to get a job, in order to stay abreast in the society, we need to start reaching out to the younger people who understand the technology to bootstrap us forward, right? We can't just keep doing things exactly the old way. I'll leave it there.
What are you willing to do? What new things are you willing to do to be successful in what you're talking about?
Me specifically, I mean, I don't want to give away too much game, but I think specifically.
Well, hypotheticals.
Well, I mean, honestly, so this idea of bringing in artificial intelligence into the schools, I mean, I would crank that up. I would be putting in nuclear energy fuel into making that the de facto standard, because you can make, like, you don't need to go through the full, I don't know how many years to go to school. Like, every child should be throttled as much as they need to be throttled. Like, if they're ready for 8th grade stuff at 2nd grade, The AI should be giving it
All
to
right.
them.
So here, before Sauchi asks you, but before you ask you, I'm probably gonna ask you ask the same thing that Sauchi gonna ask you. We got your idea on the table, right? What are you willing to do to make sure you're in place to make that happen? Go.
I mean, oh, okay. Because you want to know, I'm giving away too much game. All right, this is what I'm literally
I
doing.
mean,
Like, why do you think
hypothetical. It don't have to be
No.
directly.
I mean, I'm gonna say, why do you think I'm learning how to program? Why do you think I taught myself how to do that? Like, I sound like this or that, but I'm telling you, I pretty much
Stay on
outrank probably a lot
topic,
of
bro.
people. I outrank a lot of people in terms of my production and capabilities in the actual free market right now, man.
Stay on
And what I'm trying
topic.
to say is,
Let him finish.
my point is, a lot of this stuff can be created in the private sector. Specifically, it needs to be programmed and created, right? And if I don't do it, someone's going to do it, and I'm working on being able to do that, right? I got to learn the cloud, I got to learn the JavaScript, I got to learn all the things to be able to do it.
Should I use myself as an example? I could use myself as an example. I mean, I'm public. Everybody knows that my passion is teaching art, correct?
Yes, sir.
My goal is to have a very highly driven academic art school in the hood, right? That's walking distance, right? That's my ideal. Now, all right, what are you willing to do to make that happen? Well, I would take all of my stuff that I have gathered over the years, and then I would make sure that I align myself with superintendents, board members, and other people that would be able to push my proposals forward to make sure I get grant money and grant money and a facility to make that happen. Then I would have to go to school more, which I already did, to get my administrative credential and make sure my publications are already printed out. Make sure I have a team of people that are willing to fill in the school to teach it. You see what I'm saying? I'm giving you steps on what am I willing to do. So I'm giving you an example.
I'll give you a parallel.
I just have one.
Go ahead. Well, this is quick. I have a parallel. I'm speaking cryptically because everything's, I don't have the answers. Okay, here's my version of basically what you said, but in the private sector, because what you're talking about is going to the public sector, right?
Mm-hmm.
You create a viable product, a product that's supposed to make whatever change. I'm not going to be specific about it, right? You can use AI, use whatever. There are plenty of, like, for instance, Y Combinator, right? There's plenty of investors where you can get in and you can get the $1 million or $2 million to seed fund your business. Then from there, you have to compete in the market. So you have to then, if it's me getting the money myself, like, first of all, they're not going to let you in something like a Y Combinator if you don't have a technical co-founder. Hence why I know how to program, because I can be a founder and I'm the technical co-founder, right? So they will more likely give me the money, okay? You're not going to be able to just raise money without having someone who knows the technology. They're not going to give it to you. So that's one, right? You get the money, great, big deal. Now you have to become profitable. So that means you have to go to the schools, you have to make so sort of to what you're saying, yeah, now you have to go make those relationships. But more importantly is you have to show how that product actually makes the change that you're saying that it's going to do, right? So my theory is basically creating a private sector product that will then create the change that you need, which will get so big that then the public sector will co-opt that, maybe give you a contract, maybe you sell it maybe you open source it back to the government. I mean, that's so many steps beyond making a profitable business. But that's basically that's basically the game, without giving you, here's the actual product, right? I'm not going to say, there it is.
Well, the question I had for you, right, is, okay, because I understand exactly what you're saying, right? But so in your industry or in your career, which group would you say is flooding your industry right now, currently, right now as we speak? Which group?
Oh, you broke out. Which group was? And you broke up really quick. I didn't hear that.
Which group I would say is pretty much I would say,
Dominating.
dominating, taking over.
Indian.
Exactly. How are they able to do
India.
that shit?
You
How?
want to know how? Because they
No, I mean,
do it as a group. I know how, because they do it as a group.
Oh shit!
What, like, dude?
So you answered your own
listen.
question. You answered your own question.
No. I already know, because I outrank a lot of them just because my technical skills better. And what'll end up happening
See,
is
it's
I'll give
You're
a lot
saying
of
I a lot.
But listen though.
Let me finish.
But listen though. Black folks have been here for basically since damn near technically the beginning. I mean, since the beginning in this country, excluding obviously the natives, but the Indians. How is it in short order? Look at the amount of CEOs there are all of a sudden. Look at two people who are running for president.
Can't pronounce their names.
Well, they study, man. They study.
No, it's more than that.
Mike. What I'm saying is, how is it that they were able to do it in such a, very short period of time?
Their school system is crazy strict, man.
You're still missing it. You're missing the point, McJohn. You're missing the point.
What's the point?
You can't do it alone, fam.
Yes.
You need a team. You need a network.
Look at their subculture. Look at the root, their family. Look at it. These institutions are run by families.
Yeah.
The Bush
extended families. Extended families.
The Rockefeller family. How do we know Walmart again? That family?
The Waltons.
Thank you. These institutions are run by families, bro.
Exactly.
Including the government.
It's not about an individual in the sense of, I think,
the
that
Trump family.
I'm against. My point is, an individual can't.
The Koch brothers.
I'm not saying
the Marshalls.
This isn't about individualism, but it is saying on an individual level, you have to be able to do the work. I think we're saying an individual.
Absolutely correct. But if your subculture does not foster the environment
you don't have legs.
There you go. You're not getting in the room.
You can only go so far like that. And we're not trying to prove you wrong. We're trying to add on to what you're saying.
But I don't think policy is going to be able to completely change the fact that moms aren't teaching their kids how to read, right?
Well, I mean, there was something in place to where when children were not coming to school, the parents got fined. That was a policy.
Yes.
That was Kamala Harris, right?
No.
Yeah,
that was something else.
Actually.
No, because that was back in because she was in office 2010, I think.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about was 2003, 2002, I think. Yeah, parents were either they got fined or they had to show up in court to explain why the children were not going to school, right? And it was going into the academic part, but somebody, I tell you one thing, brother, somebody put a policy in that stopped it. That's the part.
Yes.
That's the part.
These policies direct where we're going. And I'm not just saying it just to be right. I'm in my law class some 20 years ago, criminal attorney by day, professor at night. He's breaking it down to real, not just the shit that we need to know to pass. I mean, the dude laughed at the Bill of Rights. He said, we don't take that shit serious. No attorney does. But that's how it works. It starts with policy, bro. It influences. Same thing with the taxes. It's to influence. And then if you go too far out the line, guess what? You get slapped or your ass gets put in jail. That is policy. So you can't say policy doesn't influence people.
Just to quickly, like you said, fine them. You don't pay the fine, you put in jail. Yet someone in the comments is talking about, Kamala was talking about jailing them. Whether it's jailing, whether it's fining, all I'm just trying to say is that you hold them responsible for not going to school. The specific implementation I have no power of, and obviously I'm not going to agree with 100% of everything that's happening. I'm just pointing out something that's similar to what you're saying. Right?
Well, of course, but the point is, if your subculture doesn't even foster that, or foster any type of person that's on this panel. I mean, you're not going to compete. Yeah, you're going to get less than 1% who get in. Yeah, they get into the upper levels. They're not going to get into the room, though. They're not going to get into the room. You have, because there's no one in the room.
And let me describe UCLA. If anybody walked on that campus within the last 10 years, when you think UCLA, you think of a white, like Carlton from Fresh Prince, or a white boy that put his sweater around his neck and walk around with Becky and all that.
Probably Asians.
Brother, there's a big, you going where I'm going. There's a big Bruins bear, right? That's very famous. If you walk in and usually there's traffic around there, would you believe if you look who's walking around the Bruins bear, it looks like Chinatown? And what reason why I'm saying this is because you best believe the mere fact that they're still walking around like that is because somebody's on their boards.
Yes.
Representing them, making it possible for them to get more allowances than the average person. And we sitting here talking about what we don't have to do and what we shouldn't do when they don't have these conversations.
Well, and you're talking about policy, and I'm trying to parse these out because it's a nuanced point that I'm bringing up, and I'm an all above person. First of all, anything that works, right? So everything, I'm not against any solution, right? But I think whatever policy is put forward, people have to either vote for it or
no, it's already there though.
Exactly.
The key thing is it's already there, and you build on whatever else that you would need in that. It's kind of hard to just bring a brand spanking new policy. There has to be. One day we should have a panel on that how we grow policies and things of that nature.
Because do we vote for who's in Congress? Do we vote for who's in the Senate? Do we vote for who's in Ways and Means? I mean, people who actually create the policies? Nah, we as citizens, we don't vote them in at all. Now we get to go to the polls for the selective president or a congressman, a local congressman. That's okay. That's about it. But policy,
because they brag about those.
So you're saying that So I want to be specific here. So you're saying that there are policies that are there to make sure that Black boys learn how to read. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
but the thing is, some things have not been pushed further enough, and it gets kind of convoluted. So when you have an elected official there to champion it for you on your behalf, and sometimes that's the part where you kind of hold their feet to the fire. It's like, hey, you got enough people, you got enough constituents that are looking at you to make sure you push this, and if you don't push this, then we're gonna vote you out.
Well, okay, but that's literally what I just said, right? I literally just said,
really.
So whether or not whether we're creating a new law or we got to enforce an existing policy, all I'm trying to say is that the people on the ground have to be putting that, right? And so my whole thing is, how do you get the people on the ground to do that? And maybe I didn't say that, and maybe I'm off on that. But that's what I'm hearing is you're saying that the policies are there, but the people on the ground have to be then putting the pressure on the elected official to ensure those policies are enforced. Is that sort of what's being said?
Yeah, I mean, but the other part too is that when you have more influential people in place, that's not necessarily in politics, but kind of like drive whether they stay in or not, i.e., the board and things of that nature. It rings volumes, because we're gonna vote for who we vote for. Period. We're gonna do what we got to do. But the key thing is when you are of an affluent nature, you can get more things done on the behalf of people that can do, the stuff that you're talking about. If somebody's there with the right credentials that can go into these meetings or whatever, they can help you get what you need. They're in place to help you get what you need. But the problem is we kind of turn our back on networking. We turn our back on group economics. We turn our back on things that's still around. And here's the thing. My mother It'll be 7 years since she's passed. But she had the Black Chamber of Commerce for her city. And she didn't believe in, she didn't believe in women running everything. She was always she was like a Valerie Jarrett to Obama type. So she was always trying to bring up young Black men to be leaders. She was always into that because she knew that that's how she would be able to get things done, because she knew that's how I knew this stuff too, by the way, that women aren't allowed in these places. But if you have a man that knows everything he needs to know and then been taken under the wings by other Black male leaders and affluent people, then he can get things done, especially when he's younger. He's a sponge to everybody. The thing that is so important is that, yeah, you got the voters to go in and put things together and stuff like that. But when you have somebody of affluent nature that be able to take things in to talk to your elected official, so it's almost like your voice to the voice, if that makes sense. He knows where the bodies are buried just as much as the person that's already in office. When you have those people speaking on your behalf, then you get things done a lot quicker and stronger. When you try to do it and you haven't put in the work, you haven't did all the things that get you those credentials and things of that nature, he'll just shake your hand and say, "Thank you, man, and I hope you have a good life, and I'm gonna kiss your baby when he bring him in," and blah blah blah. They give you all the political talk. But if you know the right words and the right languages, 9 times out of 10 things get done. But we just don't have enough people that put in the work to do that. That's the problem.
Well, I think we keep coming back. I mean, you're not going to hear me disagree with that. I mean, I'm 100% on board with. Again, you heard me say, I think regardless of what you get from a job, I think getting education has more benefits than just I can eat more food and I got $5,000 more a year or whatever the minimal tangible benefits that you're going to get. And then also you said group economics, and again, that's why I literally used the Latino example earlier, where we need to go back to having a closed economy where we're creating things that are appealing to sort of just us. Like, you know how like Asians eat food that isn't really appealing to us, but they'll eat it all day and they'll go to that spot and they'll buy it. It's like we need to have more habits that are really more appealing to us and that we're paying money for, to create a closed economic system where we're passing dollars back and forth. And as the dollars circulate and go faster and faster, that's going to create the momentum for a few people to go up higher and then create that scaffolding, right? And in order to, so go ahead, I'm done.
You're correct. But the thing is, how does that happen? We've already touched on like how does that happen? Because okay, you brought up Asian people, but why is it that they're able to do it, or why is it that the Indians are able to do it? Why is it that Middle Eastern people are able to come here and do it? Why is it that various Africans can come over here and do that? What are the commonalities with all of them?
Yeah, study Obama when he was in Chicago. And what's that brother's name? I forgot his name, but he took him under his wing and made him a superstar.
Yeah.
But just the way that the politics of Chicago politics is very brutal.
MS Delta, you funny boy. Yeah, that's hilarious.
But if you really see, you might sometimes you just have to avoid reading the chat so you can concentrate on the conversation.
No, I do. I don't. I'm go ahead. I'm sorry, Art. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's very important because that was a chess play to get him in those positions, and he was able to get things through his position as a senator. Very important, man. Oh, wait a minute. It says, what would be different about your proposed art school and the current Los Angeles County High School for the Arts? Okay, should I give? Okay, I can give it away. All right. The way that they do things with the arts already in the LA counties is still in a matter. It's still in the way of arts and crafts, and they do terminology before application. So those things, it didn't work that well in a public school mixed with all the other stuff like music, dance, and then the what do you call it, the core classes. It didn't work that well, so they felt that they kind of phased out the arts and start bringing in technology and career techno education, things of that nature. Now, the years later, they saw that students lack a lot of creativity in their papers. Um, they didn't have ideals or anything. They lacked critical thinking because they weren't creating. They had a computer mindset, right? And so what they tried to do is do like separate art schools in LA County, and one, it did help a little bit with their test scores and all that kind of stuff. But as far as them being capable in large numbers to go to like some of your affluent art schools, it still was a slow process. My ideal is to do it more to where it's application first and then terminology.
Oh, that's facts.
That was my thing. You get your hands in there school wide, not just a little small class, but school wide, and then put the terminology along with the thing that they created. And then later on, if you go to like maybe grade 9, 10, 11, whatever, then you start putting the terminologies along with it so it makes sense. Because a lot of children, they get bored easy, and they have low attention spans. So short attention spans. So what you do is keep them busy with the hands. So you should make that a school wide thing. Also in music as well, I think. But for the most part, the arts, because basically in the inner city, you got a lot of students now. It sound like a Sally Struthers commercial. Good Lord. But you have a lot of students that go through a lot of stuff. I mean, drama stuff, and they try to hold it together when they come to school. But when you put them in the arts, that's the way that they can escape. But when they find out that they can create stuff from like a higher level of thinking, then they get a taste of it. They get hungry for more. So that's what I mean
Art,
by trying to
what you're
build.
talking about is that's project.
Go.
No, I was just going to say that project-based learning, and what you're saying, I mean, that is sort of the cutting edge of the best schools. You see that at Montessori schools, where it's not teaching a subject, it's creating a project, and many times that project integrates 4 or 5 of the different classes that
I
they're
don't do
teaching. So that's all I wanted
projects.
to say.
I
Well,
don't
you
do.
said
Mine
you,
is from.
you
No,
say
I understand. I understand what you're saying, though. But mine is a little bit like the 24-hour fitness of drawing. It's more of exercises. It's more like Karate Kid. Wax on, wax off, paint the floor. Was it sand the floor, paint the fence? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of repetition, and then later on, they start coming up with their own concentration or a series of themes and things of that nature, based on what they have learned within those semesters. And then later on, they'll be able to win scholarships and contests and stuff like that. And then bring in sponsors and customers and all that. But and Paul Wilson said, "How did Obama circumvent the Chicago political machine?" What's that guy's name? It's a guy that took him along the ropes, and then after that, it was Valerie Jarrett that kind of like helped Obama become like a machine. What's that guy?
All
Is
right,
that
he
me?
was councilman, right? This dude you
I
talking
don't.
about?
Yeah, is it? He has like a. I forgot his name. He's a dark skinned dude. Um, that helped. I'm gonna just go ahead and Google him. Helped Obama. Shit. I don't know, cause I remember seeing the documentary of that, and I'm like, that's what we've been doing for years. And this guy went back to the old blueprint. That's when I was like, okay, it's still being done. And then right now, we kind of like moved away from that. But that was, if anybody in the chat can put his name out in there, that would really help. Is it Tony? No, it's not Tony Resco. That's a different dude.
This is
It
kind
was
of a
some other.
tangent, but I wanted to sort of bring this up to you, Art, because I know you're the art guy. I don't know if you've heard in in like Palm Springs area, every other year, so they're not doing it this year, but they're doing it next year. There's an event called Desert X. I don't know if you've heard of it, but basically they have artists put up like basically art installations randomly scattered throughout the desert, and you can just go like it's for like a month and a half or something, and you can just drive and they're in like random spots in the desert where you have to like hike maybe 100 yards, couple 100 yards, or whatever to get to them. I know you got a lot going on, but that's something that like anyone can sort of be part of if you get in there early enough. And I think that I've actually seen more of the woke black activism sort of art exhibits. I think they got like a set of billboards, and it was sort of on the
Excuse me,
sort
Art.
of be about. And I think
Yeah.
again, this maybe isn't for you to do, or I know you have a lot to do, but that would be really cool
Yeah.
if we got someone from the space be able to create a good art installation, or even just get a bunch of kids and create like an art installation out in the desert just to like get them exposed to it, because it's a really big cool event. I just wanted to throw that at
Yeah.
you because I know you're the art guy.
Yeah.
And
I
so
don't do those kind of things. That sounds like an art walk and all that kind of stuff. I don't do those kind of things, or I don't do murals and nothing like that. I do gallery stuff. The name is called. His name is Emil Jones. I just found out that his name was Emil
Emil
Jones. Yeah,
Jones?
yeah. Look
I
him
was looking
up.
it up. I was looking for. I came across a gentleman named Frank Marshall Davis.
No, it was Emil Jones. That's the guy
Okay.
that really like took him under his wing, because I think Bobby Rush wiped the floor with him before, and then later on
Oh,
he became a machine after that. That's why I was saying you built your people up, and you
Emil
have people
Rush, you
that
said. Okay.
yeah, you have your people of influence to try, and then later on, I mean, over time, you'll be able to have them push some of the things that you want done, right? And I know we got people out there that disagree with anything we say on here, but please, you guys, don't pay attention to the kind of people. But what I was saying, not to dismiss what you're saying, McDraw Bear, about the art stuff. Like, I don't do the art walks and all that kind of stuff because basically it's just more beautification type stuff. And my whole thing is more of a private gallery type thing, academic, where you have like the history of things, and you have the music, and you have like the whole gallery space, and you invite all kinds of affluent people to come in, and every student that or artist that puts something out there, they got to have flyers and business cards.
Watch out
You
now.
know.
They might say you've been around me too long. Watch
Oh
out.
boy.
They might start calling you the
Watch
leader.
out.
Hold on now.
You got to have a celebrity show up. You know, you got to have all kinds of stuff there, man. And trust me, it got to make it look exclusive too. Like are you on the list and all that kind. You got to make it look good, because I've seen like a lot of art walks like downtown, and I think the only one that's probably worth going to as far as art walk would be Newport Beach,
Hmm.
because they just wait. They just trying to throw money at anybody over there. But like anywhere else that I've seen is usually somebody trying to find out where's the next party,
Oh, red
and
velvet
somebody
lines and shit like that. Really,
yeah somebody
very risky.
yeah. I mean it like because I've been to a few. I mean Long Beach, downtown, L.A., Orange County, and most of the time I don't know. They just like me. I'm looking at it to where, okay, if I'm an aspiring artist or whatever, who's going to discover me here? And most of the time, you think about it, they have art walks like what? Probably twice a week downtown. And I think it probably was good when it first started, but I think over the years, people just want to just promote their parties, you know. And maybe you got to go to a party to sell something. I don't know. It probably leads you into a Puff Daddy party or something. I don't know. I'm joking on that one.
No,
But
Oh, that
I
was
think
just
with
cold. That was below the belt.
no,
Below the belt. That was too
it
low.
said FO
That
on the
was too
flyer. No, I'm
low.
joking. But yeah, with TD Jakes there. But anyhow,
Were you expect me? Were you expecting me to start dancing, going, take that, take that, take that, take that, take
He took that all right. He took
Yeah,
that all right.
that's what I heard.
that?
He took it all right. Oh boy.
AB, you still got people that come out of nowhere and keep bothering you when you minding your own business, huh?
Yeah, I see him. Whatever.
Anyhow, oh well. But
And I wasn't
I'm
even going
still,
that hard on the old man either. So but that's the funny part. But
yeah, but
yeah, he
still
but
walking
whatever.
the walk, man. I mean, the whole thing is that I can say what I need to say, and then let the chat decide on what they want to listen to and all that. So we just let everybody with their feelings and emotions go to themselves. But for the most part, man, it's I think the overall message is just try to utilize what's there and expand on it. That's the
Yeah, I'm about
overall
to.
message.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. And I think the comment that Senor brought up in the comments, Mr. MOT, I think we're also saying the same thing, and it's maybe slightly, maybe there's slight overlap that's not overlapping, but I think it's how do you get people to, outside of the idea of having the influencers who are influencing the policymakers, which I think Art was a great comment, but how do you get people to care about being involved in the process? I think
That's an easy one right there. I should have answered that because you asked that before. I would say don't alienate the people with different ideas that you're not used to hearing. Be there to make sure that whatever visions that they have, it may sound ridiculous, but you want to make sure they don't jump off the ledge with it.
Absolutely.
Keep them involved.
Well, can you be
I mean,
specific? Because I sort of get it, but can you maybe give specifics, or
You want to
what do you mean
elaborate
by
more?
that?
So, for
Yeah.
example, the idea you may have, somebody might tell you, hey, man, that's impossible. I don't think you can be able to do that. Right. And I'm saying that, and I'm politically involved, but since I never heard what you said, I'm just going to make you feel bad about what you said and keep it pushing. That's not how you get people involved. You
correct.
know, because like if you heard me and Sauchi, we didn't tell you that your stuff was ridiculous. We kept asking you, okay, what kind of tools are you going to use in so many
Yes.
words? Who's going to be involved? Who are the key players in this? I mean, we're trying to get to understanding, okay, you got these kind of things. It's not designed to make you feel bad about what you're thinking and what you're planning. It's about trying to empower you to be able to have a well thought out ideal to make it happen and get involved at the same time. Because that's the problem that we're having probably in the space, in the chat. There was always a discouragement about people getting involved. And so they just say, F it. I don't want to even get involved because of what this dude said.
Oh, and it's typically coming from individuals who aren't in the room, in those rooms, or are nowhere near those rooms. They don't already know. They so far on the outside, they think they know. They have no idea, so they're irrelevant. Let them say what they want. I don't even read the chats for the most part, unless somebody says, "Oh, check this out." I don't read the chats. I mean, we on the panel, especially these type of panels, and we're trading ideas. We're sharpening our perspective, our skill, in a sense, our skills. That's the point. But when you try to bring these lower energy individuals into the in the moment, they're irrelevant. They
Yeah.
have no idea. Maybe they do, and they're detractors. Maybe they are in those rooms and they're detractors. It's possible. Clearly, we're online, but for the most part, trust me, they're not. They are not in those rooms. They don't know how those rooms really function at all. They don't.
They claim they do.
Oh, yeah, and that's why I said I'm not even going to engage anymore, because hold on a minute. I mean, just like my grandfathers who were in the rooms in America, in Africa, all around the world, they didn't engage with people who weren't on par. Period. That's how they run on those levels. You don't even engage with them unless in passing. Hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah. You keep it moving. I forgot about that.
But you got to get them involved, and it's true that the majority of us as a people are politically illiterate.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we come from a consumer standpoint.
Yes.
But at the same time, you got to empower those people.
Yes.
You know, you got to share some of the things that you have learned, and then get them to the polls.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you know, there's certain measures and what do you call it? Measures and what's the other ones? Bonds and things you want to vote on. Some people can walk you through it. The thing is, most people don't get involved with stuff that they don't understand.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't understand it, then it's like, forget it. I'm just going to go my separate way, especially if you got somebody discouraging you on your thoughts. Don't let anybody discourage your thoughts and your concerns about what you may
Yeah.
want to vote for or champion, because you got plenty of people in the chat that do that a lot.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that that's ruining things rather than helping.
Yeah. I mean, typically, at least in our spaces, for the most part, we don't mind just giving you the source. That's what people don't understand. Giving you the source is giving you the tool. Now, if you come back, hey, I didn't understand X, Y, and Z. What do you think? Okay, based on my experience, based on my understanding, this, that, and the third. Now you know that person is really putting in work to understand. That person as an individual, okay, we're going back to individual now. That person as an individual, they're grown because they chose to. We didn't decide whether they should or shouldn't grow. If they're in the space and they're saying that they want to grow or they want to do X, Y, and Z, and we have some kind of knowledge, here, take this, do something with it. Now, if they come back, all right, willing to play. Let's do this. It's really that simple.
Yeah, that's
It's
all it
that
is,
simple.
man. Yeah, but that's the main thing the answer I would give is to keep them more involved is to get them engaged. And sometimes like, you ever see those people that try to get signatures about like certain things that maybe like a ballot or something that a measure or something like that, and they ask you to put your name and your address for a petition.
Yes.
Yeah, I did that for SMU. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and that's probably like, was it like $2 and something cents per signature?
Okay.
I used to do that a long time ago, but the best part about it is that you should be able to engage in conversation of what people are signing.
Yeah.
So think about this. You got like 300 signatures. You talk to 300 people about what they're signing for. So that's how you get them involved. That's one way.
And guess what? They see your face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're just
And you got
you're
numbers,
just not a number. Thank you.
phone numbers, and websites.
So
So let
if
me
you
see if they
reach
disagree
out,
with that in the chat.
so if they reach out or if they see you again, now they have to continue to see you. It's like anything else, but it's human nature. Then this person is consistent about this particular thing or these particular things that I or my group, my inner circle or my subculture that's beneficial for us. Let's either I'm gonna go to that person or I will keep tabs on that person. That's how it works.
And show your face to your elected official. Because sometimes, like, I mean, I took advantage of this. So that's why I was able to come up with all these different things that we're talking about on these different panels. Because, when these, like, Congress senators or whatever, they have people on their staff. Sometimes you got to hang out with their staff members more than just a senator or the congressperson.
Absolutely. They
Have them
typically
on
know
speed
more.
dial. Yeah.
They know more, and that's the access for you to get in. I mean, I can give one instance a few years ago when I first moved out here. I was carpooling, and obviously, I got information, about what's the name of the thing, man? Why am I forgetting the thing, man? When they're giving people money, um,
Donation?
no, not donations. They've been practicing it in this country for a couple of years now. Why am I forgetting the name, man? It's basically like welfare. It's income. Jesus, what is wrong with me right
Is
now?
it charity?
No, I mean like it's income.
Yeah.
Universal basic income. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Okay.
UBI.
Yeah,
UBI.
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 So So obviously, I remember hearing that from BGS a couple
That's good,
times.
guys.
And what's going
They
on?
tried that in Finland.
And yes, and randomly, I'm in a car. I'm in a car with an economist who works very high level in DC, and I bring it up, and then he brings up his background. Dude's been doing it for almost as long as I've been alive, and he's like, "Oh, that just sounds like blah 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 blah," because he was like, "No, I never heard of that term." I was like, "Oh yeah, check this out, blah 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 blah," and then, but you never know who is who. This is why walking around acting arrogant like you know everything, or you're trying to talk, you don't know who you're talking to.
Right.
You don't know if you just
Right.
close a door, or common. I'm sorry, did I just say? I was about to say common sense. Clearly not common. Clearly not common. You don't know who you're talking to. Like you don't
Right.
know. You don't know.
Right. Yeah.
I remember my brother. He was living in Oslo. He was working, like you guys talk about, people going on signature drives for petitions and such. I remember he was working for a couple of agencies affiliated with the National Statistics Bureau. He was going around just, asking for signature, doing surveys and whatnot. And he talked about how, like you said, so Fauci, if they see someone that looks like them, they're more willing to trust them and such. However, in his case, it was like kind of like he would get like weird reactions from certain people. I mean, some people get really rude towards him and such because they just see a face that's not one of their own. They were reluctant to answer any questionnaires he wanted to, anytime he tried to approach and such. So I see what your point is on that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I could just give an example because mainly I think one of my staples was, and it still is, when you're dealing with your elected official when it comes to education, most of the time they're all ears.
Mm-hmm.
Because basically the fact that because sometimes you become a campaign picture for them sometimes.
Maybe like a
Sometimes
photo op.
yeah, sometimes they show up to your events and things with your students and things of that nature, and then every now and then you get to design some of their their posters and advertisements. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes, I mean, you can't. You got to be willing to play ball because everything ain't for free. I'm just gonna keep that 100. So when you want to get people involved in things like that, sometimes a mouthpiece is not enough. Sometimes you got to be able to make the calls for your elected officials. Sometimes you got to be able to make the deliveries or pick somebody up from the airport. I've done that. It's a lot of things, man, that you do because those are all the things that help you get people involved because basically you are connected with these people. So once you're connected and you start and you telling people about these people, you kind of know about them. You interact with them. Instead of just being a quote unquote Trump supporter or Biden supporter and you never met them. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes the fact that you get involved with some of these elected officials kind of makes things go a long way. The only part that I caution you with is they have opponents. And sometimes, especially when they're running against each other, what happens when that person that you were working with gets replaced by their opponent?
Oh,
You got
That's a
to
wrap.
think about that.
Yep.
That's why you gotta play both sides of the fences.
It's chess and it's
Yeah.
the long game. And when it comes to politics is nasty. Basically,
Yes.
anything goes. Like you cannot be an idiot. Like you really got to look at the chessboard and really understand all the players, all their players, and all the agendas. And like that's if you don't get that, if you don't understand that, man, just forget about it. And again, just as a name just stated, you play both sides. This is what corporations does. People get upset. Oh, corporations,
Yeah.
they got all these You got all these. They put money in. No, you don't see during these, especially right now with the presidential election. They're going to put money onto both sides. They're not going to
because you
say
don't
it
look
publicly.
because you don't look partial. You don't want to look partisan. That's the
Yeah.
part.
No,
You
that's
want
see,
to
that's the
keep
problem
it
right there.
business.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's why lobbying groups always approach both politicians from both parties here.
Yeah, when
These
you go
special interest
partisan too.
groups.
Oh, go ahead, fam. I'm sorry. You know.
I love you too, and Ramadan Kareem, brother. I hope you have a happy Eid eventually. Anyway,
Go
and
ahead,
this thing
brother.
kill him with kindness. But you have to understand, lobbying groups, they spend a lot of time focusing on who's up and coming, who is established, who's on their way out regarding politicians at both federal level, state level, county, and local level, depending on what the special interest groups have in mind. So they know they have to approach people from both parties, but they have to know which individual to approach and they understand that when they approach these people, there's something called campaign contributions, because that's how lobbying groups get the politicians' ears through campaign contributions. Most people think that their elected officials are beholden to them. No, the people that can contribute to their campaigns is whom they are beholden to more often than not.
Let me give you an
They
example,
understand.
man. This is funny. There's
I didn't tickle you yet, but okay.
oh, say it again. You had a pause in there. Go ahead.
I said I didn't tickle you yet, but okay. Let's see how
Oh,
funny this is
okay.
gonna be.
Okay, my brother. But we got two congresswomen.
Okay.
Okay. No
Hmm.
funny business. All right.
No blame
Now,
business.
one, I can give y'all the name so y'all can look them up. One name was Laura Richardson, and the other one was Janice Hahn. Right? Janice
Hmm.
Hahn is a family friend. For my stepfather's. Actually, my stepfather was friends with her father, Kenneth Hahn. Right? And so, you know, so the thing was, I was able to get things done for my students when it came to scholarships and different programs that they funded. And then what was so crazy, I
Somebody type of hard.
they were running against each other. So one was already the congresswoman, and the other one was trying to be congresswoman. And so the one that was already congresswoman, she helped me out a lot. Okay. And I was always showing up to all her events and stuff and helping out. And there was this big event. I forgot what it was, like some kind of park event or whatever. And I
Okay.
saw Janice Hahn
Okay.
and, ran into her and her assistant. And you know how people see each other. Hey, good to see you. It wasn't no handshake. It was a hug and peck on the cheek or whatever. And she's like, I'm running, blah, blah, blah. I said, yeah, I saw that. And I just said, let me know if you need anything, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And, and then just kept it pushing. And I looked to my left. Guess who was
Uh-huh.
staring at me hard like I just killed somebody?
The
Laura
first
Richardson.
Laura Richardson.
I said, oh, shit.
Ooh. Because
I
they took
said,
it
oh,
personal.
man. And Janice Hahn beat her. So that's kind of crazy. So I'm saying
That's
is
all you were
that
thinking.
some things some things are kind of like volatile between candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to make sure you don't get caught up in you know their rivalry,
Absolutely.
that kind of thing.
Something you want to keep a business, but unfortunately, it's hard to keep a business
It's
when
very
you get
hard.
too personal. Very hard, especially like when you know each other like on a first name basis and such. Or if you've been to each other, if you've been to some of their certain gatherings or special events, special moments in their lives, you know. I mean, how
Yeah,
many
but
people will tell you that you met, a lot of those some of those individuals will show up at certain events like such and such has a wedding, or one of their family members having a birthday. They'll show up and say happy birthday, whatever, congratulations, and then they're gonna be doing some talking in a room, in a private room somewhere. Man, I wish Kevin Samuels was still alive here. He'd come in here, he'd be,
I don't.
explain like,
I don't.
oh, hold on a second. Fuck
What
you
a shot!
two, fuck you two, fuck you two, motherfucker. Damn, PK.
What a
Wait, is
shot!
No,
PK in
it's
here?
no, it's cool. It's just that I don't wish him to be alive. I don't think so. Like a lot of you dudes would be with
Oh,
the
sorry,
wrong
I
type
thought you
of
meant say for
woman.
somebody. My
No,
bad.
no, let him
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah.
Let him run his mouth. Go ahead.
Like a lot of you guys would be with the wrong type of woman had he still would have been alive, because that was his goal, was to dust off the wrong type of woman to give to you guys, so that way you can pretend like you're high value. But I have a question. All this stuff is great, but if you're not directly interfacing with the actual personnel on the ground within your actual district, these type of
Mm,
conversations are not necessary. They're not.
Okay.
mm-hmm.
It's only necessary when you're not participating in the actual process itself, because everything that y'all want is left wing based. It's not middle of the road based. It definitely is not right wing based. It is definitely left wing based things.
So why are you here?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Art of More.
Oh, I came here to talk about how easy it is to actually participate in the actual process, rather than having these type of discussions. Because like most people who are actually participating in the actual process, they're not up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning trying to pretend like they're
Well, you here, nigga?
interested
What
in
are
the
you talking
process
about?
itself.
I know,
No, no, no.
really.
I
You
am
here.
here telling you that you guys are wasting your time because you
So
guys
why
don't
you
have a
wasting
side
your
pick.
time telling us that?
You don't have a side picked.
Why
If you
you
had a
wasting?
side
Why
pick,
are you
the
wasting
only
your
thing you had
time
to do was show up
telling us
once
that?
every 2 years and organize for whatever issue that you need to organize for, and that's it.
Yeah.
Most of
So
you guys
so
want left wing things, but you don't want to invest in the
so
left wing
why are you
party.
over here if you don't like this space? Why?
That's not what I said. I am
MOT. My
No,
question
no,
is
you know
like,
you
I
don't like this
I
space,
am
sir.
simply
no, no.
saying that if you're participating in the process like you think you are, but these left wing things that you want, only thing you have to do is participate and actually invest in the left wing process. And most of the stuff you want has already been done, depending on what state that you're in.
Well, I like this, and
That's
let's
all
have
I'm
the
saying.
conversation. Let's have the conversation because there's no need to attack anybody. Like, let's have the conversation. MOT. Let's bring it back to black boys learning
Who's
how to
this?
read.
Who's
This
this?
is McDrama Bear.
Okay.
How
Black
do
boys learning how to read.
how to read. So on the ground, how would an individual get that done, or how do you propose getting that done in your
Black
state
boys learning how
or
to
any
read
state?
is a parenting based initiative, sir.
So you
Oh.
don't. So there's no policy
I
that
am
you think
not,
can.
sir. No.
No,
Listen,
I'm just having
I'm
the
not.
conversation. I'm not. I'm
I
not
know.
trying to.
I understand, but when people try to hide behind black boys, that's not a realistic conversation. Because at
He's
the end
hiding
of the day,
behind black boys.
you don't
Hey,
understand that.
it's your channel, AB. I just saw
Okay.
something.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're trying to have a back and forth conversation. All right, so this is why it's a bad idea to come in talking about black boys and black boys only. That's not how legislation works. Whatever you're trying to target, you have to make it look like it's for everyone, but it's actually serving a very specific need. And there's nothing hardly ever that's going to have black boys on it. But whatever thing that you're going to have to actually go after, you have to make it so broad so that way it addresses a certain statistic for everyone, but black boys are hit even harder for it. So rather than just focusing on black boys not learning how to read, you could just call it a reading initiative for children between XYZ age and XYZ age. It
Can you
still does
describe
all
my
the same
brother's
stuff.
keeper?
Yeah. um,
Yeah, we
yeah,
want to
I
hear
mean,
it.
but I'm answering this question. So, what I'm saying is, if you want something that's very specific, you're gonna have to go at it at a very broad basis in order to get it. Like no politician, especially like okay, black culture is a grift and a con. That's how everyone sees black culture. Black culture is a clearinghouse for dumbass niggas who pretend like they give a fuck about black people, but they don't participate in the process because you don't have a side pick. People do not give a damn about people who want to buck dance in the middle, but want to actually pretend that they're on the right when they're actually going for things that are actually on the left. Okay? They don't like that at all.
Anybody here said they was voting for the Republican? I'm confused.
I'm just telling you how things work and how people look at these type of conversations, and we routinely humiliate the fuck out of people who show up to these conversations about politics and city council meeting talking about shit for black boys, and we just have to cut their mic off and get them out the room because that's not how
Well, no,
things work.
I think you make a good point, and basically, I'm starting with, let's call this group. That's what we're specifically interested in. I think you answered it. Okay, we need to make it broader, right?
Yes.
I think you brought up the point. You brought up the point. No. Look, and again, don't think I'm not trying to be adversarial. I'm just trying to have the conversation. Remember that.
No. That's
I'm not
fine.
getting emotional
That's
about
fine.
this. You brought up the point. Pick a side, right? And I think if you look at the numbers, we pretty much already vote for a specific side in overwhelmingly more than probably any other demographic. I think, right?
Well, that's other people, but are you personally participating? We know what everyone else is doing, but are you personally participating? Have you personally picked a side like everybody else who's participating? Because a lot of these people who pick up this don't want to pick a side stuff. They just want everybody else to do all the work for them while they sit on the sideline and pretend like they have a side pick. When the only side that they have is, I just want to benefit without working.
No, we have to tease this apart because it's sort of nuanced. I think what I'm doing specifically, I pick a side. I mean, I'm sort of inconsequential individually. I'll do the best I can individually. But I guess my point I'm trying to get at is, given that our numbers were sort of already statistically more than 50%, more than I think 80% on a side, and yet we don't see proportion. I think we make 20% of the country. I don't know what that is, but we don't see nearly 20% of the benefit, given that we're a very high percentage on a certain side.
The benefits, and here's the thing. The benefits are there. It's just that no one's going to come up to you and give you a personal press conference about what happened in every single instance. And the moment that you expect people to do that, they're not even going to pay attention to you at all. You have to keep up with the process of what's going on in your area and nationally. You got to stop thinking that somebody's going to give you a personal press conference to keep you up to speed. They're not going to do that. I had to go through this process myself.
Well, I think I understand where you're sort of coming from. I think individually, I'm not a type of person to do that. I definitely go after what I need to go after. But I think you can point to a lot of other groups, people of color groups, that they are literally holding their hand and giving them what they sort of need. And I think this space is sort of saying, okay, go ahead.
That's not what's happening. You're trying to get somebody to hold your hand throughout the process and all that stuff. That's not going to work. We have been purged these type of black people from Colorado a long time ago. The moment you walk in here without the understanding of how the process works, we get you out of there. Or we cut your microphone off, or we get you out of there. If you're not smart enough to know what's going on right now within the process, no one's going to catch you up. No one is going to catch you up. We're going to treat you like a troll, and we're going to get you out of here. You're going to come in with the understanding of what's going on right now. We're not catching you up on anything. We don't need anybody's vote. We need the votes of people who's going to participate in the process and keep up with what's going on within the process. We don't have time to keep trying to bring people up to speed.
Okay, so I got a question for you.
Okay.
So, like around this time, usually they're putting a lot of tension on swing voters, swing voting states. Is there any validity to that, or that's something that we shouldn't even have to worry about?
Not in this election. Not in this election.
Okay. That was all.
No, I mean, like, people treat swing voters as stupid motherfuckers. People treat undecideds as stupid motherfuckers. As such. Because they're expecting somebody to come pander to them when they can just, okay, if you're not interested in the process at all, do you know that you're going to have to do twice as much work by reading both political platforms, listening to two different types of news, because there's different type of news sources and stations depending on what side of the aisle that you're on, and middle isn't the side, by the way. I mean, at best, you're center left or center right. There's nobody who just in the center like that, and nobody treat those people as serious anyway. So what you have to do is you have to keep up with the information. Asking all these questions about, oh, we've been voting Democrat for 50 years, and what did we get? Nigga, nearly everything that's passed helped the bottom slab of everything that's happening. And that's what's been going on every single election cycle. And to expect people to bring you up to speed with that's a waste of time. You like you have to have an actual level of information that you have to come with to the table. You just can't come to the table with your hands out, catch me up to speed with what y'all have been doing. No. You have to come here. There's a minimum level of participation. All right. I mean, we understand this for sports. We understand this for music. Somehow we don't understand this for politics.
Okay.
Now,
Whatever.
since you're here, because we got to hear your take on this. Now, everybody keeps talking about the whole Candace Owens thing. Why do
I
you
don't
think
give a
she's
shit about
making these
Candace
moves?
Owens.
Do you think she's making
She's
any
not a
kind of move for?
legitimate political person, and the only people who focus on Candace Owens are dumbass niggas or the fucking gender war conversation.
Okay,
Candace
so
Owens
do
is
you
not a
think that she's
legitimate
trying to?
political person. She's
Do you
not
think that she's
legitimate. She
trying to
got kicked.
make? Do you think there's some kind of motive behind what she's doing?
Yeah, she's trying to move on to a different audience now that she got kicked out of her own political grift where she was funded by billionaires.
Did she get kicked out?
Yes, she got fired. Yeah.
Okay.
However, Candace Owens is not a legitimate political person to actually concentrate on versus what's going on in your own personal environment. This is what I mean. Like, if you were to go up to your local political person and start talking about Candace Owens, they would kick you out of the room. They wouldn't even have the temerity to ask dumbass questions about Candace
Why
Owens.
would I talk to my local politician about Candace Owens?
Listen, man. Listen, y'all gonna have to start focusing on real issues at some point. If not, just focus on the gender war. Just stay out of the political conversation where people are actually participating in it, and just focus on the gender war. That doesn't require any type of intelligence. It doesn't require any type of historical understanding. You could just go from one bad relationship marker to the other, to the other, to the other. Because all of this other stuff, these people are already confused enough as it
Okay,
is.
so can you explain the current economic situation in this country and
When it comes to what?
in the demographic
When it comes to what?
in this country, generally speaking?
I'm not a fucking economist. And asking a dumbass question like that, like listen, you think that my actual personal economics and the transportation industry is somehow going to take up for people who's not in the transportation industry? I know what it is for the transportation industry. Those are questions that you ask to an economist, not somebody who's on some ask me anything type thing. You have to actually know that for your particular career field.
Well, I'm
That's
actually
way too broad of an actual basis.
No,
it's way too broad of a basis.
No.
An explanation of the full
basically
economic situation for the country.
Just because you're talking loud doesn't mean you know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
So
hold on.
No,
Let him talk, MOT.
No,
Let him talk, MOT.
I've listened to you talk for what, I don't know how long.
Hey man, get to your fucking point. Your point is what?
Excuse me?
I don't know anything about economics.
No,
economics is not my career
disrespect.
field.
No, wait.
Really?
Economics is not my career field. My career field is
I understand that. I understand that.
Okay.
We'll just play
But wait a minute.
ball.
Wait,
Yeah.
I got this.
Get to your point,
I
though.
got this. No, I got
Get to your
this.
point, though.
So you're in Colorado, right? And you're online disrespecting people, and you don't know who you're talking
Hey
to.
man, get to your fucking
do you
point
think that
about
you're
economics.
that smart?
What is your point about economics? What's your point about economics?
Do you think you're that smart?
How much?
No.
I got this. Do you think you're that smart?
Let's tell Seattle.
Do you think you're that smart? Because you're in Colorado, right?
Hold on a second. I'm on the side of the road. The police just pulled up. They think I'm broke down or some shit. Hold on.
Wait. I got this because
it's cool.
Remember?
No, man, we good, man. We good.
Remember what I said?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
No, I got this. Remember what I said earlier about
support the show for this.
Remember what I said earlier about people who don't understand? They go online and they talk to anybody how they feel, and they don't know who they're talking to. Those
you are
people
nobody
typically
within this
aren't that
space. What the
smart.
fuck are you talking about?
You don't know me.
Okay,
you don't know
why don't
me.
you explain to me the whole economic system of the United States?
I don't need to.
Why would you even ask me that question if you can't answer it?
No, I can
Come on,
answer
man.
it. I can answer it, and
No,
I have answered it.
it's a non-starter of a conversation.
No. I can ask you any
Explain the
question I
whole
feel like
economic
asking
system
you.
of the whole United
Is
States.
that what I said?
Yo,
You're
don't
not that
Exactly what
smart.
you said.
Again. This is
Get
why
this other dumb nigga
this.
shut the fuck
No,
up,
no,
so that
I
way we
got
can have a
this.
conversation.
I got this.
Hey,
This is
you
what.
shut the fuck
This is
up,
this
man.
is.
Mother forever.
Well, this is why I said I don't engage
Fauci,
these
you're
type of
nothing
people.
within this space. You don't interact with anybody. You don't debate anybody on any policy or any issue. You are up here with dumb niggas. That is what you are up here with. You don't ride by the brain trust.
With
You don't go
another
anywhere else
dumb
within
nigga.
this motherfucking space.
Let
You
him
don't
go.
do that.
Now
With
who am I?
another dumb
Where
nigga.
is your fucking channel?
Listen.
Where is
Now
your channel with years of content about economics?
How,
Where is it?
Who am I in
Where is
real
it?
life? Who am
Where
I in
is it?
real life?
I don't know. Listen,
Exactly.
you are an actual
Exactly.
accountant. And accountants, and most
Are you
accountants
sure
use
that's what I
software
am?
nowadays.
Are you sure that's what I
Accountants
am?
use software
No.
nowadays.
Are you sure that's what I am?
Most of these accountants
Are you
use
sure I'm an
software
accountant?
nowadays.
Are you sure I'm an
Well,
accountant?
the last time we was online talking to each other, you were talking about accounting then.
So you assumed,
With
but you
me.
didn't verify. So again, you just showed yourself again. You're not that smart. You don't
Okay,
know me.
where's your channel?
You
Where's your
don't
channel
know
talking
anything.
about all this shit?
But wait a minute.
Where's your channel talking about all this
Didn't
shit?
like 5-10 minutes ago you did?
Where is your channel?
5-10
Where
minutes
is your
ago,
channel?
5-10
If I should
minutes
know who
ago,
the fuck you
went on
are,
there.
I should be able to look up a channel for
I
you,
didn't
right?
say I didn't say you should. I just asked you if you knew anything about me in real life.
No,
Again,
you
you
hang
just
around
showed
with dumb
yourself
niggas.
again.
Why the fuck would I
Again, you
even
just
care about
showed
what you
yourself
think?
again.
Nigga, you hang out with BGS and all these other dumb niggas. I don't give a fuck about what you think.
So why are you?
And
why
I should
are
know
you
what the
on
fuck,
here?
who the fuck you are? Like, dude,
I
this
didn't
is not
say I
Southie's
didn't say
channel.
you should
This is
know who
AB
I am.
Media's channel. This is AB Media's
Exactly.
channel. I
So
came here to talk about the political process,
I got this.
a
I got
process
this. I
that you
got this.
guys are not
Don't
actually
interrupt.
invested or
Don't interrupt,
involved in.
guys. So you come on somebody else's channel and then
Yes.
you try and then you disrespect someone. You disrespect a guest who you know nothing about in the real world. Do you do you really think that's smart?
It is smart. It's smart to me. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. Like Southie, listen.
We've already heard
Southie,
enough
listen.
from you.
Southie,
What I will say is real
the
quick.
problem that you have, Southie, is that you want to be seen as smart.
No. You don't know who I am in real life. I know who you are. You don't know who I am. I can touch you. You can't touch me. You don't understand that.
So
you
AB,
really don't understand that.
I'm gonna tell you this right now as a person who owns hold on.
And it was smart for him to drop off. That's why I said earlier.
That wasn't him. That was me.
Great. And thank you. And that's why I said earlier, people like that, they're not that smart. They don't. If he's so smart about politics, then he would know better. And then he say, if you guys were really doing anything, you wouldn't be on here at 2-something in the morning. So if that's the case, why would I have a channel? If I'm really out here doing things, why would I have it? I mean, like it doesn't matter whether you have a channel or not. So I just proved 4 or 5 times in less than 5 minutes who he really is without even trying.
What you have to understand is he's a fire starter. He's gonna make content. Hold on.
I know exactly what he is. Yeah, sorry about that.
All he's gonna do is he's trying to find ways to make content. That's why I said, is he lonely? Yeah. Because he's talking about bunch of dumb motherfuckers up here talking about at 2:00 in the morning. It's like, you motherfucker, you just talk about yourself. You up here with us.
Yeah.
If you was really on your mission that you said you were, you wouldn't be up here with us 2 in the morning. So
to me it's just comical because they continue to show themselves and they don't know. Just like they got another one of their guys. He's in New York. I know exactly where he is. I used to live in Stanford, so I know exactly where he is. I still got people out there. I'm not talking like some hood nonsense. No, I mean I got people high up there. They got another guy in Boston, in the Boston area. I'm from Providence, Rhode Island. I got people out there too. He's in Colorado. I got people in Colorado, Denver, Colorado. So that's what I'm saying. When he comes over here talking, he doesn't know who he's talking to.
He's looking for content.
I get it, and if
he doesn't care what you are, all he's looking for content.
Which is hilarious because I can shut him down if I really
That's why a lot of these guys up here are just looking for content. He's a fucking truck driver, dude. You don't know shit.
He doesn't know anything.
Well, Art Igmore, I think you brought up the big point. At the end of the day, like we're all here on the same platform, sort of doing the same thing. And it's kind of odd if you're going to come on a platform and then say you're better, but then your emotional intelligence is just bringing you down to the level where you're doing non sequiturs, you're calling people names, you're just yelling. You sound like the people that you're making.
Person.
Yeah, exactly. You sound like the people that you're making fun of. Because when you're talking about going into the room and doing politics, it's like we can't be those N-words in there getting mad. Like, dude, I'm the same. I'm the same way. You heard many times you'll hear me get all excited or whatever. Like we're all sort of the same. We're very emotional. We get very excited about what we're talking about. And as we go up the ladder, like we have to learn how to focus that energy toward logical arguments, right? And not get emotional about it.
Guys like that, they're not in the room. They can go to the council meeting. Of course, it's public. Yeah, you can go to the meeting. He's not in the room. That kind of he's talking like he is. Oh, we get you out of there. We take off your. Yeah, maybe they might have you over there, controlling the audio. Mm-hmm. But you're not in the room, bro. He's not in the room. Colorado.
Well, and you know what? And in these spaces, I think my challenge for everyone is like, let's not get into I don't want to say get into our emotions. I think we really actually should be getting more into our emotions to learn how to get to not be controlled by them. Like we don't need to turn everything into like a fist fight where we're like gonna jump through the internet and start punching them, right? It's just like I think I'm not pointing out anyone on the panel.
The thing about manhood is like you're going to fight because you feel with testosterone. All right. The fact of the matter is, after you go through the fight, what do you do then? It's the same. It's the same concept of your friends get into an argument. You guys fight, and then guess what? You talk it over a beer, and then you squash the shit.
Well, okay. Again, this is a nuanced point. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think what we all end up doing is it becomes like it goes beyond sort of that. Like, and we get real serious about it, and then we're permanently sort of against people. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
What you're dealing with is motherfuckers on the internet being keyboard fucking warriors.
Exactly.
Because if they were in your, you really tested your manhood when you're in somebody's face talking that same shit.
Yes.
Because on the internet, your safety net is the fact that you're thousands of miles away from somebody. Being in the fucking face of somebody. If I was in the face of Charles and said he ain't shit nigga, you don't think I expect Charles to smack the shit out of me?
I probably
if I say that to Charles, I should expect for him to smack the shit out of me, and he should think that I should smack the shit out of him for smacking the shit out of me. Then after we fight, guess what? Me and Charles will go to the fucking bar, and after we fucking bloody each other up, have a fucking beer, and then talk about the shit and then squash the shit because we have to get that shit out.
Let me tell you, see, you're doing something wrong, Art.
Here we go.
You're confusing people to being men.
No, I'm explaining what men do.
You're explaining what men do, but to explain that to a guy who's never really been a man, that's like explaining to a 4-year-old calculus.
Wait, you call me not a man? What?
That too. See, because I'm gonna say this, right? Let's say if I had a disagreement with Salji about whatever philosophy or whatever strategy he had. Number one, I'm going to come to the facts. Do I argue with Salji when it comes to numbers? You never heard me once. Does Salji argue with me when it comes to law enforcement policy, security protocols? No, that's not his fucking forte.
Because we have common sense. Now I remember when you checked me one time, and I didn't feel any type of way because I was like, he has way more training than me when we were talking about fighting. I brought up Krav, and then you checked me on that.
And that's
I didn't feel any type of way. I said, okay, so I was like, okay, and I wrote the shit down. I was like, okay, so what do you think is above that? Done with it.
Crop is cool, but like I told you,
That's exactly what you said.
I can tell you what crop is cool, but what you really need is basic boxing, basic wrestling, basic ground fighting.
Exactly, which I got the boxing. I don't have the wrestling. So you see, that's
I'm a
exactly
whole
what he
class.
said last time. But
And I'm a
you
whole
saw what I
class.
did? I shut the fuck up and I listened because I know from listening to him for years, he's the real deal. I've been around guys like the real deal, and they sound just like Charles.
And it's funny because when I talk to Salji and I listen to his shit about economics and numbers, I'm quiet as a church mouse. I'm observing. I'm listening. I'm checking the facts, and I'm like, damn, he makes so much sense. This is how you know you're the master or something. And I had to learn from other masters in their fields. When you can explain this shit to a child, that's when you have a mastery of it.
Mm-hmm.
And see, you have to be able to explain it to a child, not be the goddamn child. Does that make sense, folks? And see,
Also,
to come on
go
here
ahead, Charles.
and to try to come up and say you with a bunch of dumb niggas, like you're going to get a response from us because we were called worse by better people.
Ooh.
It's not even insulting. I like to quote this great prophet named Escanor. I don't feel hatred in anything that's beneath me or weaker than me. All I feel is pity. See,
exactly.
This is the fact of the matter that if you feel Asalji's not a threat, let me tell you about George. Everybody know who George St. Pierre is, right?
GSP, Rush.
Yes, sir.
One of the top 2 greatest MMA fighters of all time. Whether or not he's still in the Mount Rushmore of John Jones, Fedor, Mighty Mouse. I'll put Mighty Mouse over Khabib because Mighty Mouse did shit that we never seen before and never. Really fought any good wrestlers. He never fought.
The Zangief suplex into the armbar.
Any good wrestlers. Mighty Mouse fought everybody, every style, from Olympic gold medalist wrestlers to Striders. If they were the same size, Khabib, he would fuck Khabib up. He'd have fucked Khabib up because he has too much. He would have gave Khabib a paralysis of analysis. But the point that I'm saying is this: when GSP went to Africa to watch the gorillas came right up on him. GSP is a solid nigga. And he said he was shook. One of the few times in his life he was shook because that's a fucking silverback. And if you don't know how strong a silverback is, a silverback gorilla is about as strong as 10 Olympic weightlifters. Trust me, there's many of lickers there.
600 pounds with some. There's like 600 to 700 pounds, all vegetarian.
They're strong as 10 Olympic weightlifters. He said the gorilla came right up to him and put his back against him. You know what that meant? When that gorilla put his back against him, I'm on one. I'm not doing one yet. I'm doing 2 tomorrow. Shit. Nigga, it's my birthday. I cry and I talk shit if I want to. Well, actually, Monday is my birthday, but it's the whole weekend. You know how black people do. But the point that I'm saying is this: the gorilla put his back against GSP because the gorilla was showing him that he is such a non-threat to him that he is giving the most vulnerable position to him because there's nothing you could do to me. And that's what I look at people like that. You're arguing with niggas that far surpass your capability, your expertise, your knowledge, and your training. That Salji was calm the whole time. He didn't get his niggas. Look, dude, if you what? Oh yeah,
stop interrupting, motherfucker.
And then you got to remember, why would Salji go down to his level when this man is in DC? He's with actual movers and shakers.
Yep.
And trust me, all I got to do was ask a few friends of mine, and I bet you I only have 6 degrees of separation from him. Because guess who one of my partners in my business is from? DC. His parents make a combined $1 million a year.
Oh.
Okay? Yeah, it's funny when we say this shit and really mean it. You never know who the fuck I know. Both the law and the streets owe me favors.
You probably know some of my family, Charles. To be honest with you,
I'm probably related to you if your parents are from the Carolinas, especially eastern part of Windsor. literally related to the whole town of Windsor.
Nah.
Oh, you thought we were gonna leave this bitch sober?
Shout out to the Geechee Gullies.
And I'm gonna tell you this on a fundamental scale. And I'm sorry for talking, but I haven't spoken in a long time. It really fucking irritates me when, not even irritate, but irritate when people come up here trying to debate. Get your shit together. I get better debates about Naruto and comic books than these niggas can tell me about law. There's lawyers who can't debate me about law. Okay? Like, motherfucker, do you know the reason why the United States is a superpower the way it is? It started from the Monroe Doctrine.
After James Monroe.
It started after the Monroe Doctrine that says, Europe, if you get involved in our shit, we bringing hell to you. North America's our baby. Fuck you.
Yeah,
Okay?
he just came out here to be a fire starter, dude.
And
whenever I saw him, I was like, I looked at him like, okay, why are you here?
Because you know what? Sometimes you gotta let the baby have their bottle. Okay, you're smarter than me. What does that do for your life?
Man, he ain't no damn baby. He a grown ass fucking man. Fuck that. Stand on your own 2 damn feet. If you were at a place if you are at a place that you know you don't like us, you hate us, why are you here?
Because I got no place to go.
Because your left hand is lonely because your right hand got all the attention.
Well, you know, all he got to do is like sleep. All he got to do is make his one.
Pretty much, yeah. Because for that, I can tell you, I ain't gonna be up at 2 or 3 o'clock talking to damn crazy. No, man, I got other things to do.
All he got to do is make his hand fall asleep, and now he give himself a stranger.
Oh Lord.
I mean, it boggles the fucking mind.
Allegedly, he's married, but whatever.
It boggles the fucking mind where
he's married.
Oh
my God!
No comment. No comment.
Man,
I know she runs that household.
I know AI must be really good this day.
That couch got a lot of attention. That's all I gotta say.
How do we know he doesn't have a doll?
Ooh.
Well, you know,
he can afford one.
That's what Kevin
said. I'm not even trying to think about him on that level. So
oh yeah, Scooby Wooby.
But anyway. Hey, Scooby out of this.
He got a waifu pillow. That's what y'all trying to say?
Man, maybe he's mad because Sailor Moon won't give him a date. Maybe he's mad.
Shit, Sailor Moon's got to fight villains by daylight.
Well, fight evil by the moonlight. Find love in the daylight. But see, this is the problem. A lot of motherfuckers really aren't the man they supposed to be when you really check up their fucking real life. And I don't dox. Matter of fact, I'm anti-doxing. I'm the one who stood up. One of the guys who stood up against that doxing shit.
You put somebody on blast about that, remember?
The resources that I have, I can easily find motherfuckers. Okay? Out of Art News Style, out of BGS, out of a lot of people who I personally have their fucking numbers, I respect, even offline, I call Art, BGS, offline. And I'm friends with motherfuckers on Facebook and Instagram. Why? Because I have something that's lacking in today's world. It's called respect. Okay? If you come respectfully, you don't get carried the fuck out the club. What happened, Mello? Did the bitch had to get carried out? Did the bitch had to get thrown out? And she still wanted to fight. And what happened to when she still wanted to fight that guy? He gave her 5 across her lip.
Ooh.
Would have seen the way she dropped, bro.
I keep telling people, how brave are you if we lock you inside of an octagon? How brave are you if we put you in a fucking 10 by 10 foot room and a locked door and we give you 10 minutes to settle your fucking issues?
Mm-hmm.
How many human beings are down with the shits? Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I need to address something because I'm sure it's gonna become an issue later. For the record, I'm the one that kicked MOT off the panel. I'm gonna say this one time. You come on my panel talking like you ain't got no damn sense, I reserve the right to kick you off. You don't like it, you can always go kick rocks.
I mean, let
Is he
the
still in the
part,
chat?
like here's the part about it.
I don't really care.
AB, let me translate for you. If you don't like what a content creator does on their fucking shit, motherfuck you twice. Matter of fact, three
Yeah.
times, thrice. And here's the fucked up part. You
And
come
let
up
me
here
tell you
and
something
yell at
else. Somebody in the chat said I'm giving you the side out. Okay, you don't have to be here.
I tell motherfuckers that all the time. Who the fuck are you? Guess what? I had more people live after the passing of Kevin Samuels on my live stream than most of your favorite major content creators had ever had live. So I know what I'm capable of doing. Fuck you. And I love my day ones, A1s. You're not Chaos. You're not AB. You're not BGS. You're not Art. Both arts. Well, all three, the art beats. You're not anybody who supported me. You're not electrician. You're not fucking You're not somebody who regularly supports. Snowman. You're not. If it
F
wasn't
Holiday,
Snowman, I wouldn't be here.
MS Delta,
MS Delta. If you and
Louis
every
Convoy.
trust me, I'm half drunk, not fully. I had to wait till Mello
Okay.
was fully drunk.
Half, nigga, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You should be fully drunk, nigga. You
No,
babysitting.
I had to be nice. Mello was with me. So I had to wait till
Babysitting, Charles.
Wait a minute.
I
Wait,
don't
anybody?
babysit.
Anybody? Y'all ain't doing shit for Easter Sunday?
No.
Your diaper is smelly, Charles.
Well,
shit, here we go.
Well, I mean, at least my diaper still holds my shit. What about your thong?
Oh.
man, y'all should get married. That's what I'm gonna say about that. Y'all should get married. Well, y'all arguing.
I'm not
Like Mr. Brown from Mr. and Mrs. Brown from In Living Color.
Well, he was crazy. He was crazy, like making fun of, like, he was like, you all can just go back to talking about the gender war thing or whatever. And it's like, they're having the same conversation in the UK. So it's not just a black manosphere thing or whatever. Like, so it's kind of weird. He's not paying attention.
But we weren't even.
They're having
Hold on,
this
wait a minute.
conversation
Wait a
in Korea.
minute.
They're
Wait a
having.
minute. We were talking about the 4B movement in South Korea earlier.
They're talking about this shit in South Korea. So this gender thing that started with black people, and remember, black people are the canary in the coal mine. When the world gets a cough, we got AIDS.
But the thing is,
his issue is with BGS in this space. He hates this
exactly.
Space. He hates BGS. He talks about BGS 24/7 on his fucking channel. And he talks he talks about Charles. He says this space ain't shit. This, that, and third. That's why he came up here to make content. Guarantee you tomorrow, MOT will make a video about his interaction on the Coliseum from AB Media 83. So you guys need to go ahead and just hit that Cash App, support the damn channel, because we're about to be famous in this bitch. That's all I gotta say.
Well, and another thing too is that I read an article where they're talking about how there used to be these things called third spaces where people could go to. So there'd be social halls, there'd be parks, there'd be places you could go to that you didn't have to pay for to sort of socialize and be with other people, right? And we're sort of losing a lot of those things. Like there's very few places that you can go to where you don't have to pay money. And I think, like, this online space sort of represents that. It's sort of fulfilling a very deep human need. And so I think him coming at it like we're just on here doing nothing is really downplaying something that humans have been doing for hundreds of thousands of years.
Well, there's one thing I'd clearly like to say to a lot of people. There's two things about me you should keep out of your mouth. One, my name, and two, my dick. Okay? What the fuck do I talk about you motherfuckers for? Do I go over their channels and do I go to their job knocking the dicks out of their mouth? No. I let them make their money. Here's the problem. You're guilty because of association. Here's the major issue. I literally got 5 PhDs, maybe even 6, on my phone who I can have a fucking conversation with. The Padawans and the foundlings can all talk to them and gain this esoteric knowledge from older men. And here's the problem. You mad because people call BGS the master teacher. What the fuck do niggas call you? If anything at all. See, when you're
Paint dry.
irrelevant, it gets to the point where everybody's gonna ask, what have you done in your life? What have you done in your life? Is what you do if what you do in your life is not relevant, you can't say, oh, he hasn't done anything for black boys. Niggas, I gave black young men jobs. I gave black young men training. The same niggas you said you wouldn't help last time I listened to you, the same niggas you said they should just die in a pit.
Shit, I have a firearm because of you. I don't know.
Say it louder.
I said, shit, I have a firearm because of you. I ain't the fuck.
Charles, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What does it say to a person who cannot help you but points you in the direction of someone who can help you?
Called
Is
a guy.
that somebody helping? Is that helping you or not?
It's called a guide. See, the problem is this.
Nobody gives respect to the guides, because there's some people, say they can't help you, but they got you to the right person.
Not everybody's gonna be Obi-Wan Kenobi, okay?
True.
Agreed.
And see, there's a reason why Obi-Wan doing the fucking what was that? The 66 shit.
Order 66.
Order 66.
Order 66.
This lets you know how much of a bad motherfucker he was. Through the old age. Fucking Vader was not looking for him. Obi-Wan was the equivalent of Minato in the Star Wars universe. Avoid this motherfucker at all costs. I'm not sending nobody to you. Let this nigga. And the only reason he died was to let Luke get away. If Obi really wanted to kill Vader, he would have killed him on the spot.
Whoa.
Yeah, he would.
Whoa. I can't agree with that one.
Yeah, he would.
Whoa.
No, he would, but he chose not to.
Let me ask you this question. Does the Jedi get more powerful the older they get?
Yeah, but does the Sith get more powerful the angrier?
What's more deadly, calmness or anger?
Oh, okay, hold on, wait a minute. I gotta point something out. I know the Obi-Wan series sucked, but did you see that? But did you see that last fight between him and Vader? He could have easily killed him, right there.
He could have killed him a couple of times.
When it comes to Star Wars logic,
He fucked up his respirator. He could have killed him. He could have easily killed him right there.
And I'm gonna tell you, here's the part where Obi wanted to kill him, because he's looking back at Luke, making sure he gets away.
Mm-hmm.
If
we talking about episode 4, not episode 4, episode
5.
He could have killed him if he wanted to. Let me tell you why. He put the fear of God in Vader. Who the fuck puts the fear in God? What did Vader fear?
Getting killed, getting further dismembered.
He
already got dismembered.
You chop off his limbs, and
that was in episode 3.
Correcting his remaining limbs.
3 to episode 5.
No, because he's missing. You remember he lost one arm to Count Dooku.
Have you seen
and then he lost the other 3 limbs to Obi-Wan.
Mm-hmm.
What's got left? I mean, then he got burnt to a crisp. He's completely in pain. What's left besides his life to take?
Forget the planet he fought him on. When he fought him, that was the strongest he would ever be.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, because he can't do force lightning because of all the machinery shit.
Mm-hmm.
So if he really wanted to kill him, he could have put a saber through his fucking head and said,
"Now, it's the thing. I ain't never seen motherfucking Obi-Wan pull a motherfucking ship out of orbit. I ain't never seen no shit like that.
But I seen Obi-Wan pull his foot out of fucking Vader's ass a couple of times.
And I also seen Vader beat the shit out of multiple occasions. We ain't ready to sit here and credit Vader.
But we're gonna tell the truth.
Vader is one of the top 10 villains of all time.
But guess what? He's top tier. They had a silent agreement.
Look,
what happens?
Who the hell
It seems that the Padawan fails to see what you are trying to explain to him, Lord Panthro.
Lord
Master
Vader.
Hunger, you must teach him what he fails to see.
Okay,
You
okay.
may rise. So before we get too far away, because
Hold on.
everything that
You gotta steal my thunder.
Yeah, go ahead.
everything that we said,
Hmm.
um, there was an attempt to discourage.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the things I want people to really remember or try and listen to playback, and then just get an ideal that you do need to put in some work to get certain places of power that you want, rather than just thinking that all I have to do is just vote and things will just magically appear. It don't work
This
that
guy
way.
right now.
You got to be able to, you got to put in some work. Yeah, but whatever.
And you have to
Go
do
ahead.
more than you don't have to do more than kiss the Democrat fanny.
But when did anyone, at least tonight, when did anyone even say that you just sit back and shit magically happens? Because I didn't hear that.
He does not like this space. He hates
Yeah.
BGS, and that's all he came here for.
Here to
Because if you listen to how his rhetoric was, he's talking about AMA. Who does AMAs? BGS.
Yep.
He's literally saying like, you guys are stupid. I don't like you guys, and I'm like, so why are you here? If you don't like us and you don't think we're relevant, why are you here?
He reminds
because he wants content. I'm telling you, that's all these guys do. They start shit.
Man,
That's
but
why they
her
can
like
content.
He reminds me of these random women that come in.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he reminds me of. Just the way he acts.
Bitch. He learned from the bitches that taught him.
That's just like him.
He has no fucking manhood in him. Just because you drive trucks doesn't mean you have a dick. You use your pussy for as a stick chip when you grab onto it. All right.
You got Art. You got Art here. I mean, Art doesn't do anything in the real world. He has no real experience. He's just here to talk. BJ's got no real world experience. He's just here to talk. Who else? When Kevin Samuel was alive, he had no real world experience. But he's just here to talk, even though he became, a household name around the world. I'm just here because I'm just here to talk. I got no real world experience.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he spent more time like actually talking about the point instead of like, we can talk shit or whatever, but like, just making fun of people and getting to the point, I think there might actually be some value that could be added to the conversation. And like, that's for me, it's like, I'm not really big on like, if I'm chilling with the guys or whatever, I'll talk shit, but like, I don't really talk shit. It's just like, if you about that business, about that action, you just get to the action. For me, I'm gonna be calm up until the very last second because
in these spaces, and I've said this before, it's very broad.
Yeah, before you continue, Salchi.
Yes.
We just write support the show. I haven't got any cash apps today, so support the show. Continue, Salchi.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about a broad base of things, whether it's global geopolitics, whether it's more obviously in the States. Now, a lot of times we don't get too much into the state that we're in or the city we're in because we're the only ones there, and how is that for the most part really going to translate to most people? Unless there's a lot of us here who live in LA. I know I don't live in LA, and I know the only person close to me would be the closest person in this space that I've heard that I know for sure closest to me would be Jules, would be DC, and then I think Dead Set, and then Charles, in those orders that I know for sure. But even then, I know from what I know factually, I'm the closest one. I mean, literally, I mean, I can put the video on. I could be in DC because it's nighttime. I can be in DC if the lights are right. I can be in DC in like 3 minutes. I'm that close, but I can't do that to get to LA though, where Art and BGS are, or where Art is. The other art. What you're in?
North
Georgia.
Carolina.
I'm in Southern Cal, and Artisan is in Northern Cal.
That's where I'm at.
And then
I'm in
Heart of Itmore is in was it South Carolina?
North
Well, no,
Carolina.
North Carolina.
Oh
Right.
wow, oh, that's pretty fucking broad, is that not? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
And I'm in the
And let's not
Midwest.
forget,
Finland.
this whole thing has even gotten worldwide because I'm across the Atlantic from you guys in Scandinavia.
And don't forget Big Maple. Is he asleep already?
Who's Maple?
Big Maple. That's
Yeah, he ain't said nothing in a minute.
Is he even on? No, I
Wait,
don't think he's even on.
Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about?
Andre.
It's Andre.
Oh,
Yeah,
Andre's
no,
in Canada. Yeah,
Yeah.
Andre's in Canada, right? Maple Leaf.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. How did you know that was his favorite hockey team? By the way, Arjun Style.
Ironically, I was teasing Maple Leaf for going on Paint Dry's panel.
Because it's better than calling him Bullwinkle. So I think.
Oh damn.
Maple is better.
Definitely.
Nah, he's more like a Rocky than Bullwinkle. But
Rocky.
okay. You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
Yeah, but I think there were some gems in those conversations, and it was very respectful, and it may went over some people's heads, but I think those are things that we have to consider to talk big and think big. And if you're just not built like that, then just sit back and wait for the conversation to be over.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
by
just
the
the
way,
bottom line.
By the way, just to show how multifaceted we are as men, and that we do give a fuck about, we do care about the concerns of men and everything. I just want to say, rest in power and may his memory live on to Mr. One Lou Gossett Jr. Lou Gossett Jr. And I mentioned this earlier on Toya's channel. A song I think a lot of y'all might want to listen to is by a guy named Richie Havens. If y'all remember that individual, does that name ring a bell to any of y'all?
Not yet.
Yeah, of course.
Richie Havens. Okay, there was a song called "Handsome Johnny." Now, how I know this song was simply because when I was a kid, I was watching, and my father still had this on tape. There was an HBO special back in 1987, which was a benefits concert for Vietnam veterans that was held during the 4th of July weekend that year. Richie Haven performed on that stage. He sang "Freedom," and then he brought in Louis Gossett Jr. and they sang "Handsome Johnny" as a duet. That's a beautiful song to listen to.
See, this is the problem that I think people who hate the manosphere don't get it. Is that, and I'm speaking directly to people in the Brain Trust and others. So don't blame AB, don't blame A, don't blame any of the arts, don't blame ETS. This is directly from the old SARS. I've told a lot of people, I said, look, you want people to listen to you, be engaging. Don't be a know-it-all thinking, oh, well, I know much about this. No. You have to be entertaining. It's an entertainment platform. You want to put butts in seats, be something that people want to listen to. Sometimes you're going to have to break it down. And this ain't everybody in the Brain Trust, but people know who it is. Look, here's the fact of the matter. When you have because there's dudes I met on these YouTube streets personally in real life. We don't always agree, but we come in fellowship. Like when Dr. Dunbar came to with his dad and with Kev.
Oh, did he?
The controversial counselor, and they came to the cigar lounge. They love it. They can't wait to come back. When I met with cousin Tito, loved it. Can't wait to come back. BGS, Artisan, Art New Style, Art of Itmore. We need you at BlairCon. But here's the point. there's something that you have to do something when it comes to fellowship. You know, the real shit we used to do before social media.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because hey, keep it down. So, hey, keep that shit down. But goddamn kids.
Boys
I'm
will
gonna
be
get my
boys.
belt.
That
Who remembers when their parents used to tell them, "Hey, keep it down"?
Nah, my parents didn't say keep it down. They said shut the fuck up.
you know, next step. Well, I already said shut the fuck up. You gotta understand this, push. A lot of people don't have personality outside this VI itch. Okay?
Yeah.
No, no. You know, a lot of people don't have personality out this VI itch.
True.
So you gotta understand something. There's a lot of socially inert people coming to these YouTube streets and finally finding a niche. And it's like, dude, be your fucking self. You don't hear me try to say, well, you know, when I was in the military, I was a 5th-degree black belt in Navy SEAL tactics, Green Beret, you know, this killer commando destroyer. None of that. I was just a guy who was given a duty and did his job. Thank God I did my job well, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. But take pride in being you. And that's the fundamental flaw I see with a lot of black men today. Stop looking at yourself through women's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was some feminine to get your voice. Look, you want to talk about religion? I've said to many people all the time, I'm not telling you, what do I tell you, Padawan? I'm not telling you how to think. What do I tell you? Hey, Rob, what do I always tell you? I'm not telling you how to think, but I'm telling you to what? And guess what the cardinal sin of most people don't do?
They don't think.
It was Young who said,
Convince me.
thinking is hard. That's why people are easy, quickly criticized.
And that's the problem. Are you able to be criticized?
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind being criticized. You know what? You better come with a good answer. I remember the
Mm-hmm.
question asked, do you find women with value? I said, at this point, no. Not that much as I used to in my 20s and 30s. When I got to the point where I might have wanted another kid. I'm 42 Monday. Hell no, I don't want another kid.
Hell no. Fuck that.
Mm-mm.
Can we get a Bushwick Bullwinkle, AB?
Mm-mm. I don't want to be like. I don't want people to be asking, "Oh, you and your grandfather look nice at graduation." Oh,
shit!
So I want to go to
That's
my grandchildren's graduation when I'm in my 60s. Okay,
Shit.
not be the father. Like, oh, and then on top of that, I'm not gonna allow a guy who to tell me of what young men need to do when you never even trained them. Sorry.
Ooh.
Stop telling the man it can't be done while he's doing it.
Yeah.
I remember.
There's nothing but defeat in his actions, what he just said tonight. There's nothing but defeat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much resigned to his fate, you
I
mean?
just let him talk. I was like, you know what? You kind of hanging yourself. I just let him talk. Feel like I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, the older you get, the your tolerance for bullshit decreases because you're like, I don't got time to waste.
I want him to come on the panel. I might do a video just for him. Just come on my panel so I can talk to you.
Yeah. I don't want to go and scream at him.
I want to find out, does he have this compound that he's talking about where he got nothing but black people away from the black community? Do you have that? Because he talked about that. Do you have that? Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're a failure.
Comment. He sound like he's stifling Negroes, talking about if you come in here talking a certain way, we're just gonna kick you out of the room. I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, you want that? Okay.
He is what I call a conservative princess. You are a conservative princess.
No. You know I don't really correct people very often. I got to correct you on this one. He's a conservative fanboy. You're a fan, but you really don't want the shit.
And there was a slip that basically people on this panel was taken as though that we were speaking from the right, and
They're saying that
AB had to ask, like, anybody on this panel speaking for, anybody like, the right wingers or whatever. That's why I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not even saying nothing about the dude, but I'm just saying is that people have to, remain diligent on what kind of goals they're trying to accomplish rather than trying to be discouraged.
Right.
It sounds
That's
like
all
he
I'm
was just
saying.
projecting. He was just projecting that part.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And didn't I bring up that, we're a majority Democrat voters, like in 80-something% or higher, right? So I'm kind of confused in when he was talking about pick a side. I mean, the side's already been picked, right?
Yeah.
Am I off on that?
McDrama Bear, I gotta ask you a question.
Shoot.
You there?
Yep.
What
Shoot.
state
Go
you
ahead.
from?
What city am I from?
City, state, whatever.
Okay. I'm originally from outside of Chicago.
Oh, you're from Illinois? Okay.
Originally from outside of Chicago. Yeah.
Illinois. Okay. I don't know. Just I don't know. Something about your voice kind of gives me this weird impression that you're not ADOS, because I'm not ADOS either.
No, I definitely am. I definitely am.
Oh,
I think it's just I wasn't brought up in a majority ADOS community, right? And then
You sound like you're from Seattle.
Right. And then I went if I'm going to higher level schools, like we said, like even sort of you're not going to see our people there most of the time, right? Unless I'm like from an Atlanta or something, right? So there's very specific areas where if you're going to certain schools where you're going to have a majority Black population, right? So again, that's why I sort of go back to if more of us were about education, that sort of would be less of an issue, right? And I
see your point. It's just that you sound
that's where I'm coming from. But yeah, I'm definitely ADOS.
Yeah, I know. Because I myself, I went to an international school growing up because I was born in the Middle East and everything. So I'm just thinking, I might be, some was like, gave me that impression. My mistake, it was an honest mistake, but everything.
No, bro.
Fellas,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm about to wrap this up, man. Thank y'all for coming through.
Yeah, cool.
Do you guys want me to do a live stream?
Let's.
Yeah.
But right now,
that's on you guys. If I get enough ones in the chat, so I'll do a live stream for like an hour or two.
Yeah, I'll
cool. Let's do it, man.
I need some ones in the chat, or I need some cash apps in AB's pocket.
You need that PC fund, folks. You need that laptop fund for the laptop fund.
So I need some. AB, you need to let me know. You get some cash apps.
I see some ones.
Well, let me put a one in the chat.
I see 2 ones.
Let me put a couple ones. Let me give you a like, AB.
I'm not gonna give my boy AB a like. Come on now.
Put the respect on my like
41. Well, at least we got them more than 25 before I got them, so that's a good thing. I think BGS shared them. So, plus I was able to get some work done too. So,
I see 3 likes.
But thanks for having me up.
I gotta go somewhere tomorrow afternoon, so I gotta go to bed for a little bit. So, but thank y'all.
So thanks for having me up, and don't eat too many eggs out there, y'all.
Thank you for everybody that came through. This is AV Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83. And I'm out. Peace.